The Lady or the Tiger by Frank R. Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the very olden time there lived a semi-barbaric king, whose ideas, though somewhat polished and sharpened by the progressiveness of distant Latin neighbors, were still large, florid, and untrammeled, as became the half of him which was barbaric. He was a man of exuberant fancy, and withal of an authority so irresistible that at his will he turned his varied fancies into facts. He was greatly given to self-communing, and when he and himself agreed upon anything, the thing was done. When every member of his domestic and political systems moved smoothly in its appointed course, his nature was bland and genial. But whenever there was a little hitch, and some of his orbs got out of their orbits, he was blander and more genial still. For nothing pleased him so much as to make the crooked straight and crush down uneven places. Among the borrowed notions by which his barbarism had become simified was that of the public arena, in which by exhibitions of manly and beastly valor the minds of his subjects were refined and cultured. But even here the exuberant and barbaric fancy asserted itself. The arena of the king was built not to give the people an opportunity of hearing the rhapsodies of dying gladiators, nor to enable them to view the inevitable conclusion of a conflict between religious opinions and hungry jaws, but for the purposes far better adapted to widen and develop the mental energies of the people. This vast amphitheater, with its encircling galleries, its mysterious vaults, and its unseen passages, was an agent of poetic justice, in which the crime was punished, or virtue rewarded. This vast amphitheater, with its encircling galleries, its mysterious vaults, and its unseen passages, was an agent of poetic justice, in which crime was punished, or virtue rewarded, by the decrees of an impartial and incorruptible chance. When a subject was accused of a crime of sufficient importance to interest the king, public notice was given that on an appointed day the fate of the accused person would be decided in the king's arena, a structure which well deserved its name, for although its form and plan were borrowed from afar, its purpose emanated solely from the brain of this man, who, every barleycorn a king, knew no tradition to which he owed more allegiance than pleased his fancy, and who engrafted on every adopted form of human thought and action the rich growth of his barbaric idealism. When all the people had assembled in the galleries, and the king, surrounded by his court, sat high on his throne of royal state on one side of the arena, he gave a signal. A door beneath him opened, and the accused subject stepped out into the amphitheater. Directly opposite him, on the other side of the enclosed space, were two doors, exactly alike and side by side. It was the duty and the privilege of the person on trial to walk directly to these doors and open one of them. He could open either door he pleased. He was subject to no guidance or influence but that of the aforementioned impartial and incorruptible chance. If he opened one, there came out of it a hungry tiger, the fiercest and most cruel that could be procured, which immediately sprang upon him and tore him to pieces as a punishment for his guilt. The moment that the case of the criminal was thus decided, doleful iron bells were clanged, great wails went up from the hired mourners posted on the outer rim of the arena, and the vast audience, with bowed heads and downcast hearts, wended slowly their homeward way, mourning greatly that one so young and fair, or so old and respected, should have merited so dire a fate. But if the accused person opened the other door, there came forth from it a lady, the most suitable to his years and station that his Majesty could select among his fair subjects, and to this lady he was immediately married, as a reward of his innocence. It mattered not that he might already possess a wife and family, or that his affections might be engaged upon an object of his own selection. The king allowed no such subordinate arrangements to interfere with his great scheme of retribution and reward. The exercises, as in the other instance, took place immediately, and in the arena another door opened beneath the king, and a priest, followed by a band of choristers and dancing maidens, blowing joyous airs on golden horns and treading an epithalamic measure, advanced to where the pair stood, side by side, and the wedding was promptly and cheerily solemnized. Then the gay brass bells rang forth their merry peals, the people shouted glad hurrahs, and the innocent man, preceded by children strewing flowers on his path, led his bride to his home. This was the king's semi-barbaric method of administering justice. Its perfect fairness is obvious. The criminal could not know out of which door would come the lady. He opened either he pleased, without having the slightest idea whether, in the next instant, he was to be devoured or married. On some occasions the tiger came out of one door, and on some out of the other. The decisions of the tribunal were not only fair, they were positively determinate. The accused person was instantly punished if he found himself guilty, and if innocent, he was rewarded on the spot, whether he liked it or not. There was no escape from the judgments of the king's arena. The institution was a very popular one. When the people gathered together on one of the great trial days, they never knew whether they were to witness a bloody slaughter or a hilarious wedding. This element of uncertainty lent an interest to the occasion which it could not otherwise have attained. Thus the masses were entertained and pleased, and the thinking part of the community could bring no charge of unfairness against this plan. For did not the accused person have the whole matter in his own hands? This semi-barbaric king had a daughter as blooming as his most florid fancies, and with a soul as fervent and imperious as his own. As is usual in such cases, she was the apple of his eye, and was loved by him above all humanity. Among his courtiers was a young man of that fineness of blood and lowness of station common to the conventional heroes of romance who love royal maidens. This royal maiden was well satisfied with her lover, for he was handsome and brave to a degree unsurpassed in all this kingdom, and she loved him with an ardor that had enough of barbarism in it to make it exceedingly warm and strong. This love affair moved on happily for many months, until one day the king happened to discover its existence. He did not hesitate nor waver in regard to his duty in the premises. The youth was immediately cast into prison, and a day was appointed for his trial in the king's arena. This, of course, was an especially important occasion, and his Majesty, as well as all the people, was greatly interested in the workings and development of this trial. Never before had such a case occurred. Never before had a subject dared to love the daughter of the king. In after years such things became commonplace enough, but then they were in no slight degree novel and startling. The tiger cages of the kingdom were searched for the most savage and relentless beast, from which the fiercest monster might be selected for the arena, and the ranks of maiden youth and beauty throughout the land were carefully surveyed by competent judges in order that the young man might have a fitting bride in case fate did not determine for him a different destiny. Of course, everybody knew that the deed with which the accused was charged had been done. He had loved the princess. Neither he, she, nor anyone else thought of denying the fact. But the king would not think of allowing any fact of this kind to interfere with the workings of the tribunal, in which he took such great delight and satisfaction. No matter how the affair turned out, the youth would be disposed of, and the king would take an aesthetic pleasure in watching the course of events, which would determine whether or not the young man had done wrong in allowing himself to love the princess. The appointed day arrived. From far and near the people gathered and thronged the great galleries of the arena, and crowds, unable to gain admittance, massed themselves against its outside walls. The king and his court were in their places, opposite the twin doors, those fateful portals, so terrible in their similarity. All was ready. The signal was given. A door beneath the royal party opened, and the lover of the princess walked into the arena. Tall, beautiful, fair, his appearance was greeted with a low hum of admiration and anxiety. Half the audience had not known so grand a youth had lived among them. No wonder the princess loved him. What a terrible thing for him to be there. As the youth advanced into the arena, he turned, as the custom was, to bow to the king, but he did not think at all of that royal personage. His eyes were fixed upon the princess, who sat to the right of her father. Had it not been for the moiety of barbarism in her nature, it is possible that lady would not have been there. But her intense and fervid soul would not allow her to be absent on an occasion in which she was so terribly interested. From the moment that the decree had gone forth that her lover should decide his fate in the king's arena, she had thought of nothing, night or day, but this great event and the various subjects connected with it. Possessed of more power, influence, and force of character than any one who had ever before been interested in such a case, she had done what no other person had done. She had possessed herself of the secret of the doors. She knew in which of the two rooms that lay behind those doors stood the cage of the tiger with its open front, and which waited the lady. Through these thick doors, heavily curtained with skins on the inside, it was impossible that any noise or suggestion should come from within to the person who should approach to raise the latch of one of them. But gold and the power of a woman's will had brought the secret to the princess. And not only did she know in which room stood the lady ready to emerge, all blushing and radiant, should her door be opened, but she knew who the lady was. It was one of the fairest and loveliest of the damsels of the court, who had been selected as the reward of the accused youth, should he be proved innocent of the crime of aspiring to one so far above him. And the princess hated her. Often she had seen, or imagined that she had seen, this fair creature throwing glances of admiration upon the person of her lover, and sometimes she thought these glances were perceived and even returned. Now and then she had seen them talking together. It was but for a moment or two, but much can be said in a brief space. It may have been on most unimportant topics, but how could she know that? The girl was lovely, but she had dared to raise her eyes to the loved one of the princess. And with all the intensity of the savage blood transmitted to her through long lines of holy barbaric ancestors, she hated the woman who blushed and trembled behind that silent door. When her lover turned and looked at her, and his eye met hers as she sat there, paler and whiter than any one in the vast ocean of anxious faces about her, he saw, by that power of quick perception which is given to those whose souls are one, that she knew behind which door crouched the tiger, and behind which stood the lady. He had expected her to know it. He understood her nature, and his soul was assured that she would never rest until she had made plain to herself this thing, hidden to all other lookers-on, even to the king. The only hope for the youth, in which there was any element of certainty, was based upon the success of the princess in discovering this mystery. and the moment he looked upon her, he saw she had succeeded, as in his soul he knew she would succeed. Then it was that quick and anxious glance asked the question, which? It was as plain to her as if he had shouted it from where he stood. There was not an instant to be lost. The question was asked in a flash. It must be answered in another. Her right arm lay on the cushioned parapet before her. She raised her hand and made a slight, quick movement toward the right. No one but her lover saw her. Every eye but his was fixed on the man in the arena. He turned, and with a firm and rapid step he walked across the empty space. Every heart stopped beating, every breath was held, every eye was fixed immovably upon that man. Without the slightest hesitation, he went to the door on the right and opened it. Now the point of the story is this. Did the tiger come out of that door, or did the lady? The more we reflect on this question, the harder it is to answer. It involves a study of the human heart, which leads us through devious mazes of passion out of which it is difficult to find our way. Think of it, fair reader, not as if the decision of the question depended upon yourself, but upon that hot-blooded, semi-barbaric princess, her soul at a white heat beneath the combined fires of despair and jealousy. She had lost him, but who should have him? How often, in her waking hours and in her dreams, had she started in wild horror and covered her face with her hands as she thought of her lover opening the door on the other side of which waited the cruel fangs of the tiger! But how much oftener had she seen him at the other door? How in her grievous reveries had she gnashed her teeth and torn her hair when she saw his start of rapturous delight as he opened the door of the lady! How her soul had burned in agony when she had seen him rush to meet that woman with her flushing cheek and sparkling eye of triumph! When she had seen him lead her forth, his whole frame kindled with the joy of recovered life! When she had heard the glad shouts from the multitude, and the wild ringing of the happy bells! When she had seen the priest, his joyous followers, advance to the couple and make them man and wife before her very eyes! And when she had seen them walk away together upon their path of flowers, followed by the tremendous shouts of the hilarious multitude, in which her one despairing shriek was lost and drowned! Would it not be better for him to die at once, and go to wait for her in the blessed regions of semi-barbaric futurity? And yet, that awful tiger, those shrieks, that blood! Her decision had been indicated in an instant, but it had been made after days and nights of anguished deliberation. She had known she would be asked. She had decided what she would answer, and without the slightest hesitation she had moved her hand to the right. The question of her decision is one not to be lightly considered, and it is not for me to presume to set myself up as the one person able to answer it. And so I leave it with all of you. Which came out of the open door, the lady or the tiger? End of The Lady or the Tiger by Frank R. Stockton. Read by Patricia Hayes.
Pigs is Pigs by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mike Flannery, the Westcote agent of the Interurban Express Company, leaned over the counter of the express office and shook his fist. Mr. Morehouse, angry and red, stood on the other side of the counter, trembling with rage. The argument had been long and heated, and at last Mr. Morehouse had talked himself speechless. The cause of the trouble stood on the counter between the two men. It was a soap box across the top of which was nailed a number of strips, forming a rough but serviceable cage. In it 2 spotted guinea pigs were greedily eating lettuce leaves. "Do as you like, then," shouted Flannery. "Pay for them and take them, or don't pay for them and let them be. Rules is rules, Mr. Morehouse, and Mike Flannery's not going to be called down for breaking of them." "But, you everlastingly stupid idiot!" shouted Mr. Morehouse, madly shaking a flimsy printed book beneath the agent's nose. "Can't you read it here, in your own plain printed rates? Pets, domestic, Franklin to Westcote, if properly boxed, 25 cents each." He threw the book on the counter in disgust. "What more do you want? Aren't they pets? Aren't they domestic? Aren't they properly boxed? What?" He turned and walked back and forth rapidly, frowning ferociously. Suddenly he turned to Flannery, and forcing his voice to an artificial calmness, spoke slowly, but with intense sarcasm. "Pets," he said. P-E-T-S. 25 cents each. There are 2 of them. 1, 2. 2 times 25 are 50. Can you understand that? I offer you 50 cents. Flannery reached for the book. He ran his hand through the pages and stopped at page 64. "And I don't take 50 cents," he whispered in mockery. "Here's the rule for it. When the agent be in any doubt regarding which of 2 rates applies to a shipment, he shall charge the larger. The consignee may file a claim for the overcharge. In this case, Mr. Morehouse, I be in doubt. Pets them animals may be, and domestic they be, but pigs I'm sure they do be, and me rules say plain as a nose on your face, pigs Franklin to Westcote, 30 cents each. And Mr. Morehouse, by me arithmetical knowledge, 2 times 30 comes to 60 cents. Mr. Morehouse shook his head savagely. "Nonsense!" he shouted. "Confounded nonsense, I tell you. Why, you poor ignorant foreigner, that rule means common pigs, domestic pigs, not guinea pigs." Flannery was stubborn. "Pigs is pigs," he declared firmly. "Guinea pigs, or Dago pigs, or Irish pigs, is all the same to the Interurban Express Company and to Mike Flannery. The nationality of the pig creates no differentiality in the rate, Mr. Morehouse. 'Twould be the same was they Dutch pigs or Rooshian pigs. Mike Flannery," he added, "is here to tend to the express business and not to hold conversation with Dago pigs in 17 languages, for to discover be they Chinese or Tipperary by birth and nativity." Mr. Morehouse hesitated. He bit his lip and then flung out his arms wildly. "Very well," he shouted. "You shall hear of this. Your president shall hear of this. It is an outrage. I have offered you 50 cents. You refuse it. Keep the pigs until you are ready to take the 50 cents. But by George, sir, if one hair of those pigs' heads is harmed, I will have the law on you." He turned and walked out, slamming the door. Flannery carefully lifted the soap box from the counter and placed it in a corner. He was not worried. He felt the peace that comes to a faithful servant who has done his duty and done it well. Mr. Morehouse went home raging. His boy, who had been awaiting the guinea pigs, knew better than to ask him for them. He was a normal boy and therefore always had a guilty conscience when his father was angry. So the boy slipped quietly around the house. There is nothing so soothing to a guilty conscience as to be out of the path of the avenger. Mr. Morehouse stormed into the house. "Where's the ink?" he shouted at his wife as soon as his foot was across the door-sill. Mrs. Morehouse jumped guiltily. She never used ink. She had not seen the ink, nor moved the ink, nor thought of the ink, but her husband's tone convicted her of the guilt of having borne and reared a boy, and she knew that whenever her husband wanted anything in a loud voice, the boy had been at it. "I'll find Sammy," she said meekly. When the ink was found, Mr. Morehouse wrote rapidly, and he read the completed letter and smiled a triumphant smile. "That will settle that crazy Irishman," he exclaimed. "When they get that letter, he will hunt another job, all right." A week later, Mr. Morehouse received a long official envelope with the card of the Interurban Express Company in the upper left corner. He tore it open eagerly and drew out a sheet of paper. At the top it bore the number A6754. The letter was short. Subject, rate on guinea pigs. It said, Dear Sir, we are in receipt of your letter regarding rate on guinea pigs between Franklin and Westcote, addressed to the president of this company. All claims for overcharge should be addressed to the Claims Department. Mr. Morehouse wrote to the Claims Department. He wrote 6 pages of choice sarcasm, vituperation, and argument, and sent them to the Claims Department. A few weeks later he received a reply from the Claims Department. Attached to it was his last letter. Dear Sir, said the reply, your letter of the 16th instant, addressed to this department, subject rate on guinea pigs from Franklin to Westcote, received. We have taken up the matter with our agent at Westcote, and his reply is attached herewith. He informs us that you refused to receive the consignment or to pay the charges. You have therefore no claim against this company, and your letter regarding the proper rate on the consignment should be addressed to our Tariff Department. Mr. Morehouse wrote to the Tariff Department. He stated his case clearly and gave his arguments in full, quoting a page or two from the encyclopedia to prove that guinea pigs were not common pigs. With the care that characterizes corporations when they are systematically conducted, Mr. Morehouse's letter was numbered, okayed, and started through the regular channels. Duplicate copies of the bill of lading, manifest, Flannery's receipt for the package, and several other pertinent papers were pinned to the letter, and they were passed to the head of the Tariff Department. The head of the Tariff Department put his feet on his desk and yawned. He looked through the papers carelessly. Miss Kane, he said to his stenographer, take this letter. Agent, Westcote, New Jersey. Please advise why consignment referred to in attached papers was refused domestic pet rates. Miss Kane made a series of curves and angles on her notebook and waited with pencil poised. The head of the department looked at the papers again. Guinea pigs, he said. Probably starved to death by this time. Add this to that letter. Give condition of consignment at present. He tossed the papers onto the stenographer's desk, took his feet from his own desk, and went out to lunch. When Mike Flannery received the letter, he scratched his head. Give present condition, he repeated thoughtfully. Now what do them clerks be wanted to know, I wonder? Present condition, is it? Them pigs, praise St. Patrick, do be in good health, so far as I know, but I never was no veterinary surgeon to dago pigs. Maybe them clerks wants me to call in the pig doctor and have their pulses took. One thing I do know, however, is that they've glorious appetites for pigs of their size. They'd ate the brass padlocks off of a barn door. If the paddy pig, by the same token, ate as hearty as these dago pigs do, there'd be a famine in Ireland. To assure himself that his report would be up to date, Flannery went to the rear of the office and looked into the cage. The pigs had been transferred to a larger box, a dry goods box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, he counted. 7 spotted and 1 all black. All well and hearty and all eaten like raging hippopotamuses. He went back to his desk and wrote. Mr. Morgan, head of Tariff Department, he wrote. Why do I say dago pigs is pigs? Because they is pigs, and will be, till you say they ain't, which is what the rule book says. Stop your jollying me, you know it as well as I do. As to health, they are all well, and hoping you are the same. P.S. There are 8 now, the family increased, all good eaters. P.S. I paid out so far $2 for cabbage, which they like. Shall I put in bill for same, what? Morgan, head of the Tariff Department, when he received this letter, laughed. He read it again and became serious. By George, he said, Flannery is right. Pigs is pigs. I'll have to get authority on this thing. Meanwhile, Miss Kane, take this letter. Agent, Westcote, New Jersey. Regarding shipment guinea pigs, file number A6754. Rule 83, General Instructions to Agents, clearly states that agents shall collect from consignee all costs of provender, etc., etc., required for livestock while in transit or storage. You will proceed to collect same from consignee. Flannery received this letter next morning, and when he read it he grinned. "Proceed to collect," he said softly. "How them clerks do like to be talkin'. Me proceed to collect $2.25 off Mr. Morehouse. I wonder do them clerks know Mr. Morehouse? I'll get it. Oh, yes. Mr. Morehouse, 2.25, please." "Certainly, my dear friend Flannery. Delighted." "Not." Flannery drove the express wagon to Mr. Morehouse's door. Mr. Morehouse answered the bell. "Aha!" he cried as soon as he saw it was Flannery. "So you've come to your senses at last, have you? I thought you would. Bring the box in." "I have no box," said Flannery coldly. "I have a bill agin Mr. John C. Morehouse for $2.25 for cabbages eaten by his dago pigs. Would you wish to pay it?" "Pay? Cabbages?" gasped Mr. Morehouse. "Do you mean to say that 2 little guinea pigs—" "8," said Flannery. "Papa and Mama and the 6 childer. 8." For answer Mr. Morehouse slammed the door in Flannery's face. Flannery looked at the door reproachfully. "I take it the consignee don't want to pay for them cabbages," he said. "If I know signs of refusal, the consignee refuses to pay for 1 dang cabbage leaf, and be hanged to me." Mr. Morgan, the head of the Tariff Department, consulted the president of the Interurban Express Company regarding guinea pigs, as to whether they were pigs or not pigs. The president was inclined to treat the matter lightly. "What is the rate on pigs and on pets?" he asked. "Pigs 30 cents, pets 25, said Morgan. "Then of course guinea pigs are pigs," said the president. "Yes," agreed Morgan. "I look at it that way too. A thing that can come under 2 rates is naturally due to be classed as the higher. But are guinea pigs pigs? Aren't they rabbits?" "Come to think of it," said the president, "I believe they are more like rabbits. Sort of halfway station between pig and rabbit. I think the question is this: are guinea pigs of the domestic pig family? I'll ask Professor Gordon. He is authority on such things. Leave the papers with me." The president put the papers on his desk and wrote a letter to Professor Gordon. Unfortunately, the professor was in South America collecting zoological specimens, and the letter was forwarded to him by his wife. As the professor was in the highest Andes, where no white man had ever penetrated, the letter was many months in reaching him. The president forgot the guinea pigs, Morgan forgot them, Mr. Morehouse forgot them, but Flannery did not. 1/2 of his time he gave to the duties of his agency, the other half was devoted to the guinea pigs. Long before Professor Gordon received the president's letter, Morgan received one from Flannery. "About them dago pigs," it said. "What shall I do? They are great in family life. No race suicide for them. There are 32 now. Shall I sell them? Do you take this express office for a menagerie? Answer quick." Morgan reached for a telegraph blank and wrote, "Agent, Westcote. Don't sell pigs." He then wrote Flannery a letter, calling his attention to the fact that the pigs were not the property of the company, but were merely being held during a settlement of a dispute regarding rates. He advised Flannery to take the best possible care of them. Flannery, letter in hand, looked at the pigs and sighed. The dry goods box cage had become too small. He boarded up 20 feet of the rear of the express office to make a large and airy home for them, and went about his business. He worked with feverish intensity when out on his rounds, for the pigs required attention and took most of his time. Some months later, in desperation, he seized a sheet of paper and wrote 160 across it and mailed it to Morgan. Morgan returned it asking for explanation. Flannery replied, "There be now 160 of them dago pigs, for heaven's sake. Let me sell off some. Do you want me to go crazy, what?" "Sell no pigs," Morgan wired. Not long after this, the president of the express company received a letter from Professor Gordon. It was a long and scholarly letter, but the point was that the guinea pig was the Cava aparoea, where the common pig was the genus Sus of the family Suidae. He remarked that they were prolific and multiplied rapidly. "They are not pigs," said the president decidedly to Morgan. "The 25-cent rate applies." Morgan made the proper notation on the papers that had accumulated in file A6754, and turned them over to the audit department. The audit department took some time to look the matter up, and after the usual delay, wrote Flannery that as he had on hand 160 guinea pigs, the property of consignee, he should deliver them and collect charges at the rate of 25 cents each. Flannery spent a day herding his charges through a narrow opening in their cage so he might count them. "Audit Department," he wrote, when he had finished the count, "you are way off. They may be 160 dago pigs once. But wake up, don't be a back number. I've got even 800. Now shall I collect for 800 or what? How about $64 I paid out for cabbages?" It required a great many letters back and forth before the audit department was able to understand why the error had been made of billing 160 instead of 800, and still more time for it to get the meaning of the cabbages. Flannery was crowded into a few feet at the extreme front of the office. The pigs had all the rest of the room, and 2 boys were employed constantly attending to them. The day after Flannery had counted the guinea pigs, there were 8 more added to his drove, and by the time the audit department gave him authority to collect for 800, Flannery had given up all attempts to attend to the receipt or the delivery of goods. He was hastily building galleries around the express office, tier above tier. He had 4,064 guinea pigs to care for. More were arriving daily. Immediately following its authorization, the audit department sent another letter, but Flannery was too busy to open it. They wrote another, and when they telegraphed, "Error in guinea pig bill. Collect for 2 guinea pigs, 50 cents. Deliver all to consignee." Flannery read the telegram and cheered up. He wrote out a bill as rapidly as his pencil could travel over paper, and ran all the way to the Morehouse home. At the gate he stopped suddenly. The house stared at him with vacant eyes. The windows were bare of curtains, and he could see into the empty rooms. A sign on the porch said, "To let." Mr. Morehouse had moved. Flannery ran all the way back to the express office. 69 guinea pigs had been born during his absence. He ran out again and made feverish inquiries in the village. Mr. Morehouse had not only moved, but he had left Westcote. Flannery returned to the express office and found that 206 guinea pigs had entered the world since he left it. He wrote a telegram to the audit department. "Can't collect 50 cents for 2 dago pigs. Consignee has left town. Address unknown. What shall I do? Flannery." The telegram was handed to one of the clerks in the audit department, and as he read it he laughed. "Flannery must be crazy. He ought to know that the thing to do is to return the consignment here," said the clerk. He telegraphed Flannery to send the pigs to the main office of the company at Franklin. When Flannery received the telegram, he set to work. The 6 boys he had engaged to help him also set to work. They worked with the haste of desperate men, making cages out of soap boxes, cracker boxes, and all kinds of boxes, and as fast as the cages were completed they filled them with guinea pigs and expressed them to Franklin. Day after day the cages of guinea pigs flowed in a steady stream from Westcote to Franklin, and still Flannery and his 6 helpers ripped and nailed and packed, relentlessly and feverishly. At the end of the week they had shipped 280 cases of guinea pigs, and there were in the express office 704 more pigs than when they began packing them. "Stop sending pigs. Warehouse full," came a telegram to Flannery. He stopped packing only long enough to wire back, "Can't stop," and kept on sending them. On the next train up from Franklin came one of the company's inspectors. He had instructions to stop the stream of guinea pigs at all hazards. As his train drew up at Westcote Station, he saw a cattle car standing on the express company's siding. When he reached the express office, he saw the express wagon backed up to the door. 6 boys were carrying bushel baskets full of guinea pigs from the office and dumping them into the wagon. Inside the room, Flannery, with his coat and vest off, was shoveling guinea pigs into bushel baskets with a coal scoop. He was winding up the guinea pig episode. He looked up at the inspector with a snort of anger. "One wagon load more, and I'll be quit of them, and never will you catch Flannery with no more foreign pigs on his hands. No, sir, they near was the death of me. Next time I'll know that pigs of whatever nationality is domestic pets, and go at the lowest rate." He began shoveling again rapidly, speaking quickly between breaths. "Rules may be rules, but you can't fool Mike Flannery twice wi' the same trick. When it comes to livestock, dang the rules. So long as Flannery runs this express office, pigs is pets, and cows is pets, and horses is pets, and lions and tigers and Rocky Mountain goats is pets, and the rate on them is 25 cents. He paused long enough to let one of the boys put an empty basket in place of the one he had just filled. There were only a few guinea pigs left. As he noted their limited number, his natural habit of looking on the bright side returned. "Well, anyhow," he said cheerfully, "'tis not so bad as it might be. What if them dago pigs had been elephants?" End of Pigs is Pigs by Ellis Parker Butler. Thank you for listening.
I've Read Poppies by Douglas Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Kaplan. They hung their heads in a florist's window. The people of the town did not buy them, for they wanted roses, yellow, white, or crimson. But I, a lover, passing that way, did covet them for a woman that I knew, and straightway bought them. As I placed those poppies in a box, on a bed of green moss, I heard them chuckle together with some surprise and much glee. "What a kind fool he is," said the first poppy, "to buy me, and take me away from those disagreeable roses and other hateful blossoms in that damp, musty window." "I heard," said the second poppy, "one sweet lily of the valley whispered to the others of its simple kind that we would die where we were unnoticed, undesired by anyone. How little it knew!" "How cool and green this bed of moss!" cried the third poppy. "It is a most excellent place to die upon. I am willing, I am happy." "Nay," said the fourth poppy, "you may die on her breast if you will. She may take you up and put you into a jar of clear water. She may watch you slowly open your sleepy dark eye. She may lean over you, then let your passionate breath but touch her on the white brow. And she may tenderly thrust you into her whiter bosom, and quickly yield herself, and you, to an all-powerful forgetfulness. She may twine me into her dark hair, and I will calm the throb of her blue-veined temples, and bring upon her a sleep and a forgetting." The fifth poppy trembled with joyful expectation, but said not a word. Toward the close of the next day I went to her, the woman that I knew, to whom I had sent the poppies. I trod the stairway softly, oh, so softly, that led to her door. Shadows out of the unlighted hall danced about me, and the sounds of music, harp music, pleased me with a strain of remembered chords. She rose to greet me with provoking but delicious languor. She gave me the tips of her rosy fingers. Her lips moved as if in speech, but no words reached me. She barely smiled. In a priceless vase near the open window they held their heads in high disdain, those 4 red poppies who had gleefully chuckled and chatted together on the yesterday. But the fifth and silent poppy drooped upon her breast. I turned to go. She did not stay me. I stole to the door. "Take us away with you," cried those 4 garrulous poppies. "We are willing to die, and at once if need be, but not here in her hateful presence. Take us away." But the poppy on her breast only drooped and drooped the more, and said not a word. I opened the door. The shadows had fled. The hall was a blaze of light. The music had ceased. Only the noise of street below broke the silence. "If thus you let me go, I will not return again," I said. The woman did not speak, neither did she stir. But the poppy on her breast, with drooping head uplifted, softly cried, "Go quickly, go, and forget." I went down the broad stairway between a row of bright lights, a dazzling mockery. I went out into the night. I passed by a certain garden where red poppies grew. I leaned over the low wall. I buried my hot face among them. I crushed them in my hands and stained my temples with their quivering blooms. But all to no purpose. They did not, could not bring forgetfulness. I am thinking always of that woman, of those 4 red poppies, and of that one red poppy which drooped on her breast that night and said to me, "Go quickly, go, and forget." End of 5 Red Poppies by Douglas Shirley.
The Mountain Girl by F. Scott Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This don't pretend to be literature. This is just a tale for red-blooded folks who want a story, and not just a lot of psychological stuff or analysis. Boy, you'll love it. Read it here, see it in the movies, play it on the phonograph, run it through the sewing machine. A Wild Thing. It was night in the mountains of Kentucky. Wild hills rose on all sides. Swift mountain streams flowed rapidly up and down the mountains. Jemina Tantrum was down at the stream brewing whiskey at the family still. She was a typical mountain girl. Her feet were bare. Her hands, large and powerful, hung down below her knees. Her face showed the ravages of work. Although but 16, she had for over a dozen years been supporting her aged pappy and mappy by brewing mountain whiskey. From time to time she would pause in her task, and, filling a dipper full of the pure, invigorating liquid, would drain it off, then pursue her work with renewed vigor. She would place the rye in the vat, thresh it out with her feet, and in 20 minutes the completed product would be turned out. A sudden cry made her pause in the act of draining a dipper and look up. "Hello," said a voice. It came from a man clad in hunting boots reaching to his neck, who had emerged. "Can you tell me the way to the Tantrum's cabin? Are you uns from the settlement down there?" She pointed her hand to the bottom of the hill, where Louisville lay. She had never been there, but once, before she was born, her great-grandfather, old Gore Tantrum, had gone into the settlements in the company of 2 marshals, and had never come back. So the Tantrums, from generation to generation, had learned to dread civilization. The man was amused. He laughed a light, tinkling laugh, the laugh of a Philadelphian. Something in the ring of it thrilled her. She drank off another dipper of whiskey. "Where is Mr. Tantrum, little girl?" he asked, not without kindness. She raised her foot and pointed her big toe toward the woods. "Thar in the cabin behind those thar pines. Old Tantrum are my old man." The man from the settlements thanked her and strode off. He was fairly vibrant with youth and personality. As he walked along he whistled and sang and turned handsprings and flapjacks, breathing in the fresh, cool air of the mountains. The air around the still was like wine. Jemina Tantrum watched him entranced. No one like him had ever come into her life before. She sat down on the grass and counted her toes. She counted 11. She had learned arithmetic in the mountain school. A Mountain Feud. 10 years before, a lady from the settlements had opened a school on the mountain. Jemina had no money, but she had paid her way in whiskey, bringing a pailful to school every morning and leaving it on Miss Lafarge's desk. Miss Lafarge had died of delirium tremors after a year's teaching, and so Jemina's education had stopped. Across the still stream, still another still was standing. It was that of the Doldrums. The Doldrums and the Tantrums never exchanged calls. They hated each other. 50 years before, old Jem Doldrum and old Jem Tantrum had quarreled in the Tantrum cabin over a game of slapjack. Jem Doldrum had thrown the king of hearts in Jem Tantrum's face, and old Tantrum, enraged, had felled old Doldrum with the 9 of diamonds. Other Doldrums and Tantrums had joined in, and the little cabin was soon filled with flying cards. Harstrum Doldrum, one of the younger Doldrums, lay stretched on the floor writhing in agony, the ace of hearts crammed down his throat. Jem Tantrum, standing in the doorway, ran through suit after suit, his face alight with fiendish hatred. Old Mappy Tantrum stood on the table wetting down the Doldrums with hot whiskey. Old Heck Doldrum, having finally run out of trumps, was backed out of the cabin, striking left and right with his tobacco pouch, and gathering around him the rest of his clan. Then they mounted their steers and galloped furiously home. That night old man Doldrum and his sons, vowing vengeance, had returned, put a tick-tock on the Tantrum window, stuck a pin in the doorbell, and beaten a retreat. A week later the Tantrums had put cod liver oil in the Doldrums' still, and so from year to year the feud had continued, first one family being entirely wiped out, and then the other. The birth of love. Every day little Jemina worked the still on her side of the stream, and Bosco Doldrum worked the still on his side. Sometimes, with automatic inherited hatred, the feudists would throw whiskey at one another, and Jemina would come home smelling like a French table d'hôte. But now Jemina was too thoughtful to look across the stream. How wonderful the stranger had been, and how oddly he was dressed. In her innocent way, she had never believed that there were any civilized settlements at all, and she had put the belief in them down to the credulity of the mountain people. She turned to go up to the cabin, and as she turned something struck her in the neck. It was a sponge thrown by Bosco Doldrum, a sponge soaked in whiskey from his still on the other side of the stream. "Hi there, Bosco Doldrum," she shouted in her deep bass voice. "Yo, Jemina Tantrum, gosh dang yo," he returned. She continued her way to the cabin. The stranger was talking to her father. Gold had been discovered on the Tantrum land, and the stranger, Edgar Edison, was trying to buy the land for a song. He was considering what song to offer. She sat upon her hands and watched him. He was wonderful. When he talked, his lips moved. She sat upon the stove and watched him. Suddenly there came a blood-curdling scream. The Tantrums rushed to the windows. It was the Doldrums. They had hitched their steers to trees and concealed themselves behind the bushes and flowers, and soon a perfect rattle of stones and bricks beat against the windows, bending them inward. "Father, father!" shrieked Jemina. Her father took down his slingshot from his slingshot rack on the wall, and ran his hand lovingly over the elastic band. He stepped to a loophole. Old Mappy Tantrum stepped to the coal-hole. A mountain battle. The stranger was aroused at last. Furious to get at the Doldrums, he tried to escape from the house by crawling up the chimney. Then he thought there might be a door under the bed, but Jemina told him there was not. He hunted for doors under the beds and sofas, but each time Jemina pulled him out and told him there were no doors there. Furious with anger, he beat upon the door and hollered at the Doldrums. They did not answer him, but kept up their fusillade of bricks and stones against the windows. Old Pappy Tantrum knew that just as soon as they were able to effect an aperture, they would pour in, and the fight would be over. Then old Heck Doldrum, foaming at the mouth and expectorating on the ground, left and right, led the attack. The terrific slingshots of Pappy Tantrum had not been without their effect. A master shot had disabled one Doldrum, and another Doldrum, shot almost incessantly through the abdomen, fought feebly on. Nearer and nearer they approached the house. "We must fly!" shouted the stranger to Jemina. "I will sacrifice myself and bear you away." "No!" shouted Pappy Tantrum. his face begrimed. "You stay here and fit on. I will bar Jemina away. I will bar Mappy away. I will bar myself away." The man from the settlements, pale and trembling with anger, turned to Ham Tantrum, who stood at the door throwing loophole after loophole at the advancing Doldrums. "Will you cover the retreat?" But Ham said that he too had Tantrums to bear away, but that he would leave himself here to help the stranger cover the retreat, if he could think of a way of doing it. Soon smoke began to filter through the floor and ceiling. Shem Doldrum had come up and touched a match to old Japhet Tantrum's breath as he leaned from a loophole, and the alcoholic flames shot up on all sides. The whiskey in the bathtub caught fire. The walls began to fall in. Jemina and the man from the settlements looked at each other. "Jemina," he whispered. "Stranger," she answered. "We will die together," he said. "If I had lived, I would have taken you to the city and married you. With your ability to hold liquor, your social status would have been assured." She caressed him idly for a moment, counting her toes softly to herself. The smoke grew thicker. Her left leg was on fire. She was a human alcohol lamp. Their lips met in one long kiss, and then a wall fell on them and blotted them out, as one. When the Doldrums burst through the ring of flame, they found them dead where they had fallen, their arms around each other. Old Jem Doldrum was moved. He took off his hat. He filled it with whiskey and drank it off. "They are dead," he said slowly. "They hankered after each other. The fit is over now. We must not part them." So they threw them together into the stream, and the two splashes they made were as one. End of Jemina the Mountain Girl by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Those Russian Violets by Douglas Shirley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Kaplan. There had been a brilliant reception at the house of Mrs. Adrian Colburn in honor of her guest, a most attractive young woman from the East. The hours were brief, from 5 to 7. I had gone late and left early, but while there had made an engagement with Miss Caddington for the large ball to be given that night by the Boltons. Miss Caddington was a debutante. She had been educated abroad, but had not lost either love of country or naturalness of manner. During the short but fiercely gay season from October to Christmas she had made many friends, and found that 2 or 3 lovers were hard to handle, with much credit to herself or any real happiness to them. She was not painfully conscientious, nor was she an intentional trifler. Therefore she was good at that social game of lead on and hold off. "Call at 9," she said, "and I will be ready." But she was not ready at 9. The room where I waited was most inviting. There were several low couches laden with slumber robes and soft downy pillows, all at sweet enmity with insomnia. The ornaments were few but pleasing to the eye. Art and her handmaiden good taste had decorated the walls. But there was a table, best of all, covered with good books, and before it, drawn in place, an easy-chair. An exquisite china lamp with yellow shade shed all the light that was needed. Everywhere there were feminine signs, touches that were delightful and unmistakable. But from somewhere there came a rich oriental odor. It intoxicated me with its subtle perfume. I picked up after-dinner stories, Balzac, then a translation from Alfred de Musset, an old novel by Wilkie Collins, The Guilty River. But still that mysterious perfume pervaded my senses and unfitted me for the otherwise tempting feast spread before me. I looked at the clock. It was 9:30. I turned again to the table and carelessly reached out for a pair of dainty, pale, tan-colored gloves. Then I seized them eagerly and brushed them against my face. I had found the odor. The gloves were perfumed. They had been worn for the first time to the reception, and had been thrown there into a plate of costly porcelain to await her ladyship's pleasure and do further and final service at the ball. They bore the imprint of her dainty fingers. and they were hardly cold from the touch and the warmth of her pretty white hands. They seemed, as they rested there, like something human, and if they had reached out toward me, or even spoken a word of explanation regarding their highly perfumed selves, I should indeed have been delighted, but neither surprised nor dismayed. But while the gloves did not speak, did not move, something else made mute appeal. Tossed into that same beautiful plate, hidden at first by the gloves, was a very small bunch of Russian violets. Evidently they had been worn to the reception, and while I was wondering if she would wear them to the ball, I heard a light step, the rustle of silken skirts, and I knew that my wait was ended. She looked resplendent in evening dress, and swept toward me with the grace and charm, the ease of a woman of many seasons, instead of one hardly half finished. "Here are your gloves," I said. She quickly drew them on and made them fast with almost a single movement. "And your Russian violets," I added. She looked at them hesitatingly, but slightly shrugged her shoulders, that were bare and gleamed in the half-glow of lamp and fire like moonlight on silvered meadow, and, turning, looked up at me and said, "I am ready at last. Pray pardon my long delay." While we were driving to the ball, I asked her about the perfumed gloves with an odor like sandalwood or attar of roses. She said they had been sent her from Paris, but they were in all the shops, were pleasant, but not rare. She said nothing about the violets, nor did I mention them again. Yielding to an impulse, I had, before we left the house, thrust them into my waistcoat pocket when she had turned to take up the flowing silk of her train. All the evening I could catch the odor of those Russian violets that had been lightly worn, indifferently cast aside, and smothered by those artificial creatures, the perfumed gloves, for they were jealous of the natural fragrance, and would have killed it if they could. All the evening I found myself nervously looking about for Russian violets, but there were none to be seen. Miss Bolton wore violets, but not the deep, dark, wide, and sad-eyed violet known as the Russian. We had a curious talk driving home about the responsibility of human action, hardly the kind of conversation for after the ball. Miss Caddington astonished me by saying that she considered it useless to strive against the current of that which is called destiny, that it was better to yield gracefully than to awkwardly, unsuccessfully struggle against the tide. I was deeply interested, and asked her what she meant, what association of ideas had produced the speech. "For instance," she said, "if a man who fancies himself in love with me deliberately dictates a certain course of action which I do not care to follow, and grows angry with me and finally breaks with me altogether, I certainly do not in any way feel responsible for any of his subsequent movements. Am I right?" In parting with her, and in answer to her question, I made, as we so often make in reply to real questions, a foolish answer. "I will tell you on New Year's night." I drove to the club. I was aglow with my enjoyment of the evening, and wanted to talk it over with some congenial fellow. I found John Hardesty, a man that I had known for many years, and who always seemed to enjoy my rambling accounts, even of a ball. Hardesty was a quiet man, keenly observant of people, but himself free almost entirely from observation. In the financial world he held a clerical but valuable position. In the social world, being a gentleman and a clubman, he was invited everywhere, and being very punctilious about his calls and social obligations, he was always invited again. People, in recounting those who had been at balls, dinners, and the like, always named the guest, then added, "and Hardesty, I believe." No one was ever very sure. He had no intimate friends, and no enemies. He was not noticed enough to inspire dislike. But he was a man of positive opinion, which he generally kept to himself. He had settled convictions, which he never used to unsettle others. I had known him in his old home, Virginia, so perhaps he felt more friendly toward me and talked more freely with me. He was a man of fine sentiment and a sensitive nature. He ought to have been a poet instead of a clerical expert. He was intensely fond of flowers, but never wore them. He used to say it was heresy for a man to wear a flower, and sacrilege for a woman to let them die on her breast. When I told him about those Russian violets, he seemed interested, but when I finished, astonished, and grieved me by yawning in my face, and calmly stating that he considered the story trivial, far-fetched, and, in short, stupid. "There is," he said, "only one thing for us to do, have a drink and go to bed, for the club closes in 10 minutes. He ordered a small bottle of wine, something I had never seen him drink, and talked in a light, nonsensical strain, for him a most unusual thing. In telling the story I had drawn out the little bunch of Russian violets and placed them on the table. They were very much wilted, but the odor seemed stronger and sweeter than ever. When we parted for the night I forgot the violets. The next day, the 29th of December, I did not see John Hardesty, although he was at his office and in the club that night, and insisted on paying his account for December and his dues to April 1st. December 30th he was at his office, where he remained until midnight. He went to his room, which was near the club, and was found by his servant early the next morning, the last of the old year, dead. He was lying on the bed, dressed and at full length. His right hand clenched a pistol, with one empty barrel. Gently closed in his left hand they found a little bunch of faded violets. That was all. Not a line, not a scrap of paper to tell the story. His private letters had been burned, their ashes were heaped upon the hearth. There were no written instructions of any kind, there were no mementos, no keepsakes. Yes, there was a little Bible on the candle-stand at the head of the bed, but it was closed. On the fly-leaf, written in the trembling hand of an old woman, was his name, the word Mother, and the date of a New Year time in old Virginia when he was a boy. There was money, more than enough to cause quarrel and heart-burnings among a few distant relatives in another state, but there was absolutely no record of why he had, with his own hand, torn aside the veil which hangs between life and death. When the others were not there, I slipped into his room and reverently unclosed his fingers and read the story written there, written over and above those Russian violets which she had worn, for they were the same. There they remained. On the lid of his casket we placed a single wreath of Russian violets, but all the strength and all the sweetness came from those dim violets, faded but not dead, shut within the icy cold of his lifeless palm. Miss Caddington and many of those who had known him went to the New Year reception the next night, and chattered and danced and chattered. They spoke lightly of the dead man, how much he was worth, the cut of his dress suit, the quiet simplicity of his funeral, the refusal of one minister to read the office for the dead, and the charity of another, the one who did. And then they forgot him. That New Year's night I sat in my study and thought of the woman who had worn those Russian violets, and asked me if she were right in her ideas about responsibility for human action. Nowadays I frequently see her. She was always charming, sometimes brilliant. Once I said to her, "I have an answer for your question about responsibility." "About responsibility?" she said inquiringly, then quickly added, "Oh yes, that nonsense we talked coming home from the Bolton ball. Never mind your answer. I am sure it is a good one, and perhaps clever, but it is hardly worth while going back so far and for so little. Do you think so? Are you going to the athletic club German next week? No, I am sorry, for as you are one of the few men who do not dance, I always miss a chat with you. Miss Caddington goes everywhere. Her gowns are exquisite, and her flowers are always beautiful and rare, because out of season. But neither in season nor out of season does she ever wear a bunch, no matter how small, of those Russian violets. End of Those Russian Violets by Douglas Shirley.
The Queen of Spades by Alexandra S. Pushkin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was a card party at the rooms of Naramov of the Horse Guards. The long winter night passed away imperceptibly, and it was 5 o'clock in the morning before the company sat down to supper. Those who had won ate with a good appetite. The others sat staring absently at their empty plates. When the champagne appeared, however, the conversation became more animated, and all took part in it. "And how did you fare, Surin?" asked the host. "Oh, I lost as usual. I must confess that I am unlucky. I play Mirandole. I always keep cool. I never allow anything to put me out, and yet I always lose." "And you did not once allow yourself to be tempted to back the red? Your firmness astonishes me." "But what do you think of Hermann?" said one of the guests, pointing to a young engineer. "He has never had a card in his hand in his life. He has never in his life laid a wager, and yet he sits here till 5 o'clock in the morning watching our play." "Play interests me very much," said Hermann, "but I am not in the position to sacrifice the necessary in the hope of winning the superfluous." "Hermann is a German. He's economical, that is all," observed Tomsky. "But if there's one person that I can't understand, it is my grandmother, the Countess Anna Fedotovna." "How so?" inquired the guests. "I cannot understand," continued Tomsky, "how it is that my grandmother does not punt." "What is there remarkable about an old lady of 80 not punting?" said Narumov. "Then you do not know the reason why?" "No, really, haven't the faintest idea. About 60 years ago my grandmother went to Paris, where she created quite a sensation. People used to run after her to catch a glimpse of the Muscovite Venus. Richelieu made love to her, and my grandmother maintains that he almost blew out his brains in consequence of her cruelty. At that time ladies used to play faro. On one occasion at the court she lost a very considerable sum to the Duke of Orleans. On returning home my grandmother removed the patches from her face, took off her hoops, informed my grandfather of her loss at the gaming table, and ordered him to pay the money. My deceased grandfather, as far as I remember, was a sort of house steward to my grandmother. He dreaded her like fire, but on hearing of such a heavy loss he almost went out of his mind. He calculated the various sums she had lost, and pointed out to her that in 6 months she had spent 500,000 francs, that neither their Moscow nor Saratov estates were in Paris, and finally refused point blank to pay the debt. My grandmother gave him a box on the ear and slept by herself as a sign of her displeasure. The next day she sent for her husband, hoping that this domestic punishment had produced an effect upon him, but she found him inflexible. For the first time in her life she entered into reasonings and explanations with him, thinking to be able to convince him by pointing out to him that there are debts and debts, and that there is a great difference between a prince and a coachmaker. But it was all in vain. My grandfather still remained obdurate. But the matter did not rest there. My grandmother didn't know what to do. She had shortly before become acquainted with a very remarkable man. You have heard of Count Saint Germain, about whom so many marvellous stories are told? You know that he represented himself as the Wandering Jew, as the discoverer of the elixir of life, of the philosopher's stone, and so forth. Some laughed at him as a charlatan, but Casanova in his memoirs says that he was a spy. But be that as it may, Saint Germain, in spite of the mystery surrounding him, was a very fascinating person, and was much sought after in the best circles of society. Even to this day my grandmother retains an affectionate recollection of him, and becomes quite angry if anyone speaks disrespectfully of him. My grandfather knew that Saint Germain had large sums of money at his disposal. She resolved to have recourse to him, and she wrote a letter to him asking him to come to her without delay. The queer old man immediately waited upon her, and found her overwhelmed with grief. She described to him, in the blackest colours, the barbarity of her husband, and ended by declaring that her whole hope depended upon his friendship and amiability. Saint Germain reflected. "I could advance you the sum you want," said he, "but I know that you would not rest easy until you had paid me back, and I should not like to bring fresh troubles upon you. But there is another way of getting out of your difficulty. You can win back your money." "But, my dear Count," replied my grandmother, "I tell you that I haven't any money left." "Money is not necessary," replied Saint Germain. "Be pleased to listen to me." Then he revealed to her a secret for which each of us would give a good deal. The young officers listened with increased attention. Tomsky lit his pipe, puffed away for a moment, and then continued. That same evening my grandmother went to Versailles, to the Jeux de la Reine. The Duke of Orleans kept the bank. My grandmother excused herself in an offhand manner for not having yet paid her debt, by inventing some little story, and then began to play against him. She chose 3 cards, and played them one after the other. All 3 won sonika, set of a card when it wins or loses in the quickest possible time, and my grandmother recovered every farthing that she had lost. "Mere chance," said one of the guests. "A tale," observed Hermann. "Perhaps they were marked cards," said a third. "I don't think so," replied Tomsky gravely. "What?" said Narumov. "You have a grandmother who knows how to hit upon 3 lucky cards in succession, and you have never yet succeeded in getting the secret of it out of her?" "That's the deuce of it all," replied Tomsky. "She had 4 sons, one of whom was my father. All 4 were determined gamblers, and yet not to one of them did she ever reveal her secret, although it would not have been a bad thing either for them or for me. But this is what I have heard from my uncle, Count Ivan Ilyitch, and he assured me on his honour that it was true. The late Chaplitzky, the same who died in poverty after having squandered millions, once lost in his youth about 300,000 roubles to Zorich, if I remember rightly. He was in despair. My grandmother, who was always very severe upon the extravagance of young men, took pity, however, upon Chaplitzky. She gave him 3 cards, telling him to play them one after another, at the same time exacting from him a solemn promise that he would never play at cards again as long as he lived. Chaplitzky then went to his victorious opponent, and then began a fresh game. On the first card he staked 50,000 roubles and won sonika. He doubled the stake and won again, till at last, by pursuing the same tactics, he won back more than he had lost. "But it's time to go to bed. It's 6:15 already." And indeed it was already beginning to dawn. The young men emptied their glasses and then took leave of each other. II. The old Countess A. was seated in her dressing-room in front of her looking-glass. 3 waiting-maids stood around her. One held a small pot of rouge, another a box of hairpins, and the third a tall can with bright red ribbons. The Countess had no longer the slightest pretensions to beauty, but she still preserved the habits of her youth, dressed in strict accordance with the fashion of 70 years before, and made as long and as careful a toilette as she would have done 60 years previously. Near the window, at her embroidery frame, sat a young lady, her ward. "Good morning, grandmamma," said a young officer, entering the room. "Bonjour, Mademoiselle Lise." "Grandmamma, I want to ask you something." "What is it, Paul?" "I want you to let me introduce one of my friends to you, and to allow me to bring him to the ball on Friday. Bring him directly to the ball and introduce him to me there. Were you at B.'s yesterday?" "Yes, everything went off very pleasantly, and dancing was kept up until 5 o'clock. How charming Yeletskaya was! But, my dear, what is there charming about her? Isn't she like a grandmother, the Princess Daria Petrovna? By the way, she must be very old, the Princess Daria Petrovna." "How do you mean old?" cried Tomsky thoughtlessly. "She died 7 years ago." The young lady raised her head and made a sign to the young officer. He then remembered that the old Countess was never to be informed of the death of any of her contemporaries, and he bit his lips. The old Countess heard the news with the greatest indifference. "Dead?" said she. "I didn't know it. We were appointed maids of honour at the same time, and we were presented to the Empress." And the Countess for the 100th time related to her grandson one of her anecdotes. "Come, Paul," said she, when she had finished her story, "help me to get up. Lizanka, where is my snuff-box?" And the Countess with her 3 maids went behind a screen to finish her toilette. Tomsky was left alone with the young lady. "Who is the gentleman you wish to introduce to the Countess?" asked Lizaveta Ivanovna in a whisper. "Narumov. Do you know him?" "No. Is he a soldier or a civilian?" "A soldier. Is he in the Engineers?" "No, in the cavalry. What made you think he was in the Engineers?" The young lady smiled, but made no reply. "Paul," cried the Countess from behind the screen, "send me some new novel, only pray don't let it be one of the present-day style." "What do you mean, grandmother?" "That is, a novel in which the hero strangles neither his father nor his mother, and in which there are no drowned bodies. I have a great horror of drowned persons. There are no such novels nowadays. Would you like a Russian one?" "Are there any Russian novels? Send me one, dear, pray send me one." "Good-bye, grandmother, I'm in a hurry. Good-bye, Lizaveta Ivanovna. What made you think that Narumov was in the Engineers?" And Tomsky left the boudoir. Lizaveta Ivanovna was left alone. She laid aside her work and began to look out the window. A few moments afterwards, at a corner house on the other side of the street, a young officer appeared. A deep blush covered her cheeks. She took up her work again and bent her head down over the frame. At the same moment the Countess returned completely dressed. "Order the carriage, Lizaveta," said she. "We will go out for a drive." Lizaveta arose from the frame and began to arrange her work. "What is the matter with you, my child? Are you deaf?" cried the Countess. "Order the carriage to get ready at once." "I will do so this moment," replied the young lady, hastening into the ante-room. A servant entered and gave the Countess some books from Prince Paul Alexandrovitch. "Tell him that I am much obliged to him," said the Countess. "Lizaveta, Lizaveta, where are you running to?" "I am going to dress." "There's plenty of time, my dear. Sit down here, open the first volume, and read to me aloud." Her companion took the book and read a few lines. "Louder," said the Countess. "What's the matter with you, my child? Have you lost your voice? Wait, give me that footstool. A little nearer, that will do." Lizaveta read 2 more pages. The Countess yawned. "Put the book down," said she. "What a lot of nonsense! Send it back to Prince Paul with my thanks. But where is the carriage?" "The carriage is ready," said Lizaveta, looking out into the street. "How is it that you are not dressed?" said the Countess. "I must always wait for you. It's intolerable, my dear." Liza hastened to her room. She had not been there 2 minutes before the Countess began to ring with all her might. The 3 waiting maids came running in at one door and the valet at another. "How is it that you cannot hear me when I ring for you?" said the Countess. "Tell Lizaveta Ivanovna that I am waiting for her." Lizaveta returned with her hat and cloak on. "At last you're here," said the Countess. "But why such an elaborate toilette? Whom do you intend to captivate? What sort of weather is it? It seems rather windy." "No, your ladyship, it's very calm," replied the valet. "You never think of what you're talking about. Open the window. So it is, windy and bitterly cold. Unharness the horse. Lizaveta, we won't go out. There was no need for you to deck yourself like that." "What a life is mine!" thought Lizaveta Ivanovna. And in truth Lizaveta Ivanovna was a very unfortunate creature. "The bread of the stranger is bitter," said Dante, "and his staircase hard to climb." But who can know what the bitterness of dependence is so well as the poor companion of an old lady of quality? The Countess A. had by no means a bad heart, but she was capricious, like a woman who had been spoilt by the world, as well as being avaricious and egotistical, like all old people who have seen their best days, and whose thoughts are with the past and not on the present. She participated in all the vanities of the great world, went to balls where she sat in a corner, painted and dressed in old-fashioned style, like a deformed but indispensable ornament of the ballroom. All the guests on entering approached her and made a profound bow, as if in accordance with a set ceremony, but after that nobody took any further notice of her. She received the whole town at her house, and observed the strictest etiquette, although she could no longer recognize the faces of people. Her numerous domestics, growing fat and old in her antechamber and servants' hall, did just as they liked, and vied with each other in robbing the aged Countess in the most barefaced manner. Lizaveta Ivanovna was the martyr of the household. She made tea and was reproached with using too much sugar. She read novels aloud to the Countess, and the faults of the author were visited upon her head. She accompanied the Countess in her walks, and was answerable for the weather or the state of the pavement. A salary was attached to her post, but she very rarely received it. Although she was expected to dress like everyone else, that is to say, like very few indeed, in the society she played the most pitiable role. Everybody knew her, and nobody paid attention to her. At balls she danced only when a partner was wanted, and ladies would only take hold of her arm when it was necessary to lead her out of the room to attend to their dresses. She was very self-conscious, and felt her position keenly, and she looked about her with impatience for a deliverer to come to her rescue. But the young men, calculating in their giddiness, honoured her with but very little attention, although Lizaveta Ivanovna was 100 times prettier than the bare-faced and cold-hearted marriageable girls around whom they hovered. Many a time did she quietly slink away from the glittering but wearisome drawing-room to go and cry in her own poor little room, in which stood a screen, a chest of drawers, a looking-glass, and a painted bedstead, and where a tallow candle burnt feebly in a copper candlestick. One morning, this was about 2 days after the evening party, described at the beginning of this story, and a week previous to the scene at which we have just assisted, Lizaveta Ivanovna was seated near the window at her embroidery frame, when, happening to look out into the street, she caught sight of a young engineer officer, standing motionless with his eyes fixed upon her window. She lowered her head and went on again with her work. About 5 minutes afterwards she looked out again. The young officer was still standing in the same place. Not being in the habit of coquetting with passing officers, she did not continue to gaze out into the street, but went on sewing for a couple of hours without raising her head. Dinner was announced. She rose up and began to put her embroidery away, but glancing casually out the window, she perceived the officer again. After dinner she went to the window with a certain feeling of uneasiness, but the officer was no longer there, and she thought no more about him. A couple of days afterwards, just as she was stepping into the carriage with the Countess, she saw him again. He was standing close behind the door, with his face half concealed by his fur collar, but his dark eyes sparkled beneath his cap. Lizaveta felt alarmed, though she knew not why, and she trembled as she seated herself in the carriage. On returning home she hastened to the window. The officer was standing in his accustomed place with his eyes fixed upon her. She drew back, a prey to curiosity, and agitated by a feeling which was quite new to her. From that time forward not a day passed without the young officer making his appearance under the window at the customary hour, and between him and her there was established a sort of mute acquaintance. Sitting in her place at work, she used to feel his approach, and raising her head, she would look at him longer and longer each day. The young man seemed to be very grateful to her. She saw with the sharp eye of youth how a sudden flush covered his pale cheeks each time their glances met. After about a week she commenced to smile at him. When Tomsky asked permission of his grandmother, the Countess, to present one of his friends to her, the young girl's heart beat violently. But hearing that Narumov was not an engineer, she regretted that by her thoughtless question she had betrayed her secret to the volatile Tomsky. Hermann was the son of a German who had become a naturalized Russian, and from whom he had inherited a small capital. Being firmly convinced of the necessity of preserving his independence, Hermann did not touch his private income, but lived on his pay without allowing himself the slightest luxury. Moreover, he was reserved and ambitious, and his companions rarely had an opportunity of making merry at the expense of his extreme parsimony. He had strong passions and an ardent imagination, but his firmness of disposition preserved him from the ordinary errors of young men. Thus, though a gamester at heart, he never touched a card, for he considered his position did not allow him, as he said, to risk the necessary in hope of winning the superfluous. Yet he would sit for nights together at the card-table and follow with feverish anxiety the different turns of the game. The story of the 3 cards had produced a powerful impression upon his imagination, and all night long he could think of nothing else. If, he thought to himself the following evening, as he walked along the streets of St. Petersburg, if the old Countess would but reveal her secret to me, if she would only tell me the names of the 3 winning cards, why should I not try my fortune? I must get introduced to her and win her favour, become her lover. But all that will take time, and she is 87 years old. She might be dead in a week, in a couple of days even. But the story itself, can it really be true? No. Economy, temperance, and industry, those are my 3 winning cards. By means of them I shall be able to double my capital, increase it 7-fold, and procure myself ease and independence. Musing in this manner, he walked on until he found himself in one of the principal streets of St. Petersburg, in front of a house of antiquated architecture. The street was blocked with equipages. Carriages, one after the other, drew up in front of the brilliantly illuminated doorway. At one moment there stepped out onto the pavement the well-shaped little foot of some young beauty, at another the heavy boot of a cavalry officer, and then the silk stockings and shoes of a member of the diplomatic world. Furs and cloaks passed in rapid succession before the gigantic porter at the entrance. Hermann stopped. "Whose house is this?" he asked of the watchman at the corner. "The Countess A.'s," replied the watchman. Hermann started. The strange story of the 3 cards again presented itself to his imagination. He began walking up and down before the house, thinking of its owner and her strange secret. Returning late to his modest lodging, he could not go to sleep for a long time, and when at last he did doze off, he could dream of nothing but cards, green tables, piles of banknotes, and heaps of ducats. He played one card after another, winning uninterruptedly, and then he gathered up the gold and filled his pockets with the notes. When he woke up late the next morning, he sighed over the loss of his imaginary wealth, and then sallying out into the town, he found himself once more in front of the Countess's residence. Some unknown power seemed to have attracted him thither. He stopped and looked up at the windows. At one of these he saw a head with luxuriant black hair, which was bent down, probably over some book or an embroidery frame. The head was raised. Hermann saw a fresh complexion and a pair of dark eyes. That moment decided his fate. Part 3. Lizaveta Ivanovna had scarcely taken off her hat and cloak when the Countess sent for her and again ordered her to get the carriage ready. The vehicle drew up before the door, and they prepared to take their seats. Just at that moment, when 2 footmen were assisting the old lady to enter the carriage, Lizaveta saw her engineer standing close beside the wheel. He grasped her hand. Alarm caused her to lose her presence of mind, and the young man disappeared, but not before he had left a letter between her fingers. She concealed it in her glove, and during the whole of the drive she neither saw nor heard anything. It was the custom of the Countess, when out for an airing in her carriage, to be constantly asking such questions as, "Who was that person that met us just now? What is the name of this bridge? What is written on that signboard?" On this occasion, however, Lizaveta returned such vague and absurd answers that the Countess became angry with her. "What is the matter with you, my dear?" she exclaimed. "Have you taken leave of your senses? Or what is it? Do you not hear me or understand what I say? Heaven be thanked, I am still in my right mind and speak plainly enough." Lizaveta Ivanovna did not hear. On returning home she ran to her room and drew the letter out of her glove. It was not sealed. Lizaveta read it. The letter contained a declaration of love. It was tender, respectful, and copied word for word from a German novel. But Lizaveta did not know anything of the German language, and she was quite delighted. For all that, the letter caused her to feel exceedingly uneasy. For the first time in her life she was entering into secret and confidential relations with a young man. His boldness alarmed her. She reproached herself for her imprudent behaviour, and knew not what to do. Should she cease to sit at the window, and by assuming an appearance of indifference towards him, put a check upon the young officer's desire for further acquaintance with her? Should she send his letter back to him, or should she answer him in a cold and decided manner? There was nobody to whom she could turn in her perplexity, for she had neither female friend nor adviser. At length she resolved to reply to him. She sat down at her little writing table, took pen and paper, and began to think. Several times she began her letter, and then tore it up. The way she had expressed herself seemed to be either too inviting or too cold and decisive. At last she succeeded in writing a few lines with which she felt satisfied. "I am convinced," she wrote, "that your intentions are honourable, and that you do not wish to offend me by any imprudent behaviour. But our acquaintance must not begin in such a manner. I return you your letter, and I hope that I shall never have any cause to complain of this undeserved slight." The next day, as soon as Hermann made his appearance, Lizaveta rose from her embroidery, went into the drawing room, opened the ventilator, and threw the letter into the street, trusting that the young officer would have the perception to pick it up. Hermann hasted forward, picked it up, and then repaired to a confectioner's shop. Breaking the seal of the envelope, he found inside it his own letter and Lizaveta's reply. He had expected this, and he returned home, his mind deeply occupied with its intrigue. 3 days afterwards, a bright-eyed young girl from a milliner's establishment brought Lizaveta a letter. Lizaveta opened it with great uneasiness, fearing that it was a demand for money, when suddenly she recognized Hermann's handwriting. "You've made a mistake, my dear," said she. "This letter's not for me." "Oh, yes, it's for you," replied the girl, smiling very knowingly. "Have the goodness to read it." Lizaveta glanced at the letter. Hermann requested an interview. "It cannot be," she cried, alarmed at the audacious request, and the manner in which it was made. "This letter is certainly not for me," and she tore it into fragments. "If the letter was not for you, why have you torn it up?" said the girl. "I should have given it back to the person who sent it." "Be good enough, my dear," said Lizaveta, disconcerted by this remark, "not to bring me any more letters for the future, and tell the person who sent you that he ought to be ashamed." But Hermann was not the man to be thus put off. Every day Lizaveta received from him a letter, sent now in this way, now in that. They were no longer translated from the German. Hermann wrote them under the inspiration of passion, and spoke in his own language, and they bore full testimony to the inflexibility of his desire and the disordered condition of his uncontrollable imagination. Lizaveta no longer thought of sending them back to him. She became intoxicated with them, and began to reply to them, and little by little her answers became longer and more affectionate. At last she threw out of the window to him the following letter: "This evening there is going to be a ball at the Embassy. The Countess will be there. We shall remain until 2 o'clock. You have now an opportunity of seeing me alone. As soon as the Countess is gone, the servants will very probably go out, and there will be nobody left but the Swiss, but he usually goes to sleep in his lodge. Come about 11:30. Walk straight upstairs. If you meet anybody in the ante-room, ask if the Countess is at home. You will be told no, in which case there will be nothing left for you to do but to go away again. But it is most probable that you will meet nobody. The maidservants will all be together in one room. On leaving the ante-room, turn to the left and walk straight on until you reach the Countess's bedroom. In the bedroom, behind a screen, you will find 2 doors. The one on the right leads to a cabinet, which the Countess never enters. The one on the left leads to a corridor, at the end of which is a little winding staircase. This leads to my room." Hermann trembled like a tiger as he waited for the appointed time to arrive. At 10 o'clock in the evening he was already in front of the Countess's house. The weather was terrible. The wind blew with great violence, the sleety snow fell in large flakes. The lamps emitted a feeble light. The street was deserted. From time to time a sledge, drawn by a sorry-looking hack, passed by, on the lookout for a belated passenger. Hermann was enveloped in a thick overcoat, and felt neither wind nor snow. At last the Countess's carriage drew up. Hermann saw 2 footmen carry out in their arms the bent form of the old lady wrapped in sable fur, and immediately behind her, clad in a warm mantle, and with her head ornamented with a wreath of fresh flowers, followed Lizaveta. The door was closed, the carriage rolled away heavily through the yielding snow, the porter shut the screen door, the windows became dark. Hermann began walking up and down near the deserted house. At length he stopped under a lamp and glanced at his watch. It was 20 minutes past 11. He remained standing under the lamp, his eyes fixed upon the watch, impatiently waiting for the remaining minutes to pass. At 11:30 precisely, Hermann ascended the steps of the house and made his way into the brightly illuminated vestibule. The porter was not there. Hermann hastily ascended the staircase, opened the door of the ante-room, and saw a footman sitting asleep in an antique chair by the side of a lamp. With a light, firm step, Hermann passed by him. The drawing-room and dining-room were in darkness, but a feeble reflection penetrated thither from the lamp in the ante-room. Hermann reached the Countess's bedroom. Before a shrine which was full of old images, a golden lamp was burning. Faded stuffed chairs and divans with soft cushions stood in melancholy symmetry around the room, the walls of which were hung with China silk. On one side of the room hung 2 portraits painted in Paris by Madame Lebrun. One of these represented a stout, red-faced man of about 40 years of age, in a bright green uniform and with a star upon his breast. The other, a beautiful young woman, with an aquiline nose, forehead curls, and a rose in her powdered hair. In the corners stood porcelain shepherds and shepherdesses, dining-room clocks from the workshop of the celebrated Lefroy, band-boxes, roulettes, fans, and the various playthings for the amusement of ladies that were in vogue at the end of the last century, when Montgolfier's balloons and Mesmer's magnetism were the rage. Hermann stepped behind the screen. At the back of it stood a little iron bedstead. On the right was the door which led to the cabinet, on the left the other which led to the corridor. He opened the latter and saw the little winding staircase which led to the room of the poor companion, but he retraced his steps and entered the dark cabinet. Time passed slowly, all was still. The clock in the drawing-room struck 12. The strokes echoed through the room one after the other, and everything was quiet again. Hermann stood leaning against the cold stove. He was calm. His heart beat regularly, like that of a man resolved upon a dangerous but inevitable undertaking. 1 o'clock in the morning struck, then 2, and he heard the distant noise of carriage wheels. An involuntary agitation took possession of him. The carriage drew near and stopped. He heard the sound of the carriage steps being let down. All was bustle within the house. The servants were running hither and thither. There was a confusion of voices, and the rooms were lit up. 3 antiquated chambermaids entered the room, and they were shortly afterwards followed by the Countess, who, more dead than alive, sank into a Voltaire armchair. Hermann peeped through a chink. Lizaveta Ivanovna passed close by him, and he heard her hurried steps as she hastened up the little spiral staircase. For a moment his heart was assailed by something like a pricking of conscience. But the emotion was only transitory, and his heart became petrified as before. The Countess began to undress before her looking-glass. Her rose-bedecked cap was taken off, and then her powdered wig was removed from her white and closely cut hair. Hairpins fell in showers around her, Her yellow satin dress, brocaded with silver, fell down at her swollen feet. Hermann was a witness of the repugnant mysteries of her toilette. At last the Countess was in her nightcap and dressing gown, and in this costume, more suitable to her age, she appeared less hideous and deformed. Like all old people in general, the Countess suffered from sleeplessness. Having undressed, she seated herself at the window in a Voltaire armchair and dismissed her maids. The candles were taken away, and once more the room was left with only one lamp burning in it. The Countess sat there looking quite yellow, mumbling with her flaccid lips and swaying to and fro. Her dull eyes expressed complete vacancy of mind, and looking at her one would have thought that the rocking of her body was not a voluntary action of her own, but was produced by the action of some concealed galvanic mechanism. Suddenly the death-like face assumed an inexplicable expression. The lips ceased to tremble, the eyes became animated. Before the Countess stood an unknown man. "Do not be alarmed, for heaven's sake, do not be alarmed," said he in a low but distinct voice. "I have no intention of doing you any harm. I have only come to ask a favour of you." The old woman looked at him in silence, as if she had not heard what he had said. Hermann thought that she was deaf, and bending down towards her ear, he repeated what he had said. The aged Countess remained silent as before. "You can ensure the happiness of my life," continued Hermann, "and it will cost you nothing. I know that you can name 3 cards in order." Hermann stopped. The Countess appeared now to understand what he wanted. She seemed as if seeking for words to reply. "It was a joke," she replied at last. "I assure you it was only a joke." "There's no joking about the matter," replied Hermann angrily. "Remember Chaplitzky, whom you helped to win." The Countess became visibly uneasy. Her features expressed strong emotion, but they quickly resumed their former immobility. "Can you not name me these 3 winning cards?" continued Hermann. The Countess remained silent. Hermann continued: "For whom are you preserving your secret? For your grandsons? They are rich enough without it. They do not know the worth of money. Your cards would be of no use to a spendthrift. He who cannot preserve his paternal inheritance will die in want, even though he had a demon at his service. I am not a man of that sort. I know the value of money. Your 3 cards will not be thrown away upon me. Come!" He paused, and trembling awaited her reply. The Countess remained silent. Hermann fell upon his knees. "If your heart has ever known the feeling of love," said he, "if you remember its rapture, if you have ever smiled at the cry of your newborn child, if any human feeling has ever entered into your breast, I entreat you, by the feelings of a wife, a lover, a mother, by all that is most sacred in life, not to reject my prayer. Reveal to me your secret. Of what use is it to you? Maybe it is connected with some terrible sin, with the loss of eternal salvation, with some bargain with the devil. Reflect, you are old, you have not long to live. I am ready to take your sins upon my soul. Only reveal to me your secret. Remember that the happiness of a man is in your hands, that not only I, but my children and grandchildren will bless your memory and reverence you as a saint." The old Countess answered not a word. Hermann rose to his feet. "You old hag," he exclaimed, grinding his teeth, "then I will make you answer." And with these words he drew a pistol from his pocket. At the sight of the pistol, the Countess, for the second time, exhibited strong emotion. She shook her head and raised her hands as if to protect herself from the shot. Then she fell backwards and remained motionless. "Come, an end to this childish nonsense," said Hermann, taking hold of her hand. "I ask you for the last time, will you tell me the names of your 3 cards, or will you not?" The Countess made no reply. Hermann perceived that she was dead. Part 4. Lizaveta Ivanovna was sitting in her room, still in her ball dress, lost in deep thought. On returning home she had hastily dismissed the chambermaid, who very reluctantly came forward to assist her, saying that she would undress herself, and with a trembling heart had gone up to her own room, expecting to find Hermann there, but yet hoping not to find him. At the first glance she convinced herself that he was not there, and she thanked her fate for having prevented him keeping the appointment. She sat down without undressing, and began to recall to mind all the circumstances which in so short a time had carried her so far. It was not 3 weeks since the time when she first saw the young officer from the window, and yet she was already in correspondence with him, and he had succeeded in inducing her to grant him a nocturnal interview. She knew his name only through his having written it at the bottom of some letters. She had never spoken to him, had never heard his voice, and had never heard him spoken of until that evening. But strange to say, that very evening at the ball, Tomsky, being piqued with the young Princess Pauline N., who, contrary to her usual custom, did not flirt with him, wished to revenge himself by assuming an air of indifference. He therefore engaged Lizaveta Ivanovna, and danced an endless mazurka with her. During the whole time he kept teasing her about her partiality for engineer officers. He assured her that he knew far more than she imagined, and some of his jests were so happily aimed that Lizaveta thought several times that her secret was known to him. "From whom have you learned all this?" she asked, smiling. "From a friend of a person very well known to you," replied Tomsky, "from a very distinguished man." "And who is this distinguished man?" "His name is Hermann." Lizaveta made no reply, but her hands and feet lost all sense of feeling. "This Hermann," continued Tomsky, "is a man of romantic personality. He has the profile of a Napoleon and the soul of a Mephistopheles. I believe that he has at least 3 crimes upon his conscience. How pale you have become!" "I have a headache. But what did this Hermann, or whatever his name is, tell you?" "Hermann is very much dissatisfied with his friend. He says that in his place he would act very differently. I even think that Hermann himself has designs upon you. At least he listens very attentively to all that his friend has to say about you." "And where has he seen me? In church, perhaps, or on the parade?" "God alone knows where. It may have been in your room while you were asleep, for there is nothing that he..." 3 ladies approaching him with the question, "Oubliez-vous regret?" interrupted the conversation, which had become so tantalizingly interesting to Lizaveta. The lady chosen by Tomsky was the Princess Pauline herself. She succeeded in effecting a reconciliation with him during the numerous turns of the dance, after which he conducted her to a chair. On returning to his place, Tomsky thought no more either of Hermann or Lizaveta. She longed to renew the interrupted conversation, but the mazurka came to an end, and shortly afterwards the old Countess took her departure. Tomsky's words were nothing more than the customary small talk of the dance, but they sank deep into the soul of the young dreamer. The portrait sketched by Tomsky coincided with the picture she had formed within her own mind, and thanks to the latest romances, the ordinary countenance of her admirer became invested with attributes capable of alarming her and fascinating her imagination at the same time. She was now sitting with her bare arms crossed, and with her head, still adorned with flowers, sunk upon her uncovered bosom. Suddenly the door opened, and Hermann entered. She shuddered. "Where were you?" she asked in a terrified whisper. "In the old Countess's bedroom," replied Hermann. "I have just left her. The Countess is dead." "My God, what do you say?" "And I am afraid," added Hermann, "that I am the cause of her death." Lizaveta looked at him, and Tomsky's words found an echo in her soul. This man has at least 3 crimes upon his conscience. Hermann sat down by the window near her, and related all that had happened. Lizaveta listened to him in terror. So all these passionate letters, those ardent desires, this bold, obstinate pursuit, all this was not love. Money, that was what his soul yearned for. She could not satisfy his desire and make him happy. The poor girl had been nothing but the blind tool of a robber, of the murderer of her aged benefactress. She wept bitter tears of agonized repentance. Hermann gazed at her in silence. His heart, too, was a prey to violent emotion, but neither the tears of the poor girl, nor the wonderful charm of her beauty, enhanced by her grief, could produce any impression upon his hardened soul. He felt no pricking of conscience at the thought of the dead old woman. One thing only grieved him: the irreparable loss of the secret from which he had expected to obtain great wealth. "You are a monster," said Lizaveta at last. "I did not wish for her death," replied Hermann. "My pistol was not loaded." Both remained silent. The day began to dawn. Lizaveta extinguished her candle. A pale light illumined her room. She wiped her tear-stained eyes and raised them towards Hermann. He was sitting near the window with his arms crossed and a fierce frown upon his forehead. In this attitude he bore a striking resemblance to the portrait of Napoleon. This resemblance struck Lizaveta even. "How shall I get you out of the house?" said she at last. "I thought of conducting you down the secret staircase, but in that case it would be necessary to go through the Countess's bedroom, and I am afraid. Tell me how to find this secret staircase. I'll go alone." Lizaveta arose, took from her drawer a key, handed it to Hermann, and gave him the necessary instructions. Hermann pressed her cold, limp hand, kissed her bowed head, and left the room. He descended the winding staircase, and once more entered the Countess's bedroom. The dead old lady sat as if petrified. Her face expressed profound tranquillity. Hermann stopped before her, and gazed long and earnestly at her, as if he wished to convince himself of the terrible reality. At last he entered the cabinet, felt behind the tapestry for the door, and then began to descend the dark staircase, filled with strange emotions. Down this very staircase, thought he, perhaps coming from the very same room, and at this very same hour 60 years ago, there may have glided, in an embroidered coat, with his hair dressed, a l'oiseau royal, and pressing to his heart his 3-cornered hat, some young gallant who has long been mouldering in the grave. But the heart of his aged mistress had only today ceased to beat. At the bottom of this staircase Hermann found a door, which he opened with a key, and then traversed a corridor which conducted him into the street. Part 5. 3 days after the fatal night, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Hermann repaired to the convent of, where the last honours were to be paid to the mortal remains of the old Countess. Although feeling no remorse, he could not altogether stifle the voice of conscience, which said to him, "You are the murderer of an old woman." In spite of his entertaining very little religious belief, he was exceedingly superstitious, and believing that the dead Countess might exercise an evil influence on his life, he resolved to be present at her obsequies, in order to implore her pardon. The church was full. It was with difficulty that Hermann made his way through the crowd. The coffin was placed upon a rich catafalque beneath a velvet baldachin. The deceased Countess lay within it with her hands crossed upon her breast, with a lace cap upon her head, and dressed in a white satin robe. Above the catafalque stood the members of the household, the servants in black caftans, with armorial ribbons upon their shoulders, and candles in their hands, the relatives, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in deep mourning. Nobody wept. Tears would have been une affectation. The Countess was so old that her death could have surprised nobody, and her relatives had long looked upon her as being out of the world. A famous preacher pronounced the funeral sermon. In simple and touching words he described the peaceful passing away of the righteous, who would pass long years in calm preparation for a Christian end. "The angel of death found her," said the orator, "engaged in pious meditation and waiting for the midnight bridegroom." The service concluded amidst profound silence. The relatives went first to take farewell of the corpse. Then followed the numerous guests who had come to render the last homage to her who for so many years had been a participator in their frivolous amusements. After these followed the members of the Countess's household. The last of these was an old woman of the same age as the deceased. Two young women led her forward by the hand. She had not the strength enough to bow down to the ground. She merely shed a few tears and kissed the cold hand of the mistress. Hermann now resolved to approach the coffin. He knelt down upon the cold stones and remained in that position for some minutes. At last he arose, as pale as the deceased Countess herself. He ascended the steps of the catafalque and bent over the corpse. At that moment it seemed to him that the dead woman darted a mocking look at him and winked with one eye. Hermann started back, took a false step, and fell to the ground. Several persons hurried forward and raised him up. At that same moment Lizaveta Ivanovna was borne fainting into the porch of the church. This episode disturbed for some minutes the solemnity of the gloomy ceremony. Among the congregation arose a deep murmur, and a tall, thin chamberlain, a near relative of the deceased, whispered in the ear of an Englishman who was standing near him that the young officer was a natural son of the Countess, to which the Englishman coldly replied, "Oh." During the whole of that day Hermann was strangely excited. Repairing to an out-of-the-way restaurant to dine, he drank a great deal of wine, contrary to his usual custom, in the hope of deadening his inward agitation. But the wine only served to excite his imagination still more. On returning home he threw himself upon his bed without undressing, and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up it was already night, and the moon was shining into the room. He looked at his watch. It was 2:45. Sleep had left him. He sat down upon his bed and thought of the funeral of the old Countess. At that moment somebody in the street looked in at his window and immediately passed on again. Hermann paid no attention to this incident. A few moments afterwards he heard the door of his ante-room open. Hermann thought that it was his orderly, drunk as usual, returning from some nocturnal expedition. But presently he heard footsteps that were unknown to him. Somebody was walking softly over the floor in slippers. The door opened, and a woman dressed in white entered the room. Hermann mistook her for his old nurse, and wondered what could bring her there at that hour of the night. But the white woman glided rapidly across the room and stood before him, and Hermann recognized the Countess. "I have come to you against my wish," she said in a firm voice, "but I have been ordered to grant your request. 3-7 ace will win for you if played in succession, but only on these conditions: that you do not play more than one card in 24 hours, and that you never play again during the rest of your life. I forgive you my death on condition that you marry my companion, Lizaveta Ivanovna." With these words she turned around very quietly, walked with a shuffling gait towards the door, and disappeared. Hermann heard the street door open and shut, and again he saw someone looking at him through the window. For a long time Hermann could not recover himself. He then rose up and entered the room. His orderly was lying asleep upon the floor, and he had much difficulty in waking him. The orderly was drunk as usual, and no information could be obtained from him. The street door was locked. Hermann returned to his room, lit his candle, and wrote down all the details of his vision. Part 6. Two fixed ideas can no more exist together in the moral world than two bodies can occupy one and the same place in the physical world. 3-7 ace soon drove out of Hermann's mind the thought of the dead Countess. 3-7 ace were perpetually running through his head and continually being repeated by his lips. If he saw a young girl he would say, "How slender she is, quite like the 3 of hearts." If anybody asked, "What is the time?" he would reply, 5 minutes to 7. Every stout man that he saw reminded him of the ace. 3-7 ace haunted him in his sleep, and assumed all possible shapes. The 3s bloomed before in the forms of magnificent flowers, the 7s were represented by Gothic portals, and the aces became transformed into gigantic spiders. One thought alone occupied his whole mind: to make a profitable use of the secret which he had purchased so dearly. He thought of applying for a furlough so as to travel abroad. He wanted to go to Paris and tempt fortune in some of the public gambling houses that abounded there. Chance spared him all this trouble. There was in Moscow a society of rich gamesters, presided over by the celebrated Chekalinsky, who had passed all his life at the card table and had amassed millions, accepting bills of exchange for his winnings and paying his losses in ready money. His long experience secured for him the confidence of his companions, and his open house, his famous cook, and his agreeable and fascinating manners gained for him the respect of the public. He came to St. Petersburg. The young men of the capital flocked to his rooms, forgetting balls for cards, and preferring the emotions of faro to the seductions of flirting. Narumov conducted Hermann to Chekalinsky's residence. They passed through a suite of magnificent rooms, filled with attentive domestics. The place was crowded. Generals and privy councillors were playing at whist. Young men were lolling carelessly upon the velvet-covered sofas, eating ices and smoking pipes. In the drawing-room, at the head of a long table, around which were assembled about a score of players, sat the master of the house, keeping his bank. He was a man of about 60 years of age, of a very dignified appearance. His head was covered with silvery white hair, his full florid countenance expressed a good nature, and his eyes twinkled with a perpetual smile. Narumov introduced Hermann to him. Chekalinsky shook him by the hand in a friendly manner, requesting him not to stand on ceremony, and then went on dealing. The game occupied some time. On the table lay more than 30 cards. Chekalinsky paused after each throw, in order to give the players time to arrange their cards and note down their losses, listened politely to their requests, and more politely still, put straight the corners of cards that some players' hands had chanced to bend. At last the game was finished. Chekalinsky shuffled the cards and prepared to deal again. "Will you allow me to take a card?" said Hermann, stretching out his hand from behind a stout gentleman who was punting. Chekalinsky smiled and bowed silently, as a sign of acquiescence. Narumov laughingly congratulated Hermann on his abjuration of that abstention from cards which he had practised for so long a period, and wished him a lucky beginning. "Stake," said Hermann, writing some figures with the chalk on the back of his card. "How much?" asked the baker, contracting the muscles of his eyes. "Excuse me, I cannot see quite clearly." 47,000 roubles, replied Hermann. At these words, every head in the room turned suddenly around, and all eyes were fixed on Hermann. "He's taken leave of his senses," thought Narumov. "Allow me to inform you," said Chekalinsky, with his eternal smile, "that you are playing very high. Nobody here has ever staked more than 275 roubles at once." "Very well," replied Hermann, "but do you accept my card or not?" Chekalinsky bowed in token of consent. "I only wish to observe," said he, "that although I have the greatest confidence in my friends, I can only play against ready money. For my own part, I am quite convinced that your word is sufficient, but for the sake of the order of the game, and to facilitate the reckoning up, I must ask you to put the money on your card." Hermann drew from his pocket a banknote and handed it to Chekalinsky, who, after examining it in a cursory manner, placed it on Hermann's card. He began to deal. On the right a 9 turned up, and on the left a 3. "I have won," said Hermann, showing his card. A murmur of astonishment rose among the players. Chekalinsky frowned, but the smile quickly returned to his face. "Do you wish me to settle with you?" he said to Hermann. "If you please," replied the latter. Chekalinsky drew from his pocket a number of banknotes, and paid at once. Hermann took up his money and left the table. Narumov could not recover from his astonishment. Hermann drank a glass of lemonade and returned home. The next evening he again repaired to Chekalinsky's. The host was dealing. Hermann walked up to the table. The punters immediately made room for him. Chekalinsky greeted him with a gracious bow. Hermann waited for the next deal, took a card and placed upon it his 47,000 roubles, together with his winnings of the previous evening. Chekalinsky began to deal. A knave turned up on the right, a 7 on the left. Hermann showed his 7. There was a general exclamation. Chekalinsky was evidently ill at ease, but he counted out the 94,000 roubles and handed them over to Hermann, pocketed them in the coolest manner possible, and immediately left the house. The next evening Hermann appeared again at the table. Every one was expecting him. The generals and the privy councillors left their whist in order to watch such extraordinary play. The young officers quitted their sofas, and even the servants crowded into the room. All pressed around Hermann. The other players left off punting, impatient to see how it would end. Hermann stood at the table and prepared to play alone against the pale, but still smiling, Chekalinsky. Each opened a pack of cards. Chekalinsky shuffled. Hermann took a card and covered it with a pile of banknotes. It was like a duel. Deep silence reigned around. Chekalinsky began to deal. His hands trembled. On the right a queen turned up, and on the left an ace. "Ace has won," cried Hermann, showing his card. "Your queen has lost," said Chekalinsky politely. Hermann started. Instead of an ace, there lay before him the queen of spades. He could not believe his eyes, nor could he understand how he had made such a mistake. At that moment it seemed to him that the queen of spades smiled ironically and winked her eye at him. He was struck by her remarkable resemblance. "The old Countess!" he exclaimed, seized with terror. Chekalinsky gathered up his winnings. For some time Hermann remained perfectly motionless. When at last he left the table, there was a general commotion in the room. "Splendidly punted," said the players. Chekalinsky shuffled the cards afresh, and the game went on as usual. Hermann went out of his mind, and is now confined in room number 17 of the Opakov hospital. He never answers any questions, but he constantly mutters with usual rapidity, 3-7 ace, 3-7 queen. Lizaveta Ivanovna has married a very amiable young man, a son of the former steward of the old countess. He is in the service of the state somewhere, and is in receipt of a good income. Lizaveta is also supporting a poor relative. Tomsky has been promoted to the rank of captain, and has become the husband of the Princess Pauline. The End of The Queen of Spades by Alexandra S. Pushkin.
By James Joyce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Eveline by James Joyce. She sat at the window watching the evening invade the avenue. Her head was leaned against the window curtains, and in her nostrils was the odor of dusty cretonne. She was tired. Few people passed. The man out of the last house passed on his way home. She heard his footsteps clacking along the concrete pavement, and afterwards crunching on the cinder path before the new red houses. One time there used to be a field there in which they used to play every evening with other people's children. Then a man from Belfast bought the field and built houses in it, not like their little brown houses, but bright brick houses with shining roofs. The children of the avenue used to play together in that field, the Devines, the Waters, the Dunns, little Kill, the cripple, she and her brothers and sisters. Ernest, however, never played. He was too grown up. Her father used often to hunt them in out of the field with his blackthorn stick, but usually little Kill used to keep nix and call out when he saw her father coming. Still, they seem to have been rather happy then. Her father was not so bad then, and besides, her mother was alive. That was a long time ago. She and her brothers and sisters were all grown up. Her mother was dead. Tizzie Dunn was dead too, and the Waters had gone back to England. Everything changes. Now she was going to go away like the others, to leave her home. Home. She looked around the room, reviewing all its familiar objects, which she had dusted once a week for so many years, wondering where on earth all the dust came from. Perhaps she would never see again those familiar objects from which she had never dreamed of being divided. And yet, during all those years, she had never found out the name of the priest whose yellowing photograph hung on the wall above the broken harmonium, beside the colored print of the promises made to Blessed Margaret Mary Alacoque. He had been a school friend of her father. Whenever he showed the photograph to a visitor, her father used to pass it with a casual word. "He is in Melbourne now." She had consented to go away, to leave her home. Was that wise? She tried to weigh each side of the question. In her home, anyway, she had shelter and food. She had those whom she had known all her life about her. Of course, she had to work hard, both in the house and at business. What would they say of her in the stores when they found out that she had run away with a fellow? Say she was a fool, perhaps, and her place would be filled up by advertisement? Miss Gavin would be glad. She had always had an edge on her, especially whenever there were people listening. "Miss Hill, don't you see these ladies are waiting?" "Look lively, Miss Hill, please." She would not cry many tears at leaving the stores. But in her new home, in a distant unknown country, it would not be like that. Then she would be married. She, Eveline. People would treat her with respect then. She would not be treated as her mother had been. Even now, though she was over 19, she sometimes felt herself in danger of her father's violence. She knew it was that had given her the palpitations. When they were growing up, he had never gone for her like he used to go for Harry and Ernest, because she was a girl, but latterly he had begun to threaten her, and say what he would do to her only for her dead mother's sake. And so she had nobody to protect her. Ernest was dead, and Harry, who was in the church decorating business, was nearly always down somewhere in the country. Besides, the invariable squabble for money on Saturday nights had begun to weary her unspeakably. She always gave her entire wages, 7 shillings, and Harry always sent up what he could, but the trouble was to get any money from her father. He said she used to squander the money, that she had no head, that he wasn't going to give her his hard-earned money to throw about the streets, and much more, for he was usually fairly bad on Saturday night. In the end he would give her the money, and ask her had she any intention of buying Sunday's dinner. Then she had to rush out as quickly as she could and do her marketing, holding her black leather purse tightly in her hand as she elbowed her way through the crowds, and returning home late under her load of provisions. She had hard work to keep the house together, and to see that the 2 young children who had been left to her charge went to school regularly and got their meals regularly. It was hard work, a hard life, but now that she was about to leave it, she did not find it a wholly undesirable life. She was about to explore another life with Frank. Frank was very kind, manly, open-hearted. She was to go away with him by the night boat, to be his wife, and to live with him in Buenos Aires, where he had a home waiting for her. How well she remembered the first time she had seen him. He was lodging in a house on the main road where she used to visit. It seemed a few weeks ago. He was standing at the gate, his peaked cap pushed back on his head, and his hair tumbled forward over a face of bronze. Then they had come to know each other. He used to meet her outside the stores every evening and see her home. He took her to see The Bohemian Girl, and she felt elated as she sat in an unaccustomed part of the theater with him. He was awfully fond of music, and sang a little. People knew that they were courting, and when he sang about the lass that loves a sailor, she always felt pleasantly confused. He used to call her Poppins out of fun. First of all, it had been an excitement for her to have a fellow, and then she had begun to like him. He had tales of distant countries. He had started as a deck boy at £1 a month on a ship of the Allan line going out to Canada. He told her the names of the ships he had been on, and the names of the different services. He had sailed through the Straits of Magellan, and he told her stories of the terrible Patagonians. He had fallen on his feet in Buenos Aires, he said, and had come over to the old country just for a holiday. Of course, her father had found out the affair, and had forbidden her to have anything to say to him. "I know these sailor chaps," he said. One day he had quarrelled with Frank, and after that she had to meet her lover secretly. The evening deepened in the avenue. The white of 2 letters in her lap grew indistinct. One was to Harry, the other was to her father. Ernest had been her favorite, but she liked Harry too. Her father was becoming old lately, she noticed. He would miss her. Sometimes he could be very nice. Not long before, when she had been laid up for a day, he had read her out a ghost story, and made toast for her at the fire. Another day, when their mother was alive, they had all gone for a picnic to the hill of Howth. She remembered her father putting on her mother's bonnet to make the children laugh. Her time was running out, but she continued to sit by the window, leaning her head against the window curtain, inhaling the odor of dusty cretonne. Down far in the avenue she could hear a street organ playing. She knew the air. Strange that it should come that very night, to remind her of the promise to her mother, her promise to keep the home together as long as she could. She remembered the last night of her mother's illness. She was again in the close dark room at the other side of the hall, and outside she heard a melancholy air of Italy. The organ-player had been ordered to go away, and given 6d. She remembered her father strutting back into the sick-room, saying, "Damned Italians coming over here." As she mused, the pitiful vision of her mother's life laid its spell on the very quick of her being, that life of commonplace sacrifices closing in final craziness. She trembled as she heard again her mother's voice saying constantly, with foolish insistence, "Deravon, Saron, Deravon, Saron." She stood up in a sudden impulse of terror. Escape! She must escape! Frank would save her. He would give her life, perhaps, love, too. But she wanted to live. Why should she be unhappy? She had a right to happiness. Frank would take her in his arms, fold her in his arms. He would save her. She stood among the swaying crowd in the station at the north wall. He held her hand, and she knew that he was speaking to her, saying something about the passage over and over again. The station was full of soldiers with brown baggages. Through the wide doors of the sheds she caught a glimpse of the black mass of the boat lying in beside the quay wall, with illumined portholes. She answered nothing. She felt her cheek pale and cold, and out of a maze of distress she prayed to God to direct her, to show her what was her duty. The boat blew a long, mournful whistle into the mist. If she went, tomorrow she would be on the sea with Frank, steaming towards Buenos Aires. Their passage had been booked. Could she still draw back after all he had done for her? Her distress awoke a nausea in her body, and she kept moving her lips in silent, fervent prayer. A bell clanged upon her heart. She felt him seize her hand. Come! All the seas of the world tumbled about her heart. He was drawing her into them. He would drown her. She gripped with both hands at the iron railing. Come! No, no, no! It was impossible. Her hands clutched the iron in frenzy. Amid the seas she sent a cry of anguish. "Eveline! Evie!" He rushed beyond the barrier and called to her to follow. He was shouted at to go on, but he still called to her. She set her white face to him, passive, like a helpless animal. Her eyes gave him no sign of love, or farewell, or recognition. End of Eveline by James Joyce.
A Building by Winthrop Packard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. I tore down an old house recently, rent it part from part with my own hands and a crowbar, piling it in its constituents, bricks with bricks, timber on timber, boards with boards. Any of us who dare love the iconoclast would be one if we dared sufficiently, and in this work I surely was an image breaker, for the old house was more than it seemed. Passer, it was a gray, bald, doddering old structure that seemed trying to shrink into the ground, untenanted, unsightly, and forlorn. I know, having analyzed it, that it was an image of New England village life of the 2 centuries just gone, a life even the images of which are passing, never to return. As I knocked the old place down, it seemed to grow up, more vivid as it passed from the roadside of the visible to the realm of the remembered. You may think you know a house by living in it, but you do not. You need to unbuild it to get more than a passing acquaintance. And to unbuild a building, you need to be strong of limb, heavy of hand, and sure of eye, lest the structure upon which you have fallen fall upon you. Nor do business mottos count, for you begin not at the bottom, but at the top, or near it. Up in the attic, among the cobwebs, stooping beneath the ancient rafters, dodging crumbly bunches of pennyroyal and hyssop, hung there by hands that have been dust these 50 years, you poise and swing a 40-pound crowbar with a strong uplift against the roof board, near where one of the old-time, handmade, hammer-pointed, wrought-iron nails enters the oak timber. The board lifts an inch and snaps back into place. You hear a handful of time and weather-worn shingles jump and go sputtering down the roof. You hear a stealthy rustling and scurrying all about you. Numerous tenants who pay no rent have heard eviction notice, for the house in which no men live is the abode of many races. Another blow near another nail, and more shingles jump and flee, and this time a clammy hand slaps your face. It is only the wing of a bat, fluttering in dismay from his crevice. Blow after blow you drive upon this board from beneath, till all the nails are loose. Its shingle fetters outside snap, and with a surge it rises, to fall grating down the roof and land with a crash on the grass by the old door stone. The morning sun shines in at the opening, setting golden motes dancing, and caressing rafters that have not felt its touch for 150 years. And you feel a little sob of sorrow swell in your heart, for the old house is dead, beyond hope of resurrection. With your crowbar you have knocked it in the head. Other boards follow more easily, for now you may use a rafter for the fulcrum of your iron lever and pry where the long nails grip the oak too tenaciously, and it is not long before you have the roof unboarded. And here you may have a surprise and be taught a lesson in wariness, which you will need if you would survive your unbuilding. The bare rafters, solid oak, 6 inches square, hewn from the tree as adze marks prove, are halved together at the top and pinned with an oak pin. At the lower end, where they stand upon the plates, they are not fastened, but rest simply on a V-shaped cut, and when the last board is off, they tumble over like a row of 9 pins, and you may be bowled out with them if you are not clever enough to foresee this. As with the roof boards, so with the floors and walls. Blows with the great bar, or its patient use as a lever, separate part from part, board from joist, and joist from timber, and do the work, and you learn much of the wisdom and foolishness of the old-time builder as you go. Here he dovetailed and pinned the framework so firmly and cleverly that nothing but human patience and ingenuity could ever get it apart. There he cut under the ends of splendid strong floor joists and dropped them into shallow mortises, so that but an inch or two of the wood really took the strain, and the joist seemed likely to split and drop out of its own weight. You see the work of the man who knew his business and used only necessary nails, and those in the right places. The work of that other, who was 5 times as good a carpenter, because he used 5 times as many nails. You learn, too, how the old house grew from a very humble beginning to an 11-room structure that covered a surprising amount of ground, as one generation after another passed and one owner succeeded another. In this the counsel of the local historian helps you much, for he comes daily and sits by you as you work, and daily tells you the story of the old place, usually beginning in the middle and working both ways, for the unbuilding of a building is a great promoter of sociability. Townsmen, whom you feel that you hardly know beyond a rather stiff bowing acquaintance, hold up their horses and hail you jovially, even getting out to chat a while or lend a hand, each having opinions according to his lights. Strickland, whose prosperity lies in swine, sees but one use for the old timbers. My, he says, what a hog pen this would make. Downs is divided in his mind between hen houses and greenhouses, and thinks there will be enough lumber and sashes for both. Lind suspects that you are going to establish gypsy camps wholesale, while Esty, carpenter and builder, and wise in the working of wood, knows that you are lucky if the remains are good enough for firewood. For these material aspects cares the historian, however, as he skips gaily from one past generation to another, waving his phantoms off the stage of memory with a sweep of his cane, and poking others on to make their bow to the man with the crossbar, who, thus piecing the narrative out with his own detective work in wood, rebuilds the story. It was but a little house which began with 2 rooms on the ground floor and 2 attic chambers, built for Stoddard, who married the daughter of the pioneer landowner of the vicinity, and it nestled up within a stone's throw of the big house, sharing its prosperity and its history. No doubt the Stoddards were present at the funeral in the big house. Stern old Parson Dunbar stood above the deceased in the presence of the assembled relatives, and said with puritanical severity, "My friends, there lies the body, but the soul is in hell." The dead man had failed to attend the parson's sermons at the old First Congregational Church nearby, a church that with successive pastors has slipped from the orthodoxy of Parson Dunbar to the most modern type of present-day Unitarianism. A late dweller in the old house lives in local tradition as publishing on the bulletin board in the church vestibule his intention of marriage with a fair lady of the parish, as was the custom of the day. Another fair lady entering the church on Sunday morning pointed dramatically at the notice, saying to the sexton, "Take that notice down, and don't you dare put it up again till I give the word." The sexton, seeming to know who was in charge of things, took it down, and it was not again posted for 2 years. The marriage then took place. A few years later, the wife died, and after a brief period of mourning, another notice was posted announcing the marriage of the widower who had forbidden the banns of his first marriage. The second marriage took place without interference, and they lived happily ever after, leaving posterity in doubt whether the incident in the church vestibule was the climax in a battle royal between the two ladies for the hand of the man who dwelt in the old house, or whether the man himself had loved not wisely, but too many. Another dweller in the old house was a locally celebrated singer who for years led the choir and the music in the old church, having one son whom a wealthy Bostonian educated abroad, becoming, said the historian sagely, a great tenor singer, but very little of a man. These were days of growing importance for the old house. Rooms were added to the ground floor back by the simple expedient of tacking long spruce rafters to the roof, making a second roof over the old one, leaving the old roof with boards and shingles still on it. Thus there grew a roof above a roof, a shapeless void of a dark attic, and below the two rooms. The use of the spruce rafters and hemlock boarding marks a period in building little more than a half-century gone. About this time the house acquired a joint owner, for a local lawyer of considerable importance joined his fortunes and his house to it, bringing both with him. This section, 2 more rooms and an attic, was moved in from another part of the town and attached very gingerly by one corner to one corner. It was as if the lawyer had had his doubts as to how the two houses might like each other, and had arranged things so that the new bond might be broken with as small a fracture as possible. This new part may well have been 100 years old at the time, for whereas the original house was boarded with oak on oak, this was boarded with splendid clear pine on oak, marking the transition from the pioneer days when all the timber for a house was obtained from the neighboring wood, time when the splendid pumpkin pines of the Maine forests were the commonest and cheapest sources of lumber, to our own, when even poor spruce and shaky hemlock are scarce and costly. In the same way you note in these 3 stages of building 3 types of nails. First is the crude nail hammered out by the local blacksmith, varying in size and shape, but always with a head formed by splitting the nail at the top and tending the parts to the right and left. These parts are sometimes quite long and clinch back into the board like the top of a capital T. Then came a better nail of wrought iron, clumsy but effective. Then, sole use a generation ago, that modern abomination, the wire nail, appears only in repairs. Thus the old house rose from 4 rooms to 8, with several attics, and the singer and lawyers pass off the scene to be followed by a Baptist deacon, who later seceded and became a Millerite, holding meetings of great fervor in the front room, where one wall used to be covered with figures which proved beyond the end of the world was at hand, and where later he and his fellow believers appeared in their ascension robes. He too added a wing to the old house, 3 rooms and another attic. And when I laid bare the timbers of this, the historian rose, holding both hands in his cane toward heaven, and orated fluently. "There," he said, "that's Wheeler. I knew it was, for the old deeds couldn't be read in any other way. They told me it was built on by the Millerite, but I knew better. This was moved up from the Wheeler farm, and it was 100 years old and more when it came up, 60 years ago. I knew it. Look at those old cap posts." I dodged the cane as it waved, and took another look, for it was worth while. There were the corner posts, only 7 feet high, but 10 inches square at the bottom, solid oak, swelling to 14 inches at the top, with double tenons on which sat the great square oak plates dovetailed and pinned together, and pinned again to the cap. 150 years old and more was this addition, which the Millerite had moved up from the Wheeler farm and built on for his boot shop. Yet these great oak cap posts marked a period far more remote. They were second-hand when they went into the Wheeler building, for there were in them the marks of mortising that had no reference to the present structure. Some building, old a century and a half ago, had been torn down and its timbers used for that part that had been Wheeler's. Thus the old house grew again as it fell, and the old-time owners and inhabitants stepped forth into life once more. Yet I found traces of other tenants that paid neither rent nor taxes, yet occupied apartments that to them were commodious and comfortable. In the attic were the bats, but not they alone. Snuggled up against the chimney in the southern angle, right under the ridgepole, was a whole colony of squash bugs which had wintered safely there and were only waiting for the farmer's squash vines to become properly succulent. A bluebottle fly slipped out of a crevice and buzzed in the sun by the attic window. Under every ridge-board and corner-board, almost under every shingle, were the cocoons and chrysalids of insects, thousands of silent lives waiting but the touch of the summer sun to make them vocal. On the ground floor, within walls, were the apartments of the rats, their empty larders choked with corn cobs showing where once had been feasting, their bedchambers curiously upholstered with rags, laboriously dragged into senseless confusion. The field mice had the floor above. Here and there on the plates, between joists, and over every window and door were their nests, carefully made of wool chewed from old garments and made fine, soft, and cozy. Their larders were full of cherry stones, literally bushels on bushels of them, each with a little round hole gnawed in it and the kernel extracted. As the toil of the human inhabitants year after year had left its mark on the floors of the house, worn thin everywhere, in places worn through with the passing and repassing of busy feet, so had the generations of field mice left behind them mute witnesses of patient, enormous labor. From the 2 cherry trees in the neighboring yard, how many miles had these shy little people traveled, unseen of men, with 1 cherry at a time to lay in this enormous supply? Within the chimneys were the wooden nests of chimney swifts, glued firmly to the bricks. Under the cornice was the paper home of a community of yellow hornets, and under the floor, where was no cellar, right next to the base of the warm chimney, were apartments that had been occupied by generations of skunks. Each space between floor joists and timber was a room. In one was a huge nest of dried grass, much like that which red squirrels build of cedar bark. Another space had been the larder, for it was full of dry bones and feathers. Others were for other uses, all showing plainly the careful housekeeping of the family in the basement. Long and carefully as the work of destruction went on, for the pot of gold beneath the floor, or the secret hoard which fancy assigns to all old houses. But not even a stray penny turned up, yet I got several souvenirs. One of these is a nail in my foot whereby I shall remember my iconoclasm for some time. Another is a curiously wrought wooden scoop, a sort of butter worker, the historian tells me, carved seemingly with a jackknife from a pine plank. A third is a quaint, lumbering, heavy, hand-wrought fire shovel, which appeared somewhat curiously. Re-entering a room which I had cleaned of everything movable, I found it standing against the door jamb. Fire shovels have no legs, and I suppose it was brought in. However, none of the neighbors has confessed, and I am content to think it belonged in the old house and was brought back, perhaps by the Baptist deacon who backslided and became a Millerite. It has been rusted by water and burned by fire, and I don't believe even Sherlock Holmes could make a wiser deduction. As I write, a section of one of the old Wheeler cap posts is crumbling to ashes in my fireplace. It was of solid oak, of a texture as firm and grainless almost as soapstone. No water had touched this wood, I know, for 150 years, perhaps almost 100 added to that. For hours it retained its shape, glowing like a huge block of anthracite, and sending forth a heat as great but infinitely more kindly and comforting. Toward the last, the flames which came from it lost their yellow opaqueness and slipped fluttering upward in a transparent opalescence which I never before saw in fire. It was as if the soul of the old house, made out of all that was beautiful and kindly in the hopes and longings of those who built it and lived in it, stood revealed a monument in its shining beauty before it passed on. End of On Building a Building by Winthrop Packard. Read by Steve Mattern.
By O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Borst. The Making of a New Yorker by O. Henry. Besides many other things, Raggles was a poet. He was called a tramp. But that was only an elliptical way of saying that he was a philosopher, an artist, a traveler, a naturalist, and a discoverer. But most of all he was a poet. In all his life he never wrote a line of verse. He lived his poetry. His Odyssey would have been a limerick had it been written. But to linger with the primary proposition, Raggles was a poet. Raggles's specialty, had he been driven to ink and paper, would have been sonnets to the cities. He studied cities as women study their reflections in mirrors, as children study the glue and sawdust of a dislocated doll, as the men who write about wild animals study the cages in the zoo. A city to Raggles was not merely a pile of bricks and mortar, peopled by a certain number of inhabitants. It was a thing with a soul characteristic and distinct, an individual conglomeration of life, with its own peculiar essence, flavor, and feeling. 2,000 miles to the north and south, east and west, Raggles wandered in poetic fervor, taking the cities to his breast. He footed it on dusty roads, or sped magnificently in freight cars, counting time as of no account. And when he had found the heart of a city and listened to its secret confession, he strayed on, restless, to another. Fickle Raggles! But perhaps he had not met the civic corporation that could engage and hold his critical fancy. Through the ancient poets we have learned that the cities are feminine. So they were to poet Raggles, and his mind carried a concrete and clear conception of the figure that symbolized and typified each one that he had wooed. Chicago seemed to swoop down upon him with a breezy suggestion of Mrs. Partington, plumes and patchouli, and to disturb his rest with a soaring and beautiful song of future promise. But Raggles would awake to a sense of shivering cold and a haunting impression of ideals lost in a depressing aura of potato salad and fish. Thus Chicago affected him. Perhaps there is a vagueness and inaccuracy in the description, but that is Raggles's fault. He should have recorded his sensations in magazine poems. Pittsburgh impressed him as the play of Othello, performed in the Russian language in a railroad station by Dockstadter's minstrels. A royal and generous lady, this Pittsburgh, though, homely, hearty, with flushed face, washing the dishes in a silk dress and white kid slippers, and bidding Raggles sit before the roaring fireplace and drink champagne with his pig's feet and fried potatoes. New Orleans had simply gazed down upon him from a balcony. He could see her pensive, starry eyes and catch the flutter of her fan, and that was all. Only once he came face to face with her. It was at dawn, when she was flushing the red bricks of the banquette with a pail of water. She laughed and hummed a chansonnette and filled Raggles's shoes with ice-cold water. Allons! Boston construed herself to the poetic Raggles in an erratic and singular way. It seemed to him that he had drunk cold tea, and that the city was a white, cold cloth that had been bound tightly around his brow to spur him to some unknown but tremendous mental effort. And, after all, he came to shovel snow for a livelihood, and the cloth, becoming wet, tightened its knots and could not be removed. Indefinite and unintelligible ideas, you will say. But your disapprobation should be tempered with gratitude, for these are poets' fancies, and suppose you had come upon them in verse. One day Raggles came and laid siege to the heart of the great city of Manhattan. She was the greatest of all, and he wanted to learn her note in the scale, to taste and appraise and classify and solve and label her, and arrange her with the other cities that had given him up the secret of their individuality. And here we cease to be Raggles's translator and become his chronicler. Raggles landed from a ferry-boat one morning and walked into the core of the town with the blasé air of a cosmopolite. He was dressed with care to play the role of an unidentified man. No country, race, class, clique, union, party, clan, or bowling association could have claimed him. His clothing, which had been donated to him piecemeal by citizens of different height, but same number of inches around the heart, was not yet as uncomfortable to his figure as those specimens of raiment, self-measured, that are railroaded to you by transcontinental tailors with a suitcase, suspenders, silk handkerchief, and pearl studs as a bonus. Without money, as a poet should be, but with the ardor of an astronomer discovering a new star in the chorus of the Milky Way, or a man who has seen ink suddenly flow from his fountain pen, Raggles wandered into the great city. Late in the afternoon he drew out of the roar and commotion with a look of dumb terror on his countenance. He was defeated, puzzled, discomfited, frightened. Other cities had been to him as long primer to read, as country maidens quickly to fathom, as send price of subscription with answer rebuses to solve, as oyster cocktails to swallow. But here was one as cold, glittering, serene, impossible as a 4-carat diamond in a window to a lover outside fingering damply in his pocket his ribbon-counter salary. The greetings of the other cities he had known, their homespun kindliness, their human gamut of rough charity, friendly curses, garrulous curiosity, and easily estimated credulity or indifference. This city of Manhattan gave him no clue. It was walled against him. Like a river of adamant, it flowed past him in the streets. Never an eye was turned upon him. No voice spoke to him. His heart yearned for the clap of Pittsburgh's sooty hand on his shoulder, for Chicago's menacing but social yawp in his ear, for the pale and eleemosynary stare through the Bostonian eyeglass, even for the precipitate but unmalicious boot-toe of Louisville or St. Louis. On Broadway, Raggles, successful suitor of many cities, stood bashful, like any country swain. For the first time he experienced the poignant humiliation of being ignored, and when he tried to reduce this brilliant, swiftly changing, ice-cold city to a formula he failed utterly. Poet though he was, it offered him no color similes, no points of comparison, no flaw in its polished facets, no handle by which he could hold it up and view its shape and structure, as he familiarly and often contemptuously had done with other towns. The houses were interminable ramparts, loopholed for defense. The people were bright but bloodless spectres, passing in sinister and selfish array. The thing that weighed heaviest on Raggles's soul and clogged his poet's fancy was the spirit of absolute egotism that seemed to saturate the people as toys are saturated with paint. Each one that he considered appeared a monster of abominable and insolent conceit. Humanity was gone from them. They were toddling idols of stone and varnish, worshipping themselves and greedy for, though oblivious of, worship from their fellow graven images. Frozen, cruel, implacable, impervious, cut to an identical pattern, they hurried on their ways like statues brought by some miracles to motion, while soul and feeling lay unaroused in the reluctant marble. Gradually Raggles became conscious of certain types. One was an elderly gentleman, with a snow-white short beard, pink unwrinkled face, and stony sharp blue eyes, attired in the fashion of a gilded youth, who seemed to personify the city's wealth, ripeness, and frigid unconcern. Another type was a woman, tall, beautiful, clear as a steel engraving, goddess-like, calm, clothed like the princesses of old, with eyes as coldly blue as the reflection of sunlight on a glacier. And another was a by-product of this town of marionettes, a broad, swaggering, grim, threateningly sedate fellow, with a jowl as large as a harvested wheat-field, the complexion of a baptized infant, and the knuckles of a prize-fighter. This type leaned against cigar signs, and viewed the world with frapped contumely. A poet is a sensitive creature, and Raggles soon shriveled in the bleak embrace of the undecipherable. The chill, sphinx-like, ironical, illegible, unnatural, ruthless expression of the city left him downcast and bewildered. Had it no heart? Better the woodpile, the scolding of vinegar-faced housewives at back doors, the kindly spleen of bartenders behind provincial free-lunch counters, the amiable truculence of rural constables, the kicks, arrests, and happy-go-lucky chances of the other vulgar, loud, crude cities than this freezing heartlessness. Raggles summoned his courage, and sought alms from the populace. Unheeding, regardless, they passed on without the wink of an eyelash to testify that they were conscious of his existence. And then he said to himself that this fair but pitiless city of Manhattan was without a soul, that its inhabitants were mannikins moved by wires and springs, and that he was alone in a great wilderness. Raggles started to cross the street. There was a blast, a roar, a hissing and a crash as something struck him and hurled him over and over 6 yards from where he had been. As he was coming down like the stick of a rocket, the earth and all the cities thereof turned to a fractured dream. Raggles opened his eyes. First an odor made itself known to him, an odor of the earliest spring flowers of paradise, and then a hand soft as a falling petal touched his brow. Bending over him was the woman clothed like the princess of old, with blue eyes, now soft and humid with human sympathy. Under his head on the pavement were silks and furs. With Raggles's hat in his hand, and with his face pinker than ever from a vehement burst of oratory against reckless driving, stood the elderly gentleman who personified the city's wealth and ripeness. From a nearby cafe hurried the by-product, with the vast jowl and baby complexion, bearing a glass full of a crimson fluid that suggested delightful possibilities. "Drink dis, sport," said the by-product, holding the glass to Raggles's lips. Hundreds of people huddled around in a moment, their faces wearing the deepest concern. 2 flattering and gorgeous policemen got into the circle and pressed back the overplus of Samaritans. An old lady in a black shawl spoke loudly of camphor. A newsboy slipped one of his papers beneath Raggles's elbow, where it lay on the muddy pavement. A brisk young man with a notebook was asking for names. A bell clanged importantly, and the ambulance cleaned a lane through the crowd. A cool surgeon slipped into the midst of affairs. "How do you feel, old man?" asked the surgeon, stooping easily to his task. The princess of silks and satins wiped a red drop or two from Raggles's brow with a fragrant cobweb. "Me?" said Raggles, with a seraphic smile. "I feel fine." He had found the heart of his new city. In 3 days they let him leave his cot for the convalescent ward in the hospital. He had been in there an hour when the attendants heard sounds of conflict. Upon investigation they found that Raggles had assaulted and damaged a brother convalescent, a glowering transient whom a freight train collision had sent in to be patched up. "What's this all about?" inquired the head nurse. "He was runnin' down me town," said Raggles. "What town?" asked the nurse. "New York," said Raggles. End of The Making of a New Yorker. Recording by Bill Borst.
Of the McWilliamses with Membranous Croup by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Experience of the McWilliamses with Membranous Croup by Mark Twain. Well, to go back to where I was before I digressed, to explain to you how that frightful and incurable disease, membranous croup, was ravaging the town and driving all mothers mad with terror, I called Mrs. McWilliams's attention to little Penelope and said, "Darling, I wouldn't let that child be chewing that pine stick if I were you." "Precious, where is the harm in it?" said she, but at the same time preparing to take away the stick, for women cannot receive even the most palpably judicious suggestion without arguing it, that is, married women. I replied, "Love, it is notorious that pine is the least nutritious wood that a child can eat." My wife's hand paused in the act of taking the stick and returned itself to her lap. She bridled perceptibly and said, "Hubby, you know better than that. You know you do. Doctors all say that the turpentine in pine wood is good for weak back and the kidneys." Ah, I was under a misapprehension. I did not know that the child's kidneys and spine were affected, and that the family physician had recommended— Who said the child's spine and kidneys were affected? My love, you intimated it. The idea! I never intimated anything of the kind. Why, my dear, it hasn't been 2 minutes since you said— Bother what I said! I don't care what I did say. There isn't any harm in the child's chewing a bit of pine stick if she wants to, and you know it perfectly well, and she shall chew it too. So there now. Say no more, my dear. I now see the force of your reasoning, and I will go and order 2 or 3 cords of the best pine wood today. No child of mine shall want while oh, please, go along to your office and let me have some peace. A body can never make the simplest remark, but you must take it up and go to arguing and arguing and arguing till you don't know what you are talking about, and you never do. Very well, it shall be as you say, but there is a want of logic in your last remark, which— However, she was gone with a flourish before I could finish, and had taken the child with her. That night at dinner she confronted me with a face white as a sheet. "Oh, Mortimer, there's another! Little Georgie Gordon is taken." "Membranous croup?" "Membranous croup." "Is there any hope for him?" "None in the wide world. Oh, what is to come of us!" By and by a nurse brought in our Penelope to say good night and offer the customary prayer at the mother's knee. In the midst of "Now I lay me down to sleep," she gave a slight cough. My wife fell back like one stricken with death, but the next moment she was up and brimming with the activities which terror inspires. She commanded that the child's crib be removed from the nursery to our bedroom, and then she went along to see the order executed. She took me with her, of course. We got matters arranged with speed. A cot bed was put up in my wife's dressing room for the nurse. But now Mrs. McWilliams said we were too far away from the other baby, and what if he were to have symptoms in the night, and she blanched again, poor thing. We then restored the crib and the nurse to the nursery, and put up a bed for ourselves in a room adjoining. Presently, however, Mrs. McWilliams said, suppose the baby should catch it from Penelope. This thought struck a new panic to her heart, and the tribe of us could not get the crib out of the nursery again fast enough to satisfy my wife, though she assisted in her own person, and well nigh pulled the crib to pieces in her frantic hurry. We moved downstairs, but there was no place there to stow the nurse, and Mrs. McWilliams said the nurse's experience would be an inestimable help. So we returned, bag and baggage, to our own bedroom once more, and felt a great gladness, like storm-buffeted birds that have found their nest again. Mrs. McWilliams sped to the nursery to see how things were going on there. She was back in a moment with a new dread. She said, "What can make baby sleep so?" I said, "Why, my darling, baby always sleeps like a graven image." I know, but there's something peculiar about his sleep now. He seems he seems to breathe so regularly. Oh, this is dreadful." "But, my dear, he always breathes regularly." "Oh, I know it, but there is something frightful about it now. His nurse is too young and inexperienced. Maria shall stay there with her, and be on hand if anything happens." "That is a good idea, but who will help you?" "You can help me all I want. I wouldn't allow anybody to do it but myself anyhow, at such a time as this." I said I would feel mean to lie abed and sleep, and leave her to watch and toil over our little patient all the weary night, but she reconciled me to it, so old Maria departed, and took up her ancient quarters in the nursery. Penelope coughed twice in her sleep. "Oh, why don't that doctor come? Mortimer, this room is too warm. This room is certainly too warm. Turn off the register, quick!" I shut it off, glancing at the thermometer at the same time, and wondering to myself if 70 was too warm for a sick child. The coachman arrived from downtown now with the news that our physician was ill and confined to his bed. Mrs. McWilliams turned a dead eye upon me and said in a dead voice, "There is a providence in it. It is foreordained. He never was sick before, never. We have not been living as we ought to live, Mortimer. Time and time again I have told you so. Now you see the result. Our child will never get well. Be thankful if you can forgive yourself. I never can forgive myself." I said, without intent to hurt, but with heedless choice of words, that I could not see that we had been living such an abandoned life. Mortimer, do you want to bring the judgment upon baby, too? Then she began to cry, but suddenly exclaimed, The doctor must have sent medicines. I said, Certainly, they are here. I was only waiting for you to give me a chance. Well, do give them to me. Don't you know that every moment is precious now? But what was the use in sending medicines when he knows that the disease is incurable? I said that while there was life, there was hope. Hope! Mortimer, you know no more what you are talking about than the child unborn. If you would, as I live, the directions say, give 1 teaspoonful once an hour. Once an hour! As if we had a whole year before us to save the child in. Mortimer, please hurry. Give the poor perishing thing a tablespoonful, and try to be quick. Why, my dear, a tablespoonful might... Don't drive me frantic. There, my precious, my own. It's nasty, bitter stuff, but it's good for Nellie, good for mother's precious darling, and it will make her well. There. Put the little head on Mama's breast and go to sleep, and pretty soon, oh, I know she can't live till morning. Mortimer, a tablespoonful every half hour will... Oh, the child needs belladonna, too. I know she does. And aconite. Get them, Mortimer. Now do let me have my way. You know nothing about these things. We now went to bed, placing the crib close to my wife's pillow. All this turmoil had worn upon me, and within 2 minutes I was something more than half asleep. Mrs. McWilliams roused me. Darling, is that register turned on? No. I thought as much. Please turn it on at once. This room is cold. I turned it on and presently fell asleep again. I was aroused once more. Dearie, would you mind moving the crib to your side of the bed? It is nearer the register. I moved it, but had a collision with the rug and woke up the child. I dozed off once more while my wife quieted the sufferer. But in a little while these words came murmuring remotely through the fog of my drowsiness. Mortimer, if we only had some goose grease. Will you ring? I climbed dreamily out and stepped on a cat, which responded with a protest, and would have gotten a convincing kick for it if a chair had not got it instead. Now, Mortimer, why do you want to turn up the gas and wake up the child again? Because I want to see how much I am hurt, Caroline. Well, look at the chair, too. I have no doubt it is ruined. Poor cat, suppose you had... Now, I am not going to suppose anything about the cat. It never would have occurred if Maria had been allowed to remain here and attend to these duties which are in her line and not in mine. Now, Mortimer, I should think you would be ashamed to make a remark like that. It is a pity if you cannot do the few little things I ask of you at such an awful time as this when our child... There, I will do anything you want, but I can't raise anybody with this bell. They're all gone to bed. Where is the goose grease? On the mantelpiece in the nursery. If you'll step there and speak to Maria. I fetched the goose grease and went to sleep again. Once more I was called. Mortimer, I so hate to disturb you, but the room is still too cold for me to try to apply this stuff. Would you mind lighting the fire? It is all ready to touch a match to. I dragged myself out and lit the fire, and then sat down disconsolate. Mortimer, don't sit there and catch your death of cold. Come to bed. As I was stepping in, she said, But wait a moment. Please give the child some more of the medicine. Which I did. It was a medicine which made a child more or less lively, so my wife made use of its waking interval to strip it and grease it all over with the goose oil. I was soon asleep once more, but once more I had to get up. Mortimer, I feel a draught. I feel it distinctly. There is nothing so bad for this disease as a draught. Please move the crib in front of the fire. I did, and collided with the rug again, which I threw in the fire. Mrs. McWilliams sprang out of bed and rescued it, and we had some words. I had another trifling interval of sleep, and then got up, by request, and constructed a flaxseed poultice. This was placed upon the child's breast, and left there to do its healing work. A wood fire is not a permanent thing. I got up every 20 minutes in renewed hours, and this gave Mrs. McWilliams the opportunity to shorten the times of giving the medicines by 10 minutes, which was a great satisfaction to her. Now and then, between times, I reorganized the flaxseed poultices, and applied synapsisms and other sorts of blisters where unoccupied places could be found upon the child. Well, toward morning the wood gave out, and my wife wanted me to go down cellar and get some more. I said, My dear, it is a laborious job, and the child must be nearly warm enough, with her extra clothing. Now, mightn't we put on another layer of poultices, and... I did not finish, because I was interrupted. I lugged wood up from below for some little time, and then turned in and fell to snoring as only a man can whose strength is all gone, and whose soul is worn out. Just at broad daylight I felt a grip on my shoulder. That brought me to my senses suddenly. My wife was glaring down upon me and gasping. As soon as she could command her tongue, she said, It is all over, the child's perspiring. What shall we do? Mercy, how you terrify me. I don't know what we ought to do. Maybe if we scraped her and put her in the draught again. "Oh, idiot! There is not a moment to lose. Go for the doctor. Go yourself. Tell him he must come, dead or alive." I dragged that poor sick man from his bed, and brought him. He looked at the child, and said she was not dying. This was joy unspeakable to me, but it made my wife as mad as if he had offered her a personal affront. Then he said the child's cough was only caused by some trifling irritation or other in the throat. At this I thought my wife had a mind to show him the door. Now, the doctor said he would make the child cough harder and dislodge the trouble. So he gave her something that sent her into a spasm of coughing, and presently up came a little wood splinter or so. "This child has no membranous croup," said he. "She has been chewing a bit of pine shingle or something of the kind, and got some slivers in her throat. That won't do her any hurt." "No," said I. "I can well believe that. Indeed, the turpentine that is in them is very good for certain sorts of diseases that are peculiar to children. My wife will tell you so." But she did not. She turned away in disdain, and left the room. And since that time there is one episode in our life which we never refer to. Hence the tide of our days flows by in deep and untroubled serenity. Very few married men have such an experience as McWilliams, and so the author of this book thought that maybe the novelty of it would give a passing interest to the reader. End of Experience of the McWilliamses with Membranous Croup by Mark Twain. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, February 10th, 2010.
Aurelia's Unfortunate Young Man by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Charles Culbertson of Stanton, Virginia. Aurelia's Unfortunate Young Man by Mark Twain. The facts in the following case came to me by letter from a young lady who lives in the beautiful city of San Jose. She is perfectly unknown to me, and simply signs herself Aurelia Maria, which may possibly be a fictitious name. But no matter. The poor girl is almost heartbroken by the misfortunes she has undergone, and so confused by the conflicting counsels of misguided friends and insidious enemies that she does not know what course to pursue in order to extricate herself from the web of difficulties in which she seems almost hopelessly involved. In this dilemma she turns to me for help, and supplicates for my guidance and instruction with a moving eloquence that would touch the heart of a statue. Hear her sad story. She says that when she was 16 years old, she met and loved, with all the devotion of a passionate nature, a young man from New Jersey named Williamson Breckenridge Carruthers, who was some 6 years her senior. They were engaged with the free consent of their friends and relatives, and for a time it seemed as if their career was destined to be characterized by an immunity from sorrow beyond the usual lot of humanity. But at last the tide of fortune turned. Young Carruthers became infected with smallpox of the most virulent type, and when he recovered from his illness his face was pitted like a waffle mold, and his comeliness gone forever. Aurelia thought to break off the engagement at first, but pity for her unfortunate lover caused her to postpone the marriage day for a season and give him another trial. The very day before the wedding was to have taken place, Breckenridge, while absorbed in watching the flight of a balloon, walked into a well and fractured one of his legs, and it had to be taken off above the knee. Again, Aurelia was moved to break the engagement, but again love triumphed, and she set the day forward and gave him another chance to reform. And again misfortune overtook the unhappy youth. He lost one arm by the premature discharge of a 4th of July cannon, and within 3 months he got the other pulled out by a carding machine. Aurelia's heart was almost crushed by these latter calamities. She could not but be deeply grieved to see her lover passing from her by piecemeal, feeling as she did that he could not last forever under this disastrous process of reduction, yet knowing of no way to stop his dreadful career, and in her tearful despair she almost regretted, like brokers who hold on and lose, that she had not taken him at first, before he had suffered such an alarming depreciation. Still her brave soul bore her up, and she resolved to bear with her friend's unnatural disposition yet a little longer. Again the wedding day approached, and again disappointment overshadowed it. Carruthers fell ill with the erysipelas, and lost the use of one of his eyes entirely. The friends and relatives of the bride, considering that she had already put up with more than could reasonably be expected of her, now came forward and insisted that the match should be broken off. But after wavering a while, Aurelia, with a generous spirit which did her credit, said she had reflected calmly upon the matter, and could not discover that Breckenridge was to blame. So she extended the time once more, and he broke his other leg. It was a sad day for the poor girl when she saw the surgeons reverently bearing away the sack whose uses she had learned by previous experience, and her heart told her the bitter truth that some more of her lover was gone. She felt that the field of her affections was growing more and more circumscribed every day, but once more she frowned down her relatives and renewed her betrothal. Shortly before the time set for the nuptials, another disaster occurred. There was but one man scalped by the Owens River Indians last year. That man was Williamson Breckenridge Carruthers of New Jersey. He was hurrying home with happiness in his heart when he lost his hair forever, and in that hour of bitterness he almost cursed the mistaken mercy that had spared his head. At last Aurelia is in serious perplexity as to what she ought to do. She still loves her Breckenridge, she writes, with truly womanly feeling. She still loves what is left of him. But her parents are bitterly opposed to the match, because he has no property and is disabled from working, and she has not sufficient means to support both comfortably. Now, what should she do? She asked with painful and anxious solicitude. It is a delicate question. It is one which involves the lifelong happiness of a woman and that of nearly two-thirds of a man, and I feel that it would be assuming too great a responsibility to do more than make a mere suggestion in the case. How would it do to build to him? If Aurelia can afford the expense, let her furnish her mutilated lover with wooden arms and wooden legs and a glass eye and a wig, and give him another show. Give him 90 days, without grace, and if he does not break his neck in the meantime, marry him, and take the chances. It does not seem to me that there is much risk anyway, Aurelia, because if he sticks to his singular propensity for damaging himself every time he sees a good opportunity, his next experiment is bound to finish him, and then you are safe, married or single. If married, the wooden legs and such other valuables as he may possess revert to the widow, and you see you sustain no actual loss, save the cherished fragment of a noble but most unfortunate husband who honestly strove to do right, but whose extraordinary instincts were against him. Try it, Maria. I have thought the matter over carefully and well, and it is the only chance I see for you. It would have been a happy conceit on the part of Carruthers if he had started with his neck and broken that first, but since he has seen fit to choose a different policy and string himself out as long as possible, I do not think we ought to upbraid him for it if he has enjoyed it. We must do the best we can under the circumstances, and try not to feel exasperated at him. End of Aurelia's Unfortunate Young Man, by Mark Twain.
The Other Side of the Hedge, by E.M. Forster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amy Wild. My pedometer told me that I was 25, and, though it is a shocking thing to stop walking, I was so tired that I sat down on a milestone to rest. People outstripped me, jeering as they did so, but I was too apathetic to feel resentful, and even when Miss Eliza Dimbleby, the great educationist, swept past, exhorting me to persevere, I only smiled and raised my hat. At first I thought I was going to be like my brother, whom I had had to leave by the roadside a year or two around the corner. He had wasted his breath on singing and his strength on helping others. But I had traveled more wisely, and now it was only the monotony of the highway that oppressed me. Dust underfoot and brown crackling hedges on either side, ever since I could remember. And I had already dropped several things. Indeed, the road behind was strewn with things we had all dropped, and the white dust was settling down on them, so that already they looked no better than stones. My muscles were so weary that I could not even bear the weight of those things I still carried. I slid off the milestone into the road, and lay there prostrate, with my face to the great parched hedge, praying that I might give up. A little puff of air revived me. It seemed to come from the hedge, and, when I opened my eyes, there was a glint of light through the tangle of boughs and dead leaves. The hedge could not be as thick as usual. In my weak, morbid state I longed to force my way in and see what was on the other side. No one was in sight, or I should not have dared to try, for we of the road do not admit in conversation that there is another side at all. I yielded to the temptation, saying to myself that I would come back in a minute. The thorns scratched my face, and I had to use my arms as a shield, depending on my feet alone to push me forward. Halfway through I would have gone back, for in the passage all the things I was carrying were scraped off me, and my clothes were torn. But I was so wedged that return was impossible, and I had to wriggle blindly forward, expecting every moment that my strength would fail me, and that I should perish in the undergrowth. Suddenly cold water closed around my head, and I seemed sinking down forever. I had fallen out of the hedge into a deep pool. I rose to the surface at last, crying for help, and I heard someone on the opposite bank laugh and say, "Another!" and then I was twitched out and laid panting on the dry ground. Even when the water was out of my eyes I was still dazed, for I had never been in so large a space, nor seen such grass and sunshine. The blue sky was no longer a strip, and beneath it the earth had risen grandly into hills, clean bare buttresses with beech trees in their folds, and meadows and clear pools at their feet. But the hills were not high, and there was in the landscape a sense of human occupation, so that one might have called it a park or a garden, if the words did not imply a certain triviality and constraint. As soon as I had got my breath, I turned to my rescuer and said, "Where does this place lead to?" "Nowhere, thank the Lord," said he, and laughed. He was a man of 50 or 60, just the kind of age we mistrust on the road. But there was no anxiety in his manner, and his voice was that of a boy of 18. "But it must lead somewhere," I cried, too much surprised by his answer to thank him for saving my life. "He wants to know where it leads," he shouted to some men on the hillside, and they laughed back and waved their caps. I noticed then that the pool into which I had fallen was really a moat, which bent round to the left and to the right, and that the hedge followed it continually. The hedge was green on this side, its roots showed through the clear water, and fish swam about in them, and it was wreathed over with dog roses and traveller's joy. But it was a barrier, and in a moment I lost all pleasure in the grass, the sky, the trees, the happy men and women, and realized that the place was but a prison, for all its beauty and extent. We moved away from the boundary, and then followed a path almost parallel to it, across the meadows. I found it difficult walking, for I was always trying to outdistance my companion, and there was no advantage in doing this if the place led nowhere. I had never kept step with anyone since I left my brother. I amused him by stopping suddenly and saying disconsolately, "This is perfectly terrible! One cannot advance, one cannot progress! Now, we of the road—" "Yes, I know. I was going to say we advance continually." "I know." "We are always learning, expanding, developing. Why, even in my short life I have seen a great deal of advance. The Transvaal War, the fiscal question, Christian Science, radium. Here, for example, I took out my pedometer, but it still marked 25, not a degree more. Oh, it stopped. I meant to show you. It should have registered all the time I was walking with you, but it makes me only 25. Many things don't work in here," he said. "One day a man brought in a Lee Metford, and that wouldn't work. The laws of science are universal in their application. It must be the water in the moat that has injured the machinery. In normal conditions everything works. Science and the spirit of emulation, those are the forces that have made us what we are." I had to break off and acknowledge the pleasant greetings of people whom we passed. Some of them were singing, some talking, some engaged in gardening, haymaking, or other rudimentary industries. They all seemed happy, and I might have been happy too, if I could have forgotten that the place led nowhere. I was startled by a young man who came sprinting across our path, took a little fence in fine style, and went tearing over a ploughed field till he plunged into a lake, across which he began to swim. Here was true energy, and I exclaimed, "A cross-country race! Where are the others?" "There are no others," my companion replied, and later on, when we passed some long grass from which came the voice of a girl singing exquisitely to herself, he said again, "There are no others." I was bewildered at the waste in production, and murmured to myself, "What does it all mean?" He said, "It means nothing but itself," and he repeated the words slowly, as if I were a child. "I understand," I said quietly, "but I do not agree. Every achievement is worthless unless it is a link in the chain of development. And I must not trespass on your kindness any longer. I must get back somehow to the road, and have my pedometer mended." "First you must see the gates," he replied, "for we have gates, though we never use them." I yielded politely, and before long we reached the moat again, at a point where it was spanned by a bridge. Over the bridge was a big gate as white as ivory, which was fitted into a gap in the boundary hedge. The gate opened outwards, and I exclaimed in amazement, for from it ran a road, just such a road as I had left, dusty underfoot, with brown crackling hedges on either side, as far as the eye could reach. "That's my road!" I cried. He shut the gate and said, "But not your part of the road. It is through this gate that humanity went out countless ages ago, when it was first seized with the desire to walk." I denied this, observing that the part of the road I myself had left was not more than 2 miles off. But with the obstinacy of his years, he repeated, "It is the same road. This is the beginning, and though it seems to run straight away from us, it doubles so often that it is never far from our boundary, and sometimes touches it." He stooped down by the moat, and traced on its moist margin an absurd figure like a maze. As we walked back through the meadows, I tried to convince him of his mistake. "The road sometimes doubles, to be sure, but that is part of our discipline. Who can doubt that its general tendency is onward? To what goal we know not. It may be to some mountain where we shall touch the sky, it may be over precipices into the sea, but that it goes forward, who can doubt that? It is the thought of that that makes us strive to excel, each in his own way, and gives us an impetus which is lacking with you. Now that man who passed us, it's true that he ran well, and jumped well, and swam well, but we have men who can run better, and men who can jump better, and who can swim better. Specialization has produced results which would surprise you. Similarly, that girl—" Here I interrupted myself to exclaim, "Good gracious me! I could have sworn that it was Miss Eliza Dimbleby over there, with her feet in the fountain." He believed that it was. "Impossible! I left her on the road, and she is due to lecture this evening at Tunbridge Wells. Why, her train leaves Cannon Street in—" Of course my watch has stopped, like everything else. "She is the last person to be here." People are always astonished at meeting each other. All kinds come through the hedge, and come at all times, when they are drawing ahead in the race, when they are lagging behind, when they are left for dead. I often stand near the boundary listening to the sounds of the road—you know what they are—and wonder if anyone will turn aside. It is my great happiness to help someone out of the moat, as I helped you, for our country fills up slowly, though it was meant for all mankind. "Mankind have other aims," I said gently, for I thought him well-meaning, "and I must join them." I bade him good evening, for the sun was declining, and I wished to be on the road by nightfall. To my alarm he caught hold of me, crying, "You are not to go yet." I tried to shake him off, for we had no interests in common, and his civility was becoming irksome to me. But for all my struggles the tiresome old man would not let go, and, as wrestling is not my specialty, I was obliged to follow him. It was true that I could have never found alone the place where I came in, and I hoped that, when I had seen the other sights about which he was worrying, he would take me back to it. But I was determined not to sleep in the country, for I mistrusted it, and the people too, for all their friendliness. Hungry though I was, I would not join them in their evening meals of milk and fruit, and when they gave me flowers I flung them away as soon as I could do so unobserved. Already they were lying down for the night like cattle, some out on the bare hillside, others in groups under the beeches. In the light of an orange sunset I hurried on with my unwelcome guide, dead tired, faint for want of food, but murmuring indomitably, Give me life, with its struggles and victories, with its failures and hatreds, with its deep moral meaning and its unknown goal. At last we came to a place where the encircling moat was spanned by another bridge, and where another gate interrupted the line of the boundary hedge. It was different from the first gate, for it was half transparent like horn, and opened inwards. But through it, in the waning light, I saw again just such a road as I had left, monotonous, dusty, with brown crackling hedges on either side, as far as the eye could reach. I was strangely disquieted at the sight, which seemed to deprive me of all self-control. A man was passing us, returning for the night to the hills, with a scythe over his shoulder and a can of some liquid in his hand. I forgot the destiny of our race, I forgot the road that lay before my eyes, and I sprang at him, wrenched the can out of his hand, and began to drink. It was nothing stronger than beer, but in my exhausted state it overcame me in a moment. As in a dream, I saw the old man shut the gate, and I heard him say, "This is where your road ends, and through this gate humanity, all that is left of it, will come into us." Though my senses were sinking into oblivion, they seemed to expand ere they reached it. They perceived the magic song of nightingales, the odor of invisible hay, and stars piercing the fading sky. The man whose beer I had stolen lowered me down gently to sleep off its effects, and, as he did so, I saw that he was my brother. End of The Other Side of the Hedge by E.M. Forster.
Valley by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Mystery of Sasassa Valley by Arthur Conan Doyle. Do I know why Tom Donahue is called Lucky Tom? Yes, I do. And that is more than 1 in 10 of those who call him so can say. I have knocked about a deal in my time and seen some strange sights, but none stranger than the way in which Tom gained that sobriquet, and his fortune with it, for I was with him at the time. Tell it? Oh, certainly, but it is a longish story, and a very strange one, so fill up your glass again, and light another cigar, while I try to reel it off. Yes, a very strange one. Beats some fairy stories I have heard, but it's true, sir, every word of it. There are men alive at Cape Colony now who'll remember it and confirm what I say. Many a time has the tale been told round the fire in Boers' cabins, from Orange State to Griqualand. Yes, and out in the bush, and at the diamond fields, too. I'm roughish now, sir, but I was entered at the Middle Temple once, and studied for the bar. Tom, worse luck, was one of my fellow students, and a wildish time we had of it, until at last our finances ran short, and we were compelled to give up our so-called studies, and look about for some part of the world where 2 young fellows with strong arms and sound constitutions might make their mark. In those days the tide of emigration had scarcely begun to set in toward Africa, and so we thought our best chance would be down at Cape Colony. Well, to make a long story short, we set sail, and were deposited in Cape Town with less than £5 in our pockets, and there we parted. We each tried our hands at many things, and had ups and downs, but when, at the end of 3 years, chance led each of us up country, and we met again, we were, I regret to say, in almost as bad a plight as when we started. Well, this was not much of a commencement, and very disheartened we were. So disheartened that Tom spoke of going back to England and getting a clerkship. For, you see, we didn't know that we had played out all our small cards, and that the trumps were going to turn up. No, we thought our hands were bad all through. It was a very lonely part of the country that we were in, inhabited by a few scattered farms, whose houses were stockaded and fenced in to defend them against the Kaffirs. Tom Donahue and I had a little hut right out in the bush, but we were known to possess nothing, and to be handy with our revolvers, so we had little to fear. There we waited, doing odd jobs and hoping that something would turn up. Well, After we had been there about a month, something did turn up upon a certain night, something which was the making of both of us. And it's about that night, sir, that I'm going to tell you. I remember it well. The wind was howling past our cabin, and the rain threatened to burst in our rude window. We had a great wood fire crackling and sputtering on the hearth, by which I was sitting, mending a whip, while Tom was lying in his bunk, groaning disconsolately at the chance which had led him to such a place. "Cheer up, Tom, cheer up," said I. "No man ever knows what may be awaiting him." Ill luck, Jack," he answered. "I always was an unlucky dog. Here have I been 3 years in this abominable country, and I see lads fresh from England jingling the money in their pockets, while I am as poor as when I landed. Ah, Jack, if you want to keep your head above water, old friend, you must try your fortune away from me." "Nonsense, Tom, you're down in your luck tonight. But hark! Here's some one coming outside. Dick Wharton by the tread. He'll rouse you if any man can." Even as I spoke, the door was flung open, and honest Dick Wharton, with the water pouring from him, stepped in, his hearty red face looming through the haze like a harvest moon. He shook himself, and after greeting us, sat down by the fire to warm himself. "Where away, Dick, on such a night as this?" said I. "You'll find the rheumatism a worse foe than the Kaffirs, unless you keep more regular hours." Dick was looking unusually serious, almost frightened, one would say, if one did not know the man. "Had to go," he replied, "had to go. One of Madison's cattle was seen straying down Sasassa Valley, and of course none of our blacks would go down that valley at night, and if we had waited till morning the brute would have been in Kaffir land." "Why wouldn't they go down Sasassa Valley at night?" asked Tom. "Kaffirs, I suppose," said I. "Ghosts," said Dick. We both laughed. "I suppose they didn't give such a matter-of-fact fellow as you a sight of their charms," said Tom from the bunk. "Yes," Dick said seriously, "yes. I saw what the niggers talk about, and I promise you, lads, I don't want to ever see it again." Tom sat up in his bed. "Nonsense, Dick, you're joking, man. Come, tell us all about it. The legend first, and your own experience afterward. Pass him over the bottle, Jack." "Well, as to the legend," began Dick, "it seems that the niggers have had it handed down to them that Sasassa Valley is haunted by a frightful fiend. Hunters and wanderers passing down the defile have seen its glowing eyes under the shadows of the cliff, and the story goes that whoever has chanced to encounter that baleful glare has had his afterlife blighted by the malignant power of this creature. Whether that be true or not," continued Dick ruefully, "I may have an opportunity of judging for myself." "Go on, Dick, go on," cried Tom. "Let's hear about what you saw." "Well, I was groping down the valley, looking for that cow of Madison's, and I had, I suppose, got halfway down, where the black craggy cliff juts into the ravine on the right, when I halted to have a pull at my flask. I had my eye fixed at the time upon the projecting cliff I have mentioned, and noticed nothing unusual about it. I then put up my flask and took a step or two forward, when in a moment there burst apparently from the base of the rock, about 8 feet from the ground and 100 yards from me, a strange lurid glare, flickering and oscillating, gradually dying away, and then reappearing again. No, I've seen many a glowworm and firefly, nothing of that sort. There it was, burning away, and I suppose I gazed at it, trembling in every limb, for fully 10 minutes. Then I took a step forward, when instantly it vanished like a candle blown out. I stepped back again, but it was some time before I could find the exact spot and position from which it was visible. At last there it was, the weird reddish light, flickering away as before. Then I screwed up my courage and made for the rock, but the ground was so uneven that it was impossible to steer straight, and though I walked along the whole base of the cliff, I could see nothing. Then I made tracks for home, and I can tell you, boys, that until you remarked it, I never knew it was raining the whole way along. But hullo, what's the matter with Tom?" What indeed? Tom was now sitting with his legs over the side of the bunk, and his whole face betraying excitement so intense as to be almost painful. The fiend would have 2 eyes. How many lights did you see, Dick? Speak out. Only 1. Hurrah! Cried Tom. That's better. Whereupon he kicked the blankets into the middle of the room and began pacing up and down with long, feverish strides. Suddenly he stopped opposite Dick and laid his hand upon his shoulder. I say, Dick, could we get to Sasassa Valley before sunrise? Scarcely, said Dick. Well, look here. We are old friends, Dick Wharton, you and I. Now, don't you tell any other man what you have told us for a week. You'll promise that, won't you? I could see by the look on Dick's face as he acquiesced that he considered poor Tom to be mad, and indeed I was myself completely mystified by this conduct. I had, however, seen so many proofs of my friend's good sense and quickness of apprehension that I thought it quite possible that Wharton's story had a meaning in his eyes which I was too obtuse to take in. All night Tom Donahue was greatly excited, and when Wharton left he begged him to remember his promise, and also elicited from him a description of the exact spot at which he had seen the apparition, as well as the hour at which it appeared. After his departure, which must have been about 4 in the morning, I turned into my bunk and watched Tom sitting by the fire splicing 2 sticks together until I fell asleep. I suppose I must have slept about 2 hours, but when I awoke Tom was still sitting working away in almost the same position. He had fixed the one stick across the top of the other so as to form a rough T, and was now busy in fitting a smaller stick into the angle between them, by manipulating which the cross one could be either cocked up or depressed to any extent. He had cut notches, too, in the perpendicular stick, so that by the aid of the small prop the cross one could be kept in any position for an indefinite time. "Look here, Jack," he cried, when he saw that I was awake. "Come and give me your opinion. Suppose I put this cross stick pointing straight at a thing, and arranged this small one so as to keep it so, and left it. I could find that thing again if I wanted it. Don't you think I could, Jack? Don't you think so?" He continued, nervously clutching me by the arm. "Well," I answered, "it would depend on how far off the thing was, and how accurately it was pointed. If it were any distance, I'd cut sights on your cross stick, then a string tied to the end of it and held in a plumb line forward would lend you pretty near what you wanted. But surely, Tom, you don't intend to localize the ghost in that way?" "You'll see tonight, old friend, you'll see tonight. I'll carry this to the Sasassa Valley. You get the loan of Madison's crowbar and come with me, but mind you, tell no man where you are going or what you want it for." All day Tom was walking up and down the room or working hard at the apparatus. His eyes were glistening, his cheeks hectic, and he had all the symptoms of high fever. Heaven grant that Dick's diagnosis be not correct, I thought, as I returned with the crowbar, and yet as evening drew near I found myself imperceptibly sharing the excitement. About 6 o'clock Tom sprang to his feet and seized his sticks. "I can stand it no longer, Jack," he cried. "Up with your crowbar, and hey for Sasassa Valley. Tonight's work, my lad, will either make us or mar us. Take your 6-shooter in case we meet the Kaffirs. I daren't take mine, Jack," he continued, putting his hands upon my shoulders. "I daren't take mine, for if my ill luck sticks to me tonight, I don't know what I might not do with it." Well, having filled our pockets with provisions, we set out, and as we took our wearisome way toward the Sasassa Valley, I frequently attempted to elicit from my companion some clue as to his intentions. But his only answer was, "Let us hurry on, Jack. Who knows how many have heard of Wharton's adventure by this time? Let us hurry on, or we may not be first in the field." Well, sir, we struggled on through the hills for a matter of 10 miles, till at last, after descending a crag, we saw opening out in front of us a ravine so somber and dark that it might have been the gate of Hades itself. Cliffs many hundreds of feet shut in on every side of the gloomy boulder-studded passage which led through the haunted defile into Kaffir land. The moon, rising above the crags, threw into strong relief the rough, irregular pinnacles of rock by which they were topped, while all below was dark as Erebus. "The Sasassa Valley?" said I. "Yes," said Tom. I looked at him. He was calm now. The flush and feverishness had passed away. His actions were deliberate and slow, yet there was a certain rigidity in his face and glitter in his eye which showed that a crisis had come. We entered the pass, stumbling along amid the great boulders. Suddenly I heard a short, quick exclamation from Tom. "That's the crag!" he cried, pointing to a great mass looming before us in the darkness. "Now, Jack, for any favor, use your eyes. We're about 100 yards from that cliff, I take it, so you move slowly toward one side, and I'll do the same toward the other. When you see anything, stop and call out. Don't take more than 12 inches in a step, and keep your eyes fixed on the cliff, about 8 feet from the ground. Are you ready?" "Yes." I was even more excited than Tom by this time. What his intention or object was I could not conjecture, beyond that he wanted to examine by daylight the part of the cliff from which the light came. Yet the influence of the romantic situation and my companion's suppressed excitement was so great that I could feel the blood coursing through my veins and count the pulses throbbing at my temples. "Start!" cried Tom, and we moved off, he to the right, I to the left, each with our eyes fixed intently on the base of the crag. I had moved perhaps 20 feet, when in a moment it burst upon me. Through the growing darkness there shone a small, ruddy, glowing point, the light from which waned and increased, flickered and oscillated, each change producing a more weird effect than the last. The old Kaffir superstition came into my mind, and I felt a cold shudder pass over me. In my excitement I stepped a pace backward, when instantly the light went out, leaving utter darkness in its place. But when I advanced again, there was the ruddy glare glowing from the base of the cliff. "Tom, Tom!" I cried. "Aye, aye!" I heard him exclaim as he hurried over toward me. "There it is, there, up against the cliff." Tom was at my elbow. "I see nothing," said he. "Why, there, man, in front of you!" I stepped to the right as I spoke, when the light instantly vanished from my eyes. But from Tom's ejaculations of delight it was clear that from my former position it was visible to him also. "Jack!" he cried as he turned and wrung my hand. "Jack, you and I can never complain of our luck again. Now heap up a few stones where we are standing. That's right. Now we must fix my signpost firmly in at the top. There. It would take a strong wind to blow that down, and we only need it to hold out till morning. Jack, my boy, to think that only yesterday we were talking of becoming clerks, and you saying that no man knew what was awaiting him, too. By Jove, Jack, it would make a good story." By this time we had firmly fixed the perpendicular stick in between the two large stones, and Tom bent down and peered along the horizontal one. For fully a quarter of an hour he was alternately raising and depressing it, until at last, with a sigh of satisfaction, he fixed the prop into the angle and stood up. "Look along, Jack," he said. "You have as straight an eye to take a sight as any man I know of." I looked along. There, beyond the farther sight, was the ruddy, scintillating speck, apparently at the end of the stick itself, so accurately had it been adjusted. "And now, my boy," said Tom, "let's have some supper and a sleep. There's nothing more to be done tonight, but we'll need all our wits and strength tomorrow. Get some sticks and kindle a fire here, and then we'll be able to keep an eye on our signal post and see that nothing happens to it during the night." Well, sir, we kindled a fire and had supper, with the Sasassa demon's eye rolling and glowing in front of us the whole night through. Not always in the same place, though, for after supper, when I glanced along the sights to have another look at it, it was nowhere to be seen. The information did not, however, seem to disturb Tom in any way. He merely remarked, "It's the moon, not the thing, that has shifted," and, coiling himself up, went to sleep. By early dawn we were both up and gazing along our pointer at the cliff, but we could make out nothing save the one dead, monotonous, slatty surface, rougher perhaps at the part we were examining than elsewhere, but otherwise presenting nothing remarkable. "Now for your idea, Jack," said Tom Donahue, unwinding a long, thin cord from round his waist. "You fasten it and guide me while I take the other end. So saying, he walked off to the base of the cliff, holding one end of the cord, while I drew the other taut and wound it round the middle of the horizontal stick, passing it through the sight at the end. By this means I could direct Tom to the right or left until we had our string stretching from the point of attachment through the sight and on to the rock, which it struck about 8 feet above the ground. Tom drew a chalk circle of about 3 feet diameter around the spot, and then called to me to come and join him. "We've managed this business together, Jack," he said, "and we'll find what we are to find together." The circle he had drawn embraced a part of the rock smoother than the rest, save that about the center there were a few rough protuberances, or knobs. One of these Tom pointed to with a cry of delight. It was a roughish, brownish mass about the size of a man's closed fist, and looking like a bit of dirty glass let into the wall of the cliff. "That's it!" he cried. "That's it!" "That's what?" "Why, man, a diamond, and such a one as there isn't a monarch in Europe but would envy Tom Donahue the possession of. Up with your crowbar, and we'll soon exorcise the demon of Sasassa Valley." I was so astounded that for a moment I stood speechless with surprise, gazing at the treasure which had so unexpectedly fallen into our hands. "Here, hand me the crowbar," said Tom. "Now, by using this little round knob which projects from the cliff here as a fulcrum, we may be able to lever it off. Yes, there it goes. I never thought it could have come so easily. Now, Jack, the sooner we get back to our hut and then down to Cape Town, the better." We wrapped up our treasure and made our way across the hills toward home. On the way, Tom told me how, while a law student in the Middle Temple, he had come upon a dusty pamphlet in the library, by one Jans van Hoynum, which told of an experience very similar to ours, which had befallen that worthy Dutchman in the latter part of the 17th century, and which resulted in the discovery of a luminous diamond. This tale it was which had come into Tom's head as he listened to honest Dick Wharton's ghost story, while the means which he had adopted to verify his supposition sprang from his own fertile Irish brain. "We'll take it down to Cape Town," continued Tom, "and if we can't dispose of it with advantage there, it will be worth our while to ship for London with it. Let us go along to Madison's first, though. He knows something of these things, and can perhaps give us some idea of what we may consider a fair price for our treasure." We turned off from the track accordingly before reaching our hut, and kept along the narrow path leading to Madison's farm. He was at lunch when we entered, and in a minute we were seated at each side of him, enjoying South African hospitality. "Well," he said, after the servants were gone, "what's in the wind now? I see you have something to say to me. What is it?" Tom produced his packet and solemnly untied the handkerchiefs which enveloped it. "There," he said, putting the crystal on the table. "What would you say was a fair price for that?" Madison took it up and examined it critically. "Well," he said, laying it down again, "in its crude state, about 12 shillings per ton." "12 shillings!" cried Tom, starting to his feet. "Don't you see what it is?" "Rock salt." "Rock salt be a diamond!" "Taste it," said Madison. Tom put it to his lips, dashed it down with a dreadful exclamation, and rushed out of the room. I felt sad and disappointed enough myself, but presently, remembering what Tom had said about the pistol, I too left the house and made for the hut, leaving Madison open-mouthed with astonishment. When I got in, I found Tom lying in his bunk with his face to the wall, too dispirited apparently to answer my consolations. Anathematizing Dick and Madison, the Sasassa demon, and everything else, I strolled out of the hut and refreshed myself with a pipe after our wearisome adventure. I was about 50 yards from the hut when I heard issuing from it the sound which, of all others, I least expected to hear. Had it been a groan or an oath, I should have taken it as a matter of course, but the sound which caused me to stop and take the pipe out of my mouth was a hearty roar of laughter. Next moment Tom himself emerged from the door, his whole face radiant with delight. "Game for another 10-mile walk, old fellow?" "What, for another lump of rock salt at 12 shillings a ton?" "No more of that, Hal, and you love me," grinned Tom. "Now, look here, Jack. What blessed fools we are to be so floored by a trifle! Just sit on this stump for 5 minutes, and I'll make it as clear as daylight. You've seen many a lump of rock salt stuck in a crag, and so have I, though we did make such a mull of this one. Now, Jack, did any of the pieces you have ever seen shine in the darkness brighter than any firefly? Well, I can't say they ever did. I'd venture to prophesy that if we waited until night, which we won't do, we would see that light still glimmering among the rocks. Therefore, Jack, when we took away this worthless salt, we took the wrong crystal. It is no very strange thing in these hills that a piece of rock salt should be lying within a foot of a diamond. It caught our eyes, and we were excited, and so we made fools of ourselves, and left the real stone behind. Depend upon it, Jack, the Sassasin gem is lying within that magic circle of chalk upon the face of yonder cliff. Come, old fellow, light your pipe and stow your revolver, and we'll be off before that fellow Madison has time to put 2 and 2 together. I don't know that I was very sanguine this time. I had begun, in fact, to look upon the diamond as a most unmitigated nuisance. However, rather than throw a damper on Tom's expectations, I announced myself eager to start. What a walk it was! Tom was always a good mountaineer, but his excitement seemed to lend him wings that day, while I scrambled along after him as best I could. When we got within half a mile, he broke into the double, and never pulled up until he reached the round white circle upon the cliff. Poor old Tom! When I came up, his mood had changed, and he was standing with his hands in his pockets, gazing vacantly before him with a rueful countenance. "Look," he said, "look!" and he pointed at the cliff. Not a sign of anything in the least resembling a diamond there. The circle included nothing but a flat slate-colored stone, with one large hole where we had extracted the rock salt, and 1 or 2 smaller depressions. No sign of the gem. "I've been over every inch of it," said poor Tom. "It's not there. Someone has been out here and noticed the chalk and taken it. Come home, Jack. I feel sick and tired. Had any man ever luck like mine?" I turned to go, but took one last look at the cliff first. Tom was already 10 paces off. "Hallo!" I cried. "Don't you see any change in that circle since yesterday?" "What do you mean?" said Tom. "Don't you miss a thing that was there before?" "The rock salt?" said Tom. "No, but the little round knob that we used for a fulcrum. I suppose we must have wrenched it off in using the lever. Let's have a look at what it's made of." Accordingly, at the foot of the cliff, we searched about among the loose stones. "Here you are, Jack! We've done it at last! We're made men!" I turned round, and there was Tom, radiant with delight, and with the little corner of a black rock in his hand. At first sight it seemed to be merely a chip from the cliff, but near the base there was projecting from it an object which Tom was now exultingly pointing out. It looked at first something like a glass eye, but there was a depth and brilliancy about it such as glass never exhibited. There was no mistake this time. We had certainly got possession of a jewel of great value, and with light hearts we turned from the valley, bearing away with us the fiend which had so long reigned there. There, sir, I've spun my story out too long, and tired you, perhaps. You see, when I get to talking of those rough old days, I kind of see the little cabin again, and the brook beside it, and the bush around, and seem to hear Tom's honest voice once more. There's little for me to say now. We prospered on the gem. Tom Donahue, as you know, has set up here, and is well known about town. I have done well, farming and ostrich raising in Africa. We set old Dick Wharton up in business, and he is one of our nearest neighbors. If you should ever be coming up our way, sir, you'll not forget to ask for Jack Turnbull. Jack Turnbull of Sasassa Farm. End of The Mystery of Sasassa Valley by Arthur Conan Doyle.
Cut Glass Bowl by F. Scott Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Cut Glass Bowl by F. Scott Fitzgerald. There was a rough stone age
and a smooth-stone age, and a bronze age, and many years afterward a cut-glass age. In the cut-glass age, when young ladies had persuaded young men with long curly moustaches to marry them, they sat down several months afterward and wrote thank-you notes for all sorts of cut-glass presents, punch bowls, finger bowls, dinner glasses, wine glasses, ice cream dishes, bonbon dishes, decanters, and vases. For, though cut glass was nothing new in the 90s, it was then especially busy, reflecting the dazzling light of fashion from the Back Bay to the fastnesses of the Middle West. After the wedding, the punch bowls were arranged in the sideboard, with the big bowl in the center. The glasses were set up in the china closet. The candlesticks were put at both ends of things, and then the struggle for existence began. The bonbon dish lost its little handle and became a pin tray upstairs. A promenading cat knocked the little bowl off the sideboard, and the hired girl chipped the middle-sized one with the sugar dish. Then the wine glasses succumbed to leg fractures, and even the dinner glasses disappeared, one by one, like the 10 little niggers, the last one ending up, scarred and maimed, as a toothbrush holder among other shabby genteels on the bathroom shelf. But by the time all this had happened, the cut-glass age was over anyway. It was well past its first glory on the day the curious Mrs. Roger Fairbolt came to see the beautiful Mrs. Harold Piper. "My dear," said the curious Mrs. Roger Fairbolt, "I love your house. I think it's quite artistic." "I'm so glad," said the beautiful Mrs. Harold Piper, lights appearing in her young dark eyes. "And you must come often. I'm almost always alone in the afternoon." Mrs. Fairbolt would have liked to remark that she didn't believe this at all, and couldn't see how she'd be expected to. It was all over town that Mr. Freddie Gedney had been dropping in on Mrs. Piper 5 afternoons a week for the past 6 months. Mrs. Fairbolt was at that ripe age where she distrusted all beautiful women. "I love the dining room most," she said. "All that marvelous china, and that huge cut-glass bowl." Mrs. Piper laughed so prettily that Mrs. Fairbolt's lingering reservations about the Freddie Gedney story quite vanished. "Oh, that big bowl!" Mrs. Piper's mouth forming the words was a vivid rose petal. "There's a story about that bowl." "Oh? You remember young Carlton Canby? Well, he was very attentive at one time, and the night I told him I was going to marry Harold 7 years ago, in '92, he drew himself way up and said, 'Evelyn, I'm going to give a present that's as hard as you are, and as beautiful, and as empty, and as easy to see through.' He frightened me a little. His eyes were so black. I thought he was going to deed me a haunted house or something that would explode when you opened it. That bowl came, and of course it's beautiful. Its diameter, or circumference, or something, is 2½ feet, or perhaps it's 3½ Anyway, the sideboard is really too small for it. It sticks way out." "My dear, wasn't that odd? And he left town about then, didn't he?" Mrs. Fairbolt was scribbling italicized notes on her memory. Hard, beautiful, empty, and easy to see through. "Yes, he went west, or south, or somewhere," answered Mrs. Piper, radiating that divine vagueness that helps to lift beauty out of time. Mrs. Fairbolt drew on her gloves, approving the effect of largeness given by the open sweep from the spacious music room through the library, disclosing a part of the dining room beyond. It was really the nicest smaller house in town, and Mrs. Piper had talked of moving to a larger one on Devereux Avenue. Harold Piper must be coining money. As she turned into the sidewalk under the gathering autumn dusk, she assumed that disapproving, faintly unpleasant expression that almost all successful women of 40 wear on the street. "If I were Harold Piper," she thought, I'd spend a little less time on business and a little more time at home. Some friend should speak to him. But if Mrs. Fairbolt had considered it a successful afternoon, she would have named it a triumph had she waited 2 minutes longer. For while she was still a black receding figure 100 yards down the street, a very good-looking, distraught young man turned up the walk to the Piper house. Mrs. Piper answered the doorbell herself, and with a rather dismayed expression led him quickly into the library. "I had to see you," he began wildly. "Your note played the devil with me. Did Harold frighten you into this?" She shook her head. "I'm through, Fred," she said slowly, and her lips had never looked to him so much like tearings from a rose. "He came home last night, sick with it. Jessie Piper's sense of duty was too much for her, so she came down to his office and told him. He was hurt, and, oh, I can't help seeing it his way, Fred. He says we've been club gossip all summer, and he didn't know it, and now he understands snatches of conversation he's caught and veiled hints people have dropped about me. He's mighty angry, Fred, and he loves me, and I love him, rather." Gedney nodded slowly and half closed his eyes. "Yes," he said, "yes, my trouble's like yours. I can see other people's points of view too plainly." His gray eyes met her dark ones frankly. "The blessed thing's over. My God, Evelyn, I've been sitting down at the office all day looking at the outside of your letter, and looking at it, and looking at it. You've got to go. You've got to go, Fred," she said steadily, and the slight emphasis of hurry in her voice was a new thrust for him. "I gave him my word of honor I wouldn't see you. I know just how far I can go with Harold, and being here with you this evening is one of the things I can't do." They were still standing, and as she spoke, she made a little movement toward the door. Gedney looked at her miserably, trying, here at the end, to treasure up a last picture of her, and then suddenly both of them were stiffened into marble at the sound of steps on the walk outside. Instantly her arm reached out, grasping the lapel of his coat, half urged, half swung him through the big door into the dark dining room. "I'll make him go upstairs," she whispered close to his ear. "Don't move till you hear him on the stairs, then go out the front way." Then he was alone, listening as she greeted her husband in the hall. Harold Piper was 36, 9 years older than his wife. He was handsome, with marginal notes, these being eyes that were too close together, and a certain woodenness when his face was in repose. His attitude toward this Gedney matter was typical of all his attitudes. He had told Evelyn that he considered the subject closed, and would never reproach her nor allude to it in any form, and he told himself that this was rather a big way of looking at it, that she was not a little impressed. Yet, like all men who are preoccupied with their own broadness, he was exceptionally narrow. He greeted Evelyn with emphasized cordiality this evening. "You'll have to hurry and dress, Harold," she said eagerly. "We're going to the Bronsons." He nodded. "It doesn't take me long to dress, dear," and his words trailing off, he walked on into the library. Evelyn's heart clattered loudly. "Harold," she began, with a little catch in her voice, and followed him in. He was lighting a cigarette. "You'll have to hurry, Harold," she finished, standing in the doorway. "Why?" he asked a trifle impatiently. "You're not dressed yourself yet, Evie." He stretched out in a Morris chair and unfolded a newspaper. With a sinking sensation, Evelyn saw that this meant at least 10 minutes, and Gedney was standing breathless in the next room. Supposing Harold decided that, before he went upstairs, he wanted a drink from the decanter on the sideboard, then it occurred to her to forestall this contingency by bringing him the decanter and a glass. She dreaded calling his attention to the dining room in any way, but she couldn't risk the other chance. But at the same moment Harold rose and, throwing his paper down, came toward her. "Evie, dear," he said, bending and putting his arms about her, "I hope you're not thinking about last night." She moved close to him, trembling. "I know," he continued. "It was just an imprudent friendship on your part. We all make mistakes." Evelyn hardly heard him. She was wondering if by sheer clinging to him she could draw him out and up the stairs. She thought of playing sick, asking to be carried up. Unfortunately, she knew he would lay her on the couch and bring her whiskey. Suddenly her nervous tension moved up a last impossible notch. She had heard a very faint but quite unmistakable creak from the floor of the dining room. Fred was trying to get out the back way. Then her heart took a flying leap as a hollow ringing note like a gong echoed and re-echoed through the house. Gedney's arm had struck the big cut-glass bowl. "What's that?" cried Harold. "Who's there?" She clung to him, but he broke away, and the room seemed to crash about her ears. She heard the pantry door swing open, a scuffle, the rattle of a tin pan, and in wild despair she rushed into the kitchen and pulled up the gas. Her husband's arm slowly unwound from Gedney's neck, and he stood there, very still, first in amazement, then with pain dawning in his face. "My golly!" he said in bewilderment, and then repeated, "My golly!" He turned as if to jump again at Gedney, stopped, his muscles visibly relaxed, and he gave a bitter little laugh. "You people! You people!" Evelyn's arms were around him, and her eyes were pleading with him frantically, but he pushed her away and sank dazed into a kitchen chair. His face like porcelain. "You've been doing things to me, Evelyn. Why, you little devil! You little devil!" She had never felt so sorry for him. She had never loved him so much. "It wasn't her fault," said Gedney, rather humbly. "I just came." But Piper shook his head, and his expression when he stared up was as if some physical accident had jarred his mind into temporary inability to function. His eyes, grown suddenly pitiful, struck a deep, unsounded chord in Evelyn, and simultaneously a furious anger surged in her. She felt her eyelids burning. She stamped her foot violently. Her hands scurried nervously over the table, as if searching for a weapon, and then she flung herself wildly at Gedney. "Get out!" she screamed, dark eyes blazing, little fists beating helplessly on his outstretched arm. "You did this! Get out of here! Get out! Get out! Get out!" Part 2. Concerning Mrs. Harold Piper at 35, opinion was divided. Women said she was still handsome. Men said she was pretty no longer. And this was probably because the qualities in her beauty that women had feared and men had followed had vanished. Her eyes were still as large and as dark and as sad, but the mystery had departed. Their sadness was no longer eternal, only human, and she had developed a habit, when she was startled or annoyed, of twitching her brows together and blinking several times. Her mouth also had lost. The red had receded, and the faint downturning of its corners when she smiled, that had added to the sadness of the eyes and been vaguely mocking and beautiful, was quite gone. When she smiled now, the corners of her lips turned up. Back in the days when she reveled in her own beauty, Evelyn had enjoyed that smile of hers. She had accentuated it. When she stopped accentuating it, it faded out, and the last of her mystery with it. Evelyn had ceased accentuating her smile within a month after the Freddie Gedney affair. Externally things had gone and very much as they had before. But in those few minutes during which she had discovered how much she loved her husband, Evelyn had realized how indelibly she had hurt him. For a month she struggled against aching silences, wild reproaches, and accusations. She pled with him, made quiet, pitiful little love to him, and he laughed at her bitterly. And then she, too, slipped gradually into silence, and a shadowy, impenetrable barrier dropped between them. The surge of love that had risen in her she lavished on Donald, her little boy, realizing him almost wonderingly as a part of her life. The next year a piling up of mutual interests and responsibilities and some stray flicker from the past brought husband and wife together again. But after a rather pathetic flood of passion, Evelyn realized that her great opportunity was gone. There simply wasn't anything left. She might have been youth and love for both, but that time of silence had slowly dried up the springs of affection, and her own desire to drink again of them was dead. She began for the first time to seek women friends, to prefer books she had read before, to sew a little where she could watch her two children to whom she was devoted. She worried about little things. If she saw crumbs on the dinner table, her mind drifted off the conversation. She was receding gradually into middle age. Her 35th birthday had been an exceptionally busy one, for they were entertaining on short notice that night. As she stood in her bedroom window in the late afternoon, she discovered that she was quite tired. 10 years before she would have lain down and slept, but now she had a feeling that things needed washing. Maids were cleaning downstairs, bric-a-brac was all over the floor, and there were sure to be grocery men that had to be talked to, imperatively. And then there was a letter to write Donald, who was 14 and in his first year away at school. She had nearly decided to lie down, nevertheless, when she heard a sudden familiar signal from little Julie downstairs. She compressed her lips, her brows twitched together, and she blinked. "Julie!" she called. "Ow!" prolonged Julie plaintively. Then the voice of Hilda, the second maid, floated up the stairs. "She cut herself a little, Miss Piper." Evelyn flew to her sewing basket, rummaged until she found a torn handkerchief, and hurried downstairs. In a moment Julie was crying in her arms as she searched for the cut, faint, disparaging evidences of which appeared on Julie's dress. "My thumb!" explained Julie. "Oh, 'turts!" "It was the bowl here, the he one," said Hilda apologetically. "It was waitin' on the floor while I polished the sideboard, and Julie come along and went to foolin' with it. She yust scratch herself." Evelyn frowned heavily at Hilda, and, twisting Julie decisively in her lap, began tearing strips of the handkerchief. "Now, let's see it, dear." Julie held it up, and Evelyn pounced. "There." Julie surveyed her swathed thumb doubtfully. She crooked it. It waggled. A pleased, interested look appeared in her tear-stained face. She sniffled and waggled it again. "You precious!" cried Evelyn, and kissed her, but before she left the room she leveled another frown at Hilda. Careless. Servants all that way nowadays. If she could get a good Irish woman. But you couldn't any more, and these Swedes. At 5 o'clock Harold arrived, and, coming up to her room, threatened in a suspiciously jovial tone to kiss her 35 times for her birthday. Evelyn resisted. "You've been drinking," she said shortly, and then added qualitatively, "a little. You know I loathe the smell of it." "Evie," he said after a pause, setting himself in a chair by the window, "I can tell you something now. I guess you've known things haven't been going quite right downtown." She was standing at the window, combing her hair, but at these words she turned and looked at him. "How do you mean? You've always said there was room for more than one wholesale hardware house in town." Her voice expressed some alarm. "There was," said Harold significantly, "but this Clarence Ahern is a smart man." "I was surprised when you said he was coming to dinner." "Evie," he went on, with another slap at his knee, "after January 1st, the Clarence Ahern Company becomes the Ahern Piper Company, and Piper Brothers, as a company, ceases to exist." Evelyn was startled. The sound of his name in second place was somehow hostile to her. Still, he appeared jubilant. "I don't understand, Harold." "Well, Evie, Ahern has been fooling around with Marx. If those two had combined, we'd have been the little fellow, struggling along, picking up smaller orders, hanging back on risks. It's a question of capital, Evie, and Ahern and Marx would have had the business, just like Ahern and Piper is going to now." He paused and coughed, and a little cloud of whiskey floated up to her nostrils. "Tell you the truth, Evie, I've suspected that Ahern's wife had something to do with it. Ambitious little lady, I'm told. Guess she knew the Marxes couldn't help her much here." "Is she common?" asked Evie. "Never met her, I'm sure, but I don't doubt it. Clarence Ahern's name's been up at the country club 5 months. No action taken." He waved his hand disparagingly. "Ahern and I had lunch together today and just about clinched it, so I thought it'd be nice to have him and his wife up tonight. Just have 9, mostly family. After all, it's a big thing for me, and of course we'll have to see something of them, Evie." "Yes," said Evie thoughtfully, "I suppose we will." Evelyn was not disturbed over the social end of it, but the idea of Piper Brothers becoming the Ahern Piper Company startled her. It seemed like going down in the world. Half an hour later, as she began to dress for dinner, she heard his voice from downstairs. "Oh, Evie, come down." She went out into the hall and called over the banister. "What is it?" "I want you to help me make some of that punch before dinner." Hurriedly rehooking her dress, she descended the stairs and found him grouping the essentials on the dining room table. She went to the sideboard and, lifting one of the bowls, carried it over. "Oh, no," he protested. "Let's use the big one. There'll be Ahern and his wife, and you and I, and Milton, that's 5, and Tom and Jessie, that's 7, and your sister, and Joe Ambler, that's 9. You don't know how quick that stuff goes when you make it." "We'll use this bowl," she insisted. "It'll hold plenty. You know how Tom is." Tom Lowry, husband to Jessie, Harold's first cousin, was rather inclined to finish anything in a liquid way that he began. Harold shook his head. "Don't be foolish. That one holds only about 3 quarts, and there's 9 of us, and the servants will want some, and it isn't strong punch. It's so much more cheerful to have a lot, Evie. We don't have to drink all of it." "I say the small one." Again he shook his head obstinately. "No, be reasonable." "I am reasonable," she said shortly. "I don't want any drunken men in the house." "Who said you did?" "Then use the small bowl." "Now, Evie." He grasped the smaller bowl to lift it back. Instantly her hands were on it, holding it down. There was a momentary struggle, and then, with a little exasperated grunt, he raised his side, slipped it from her fingers, and carried it to the sideboard. She looked at him and tried to make her expression contemptuous, but he only laughed. Acknowledging her defeat, but disclaiming all future interest in the punch, she left the room. Part 3. At 7:30, her cheeks glowing and her high-piled hair gleaming with a suspicion of brilliantine, Evelyn descended the stairs. Mrs. Ahern, a little woman concealing a slight nervousness under red hair and an extreme empire gown, greeted her volubly. Evelyn disliked her on the spot, but the husband she rather approved of. He had keen blue eyes and a natural gift of pleasing people that might have made him, socially, had he not so obviously committed the blunder of marrying too early in his career. "I'm glad to know Piper's wife," he said simply. "It looks as though your husband and I are going to see a lot of each other in the future." She bowed, smiled graciously, and turned to greet the others. Milton Piper, Harold's quiet, unassertive younger brother, the 2 Lowrys, Jessie and Tom, Irene, her own unmarried sister, and finally Joe Ambler, a confirmed bachelor and Irene's perennial beau. Harold led the way into dinner. "We're having a punch evening," he announced jovially. Evelyn saw that he had already sampled his concoction. "So there won't be any cocktails except the punch. It's my wife's greatest achievement, Mrs. Ahern. She'll give you the recipe if you want it. But owing to a slight," he caught his wife's eye and paused, "to a slight indisposition, I'm responsible for this batch. Here's how." All through dinner there was punch, and Evelyn, noticing that Ahern and Milton Piper and all the women were shaking their heads negatively at the maid, knew she had been right about the bowl. It was still half full. She resolved to caution Harold directly afterward, but when the women left the table, Mrs. Ahern cornered her, and she found herself talking cities and dressmakers with a polite show of interest. "We've moved around a lot," chattered Mrs. Ahern, her red head nodding violently. "Oh yes, we've never stayed so long in a town before, but I do hope we're here for good. I like it here, don't you?" "Well, you see, I've always lived here, so naturally—" "Oh, that's true," said Mrs. Ahern, and laughed. "Clarence always used to tell me he had to have a wife he could come home to and say, 'Well, we're going to Chicago tomorrow to live, so pack up.' I got so I never expected to live anywhere." She laughed her little laugh again. Evelyn suspected that it was her society laugh. "Your husband is a very able man, I imagine." "Oh yes," Mrs. Ahern assured her eagerly. "He's brainy, Clarence is. Ideas and enthusiasm, you know. Finds out what he wants and then goes and gets it." Evelyn nodded. She was wondering if the men were still drinking punch back in the dining room. Mrs. Ahern's history kept unfolding jerkily, but Evelyn had ceased to listen. The first odor of masked cigars began to drift in. It wasn't really a large house, she reflected. On an evening like this, the library sometimes grew blue with smoke, and next day one had to leave the windows open for hours to air the heavy staleness out of the curtains. Perhaps this partnership might. She began to speculate on a new house. Mrs. Ahern's voice drifted in on her. "I really would like the recipe if you have it written down somewhere." Then there was a sound of chairs in the dining room, and the men strolled in. Evelyn saw at once that her worst fears were realized. Harold's face was flushed, and his words ran together at the ends of sentences, while Tom Lowry lurched when he walked, and narrowly missed Irene's lap when he tried to sink onto the couch beside her. He sat there, blinking dazedly at the company. Evelyn found herself blinking back at him, but she saw no humor in it. Joe Ambler was smiling contentedly and purring on his cigar. Only Ahern and Milton Piper seemed unaffected. "It's a pretty fine town, Ahern," said Ambler. "You'll find that." "I found it so," said Ahern pleasantly. "You find it more, Ahern," said Harold, nodding emphatically, "if I've anything to do with it." He soared into a eulogy of the city, and Evelyn wondered uncomfortably if it bored everyone as it bored her. Apparently not. They were all listening attentively. Evelyn broke in at the first gap. "Where have you been living, Mr. Ahern?" she asked interestedly. Then she remembered that Mrs. Ahern had told her, but it didn't matter. Harold mustn't talk so much. He was such an ass when he'd been drinking, but he plopped directly back in. "Tell you, Ahern, first you want to get a house up here on the hill. Get Stern House or Ridgeway House. Want to have us so people say, 'There's Ahern House.' Solid, you know, that's the effect it gives." Evelyn flushed. This didn't sound right at all. Still, Ahern didn't seem to notice anything amiss, only nodded gravely. "Have you been looking—" But her words trailed off unheard as Harold's voice boomed on. "Get a house, that's start. Then you get to know people. Snobbish town first toward outsider, but not long after know you. People like you," he indicated Ahern and his wife with a sweeping gesture. "All right. Cordial as anything once get by first bar then He swallowed, and then said barrier, repeated it masterfully. Evelyn looked appealingly at her brother-in-law, but before he could intercede, a thick mumble had come crowding out of Tom Lowry, hindered by the dead cigar which he gripped firmly with his teeth. What? Demanded Harold earnestly. Resignedly and with difficulty, Tom removed the cigar. That is, he removed part of it, and then blew the remainder with a "what" across the room, where it landed liquidly and limply in Mrs. Ahern's lap. "Beg pardon," he mumbled, and rose with the vague intention of going after it. Milton's hand on his coat collapsed him in time, and Mrs. Ahern not ungracefully flounced the tobacco from her skirt to the floor, never once looking at it. "I was saying," continued Tom thickly, "'fore it happened," he waved his hand apologetically toward Mrs. Ahern, "I was saying I heard all truth, that country club matter." Milton leaned and whispered something to him. "Let me alone," he said petulantly. "Know what I'm doing. That's what I came for." Evelyn sat there in a panic, trying to make her mouth form words. She saw her sister's sardonic expression and Mrs. Ahern's face turning a vivid red. Ahern was looking down at his watch chain, fingering it. "I heard who's been keeping you out, and he's not a bit better than you. I can fix the whole damn thing up. Would have before, but I didn't know you. Harold told me you felt bad about the thing." Milton Piper rose suddenly and awkwardly to his feet. In a second everyone was standing tensely, and Milton was saying something very hurriedly about having to go early, and the Aherns were listening with eager intentness. Then Mrs. Ahern swallowed and turned with a forced smile toward Jessie. Evelyn saw Tom lurch forward and put his hand on Ahern's shoulder, and suddenly she was listening to a new anxious voice at her elbow, and, turning, found Hilda, the second maid. "Please, Miss Piper, I think Yulie got her hand poisoned. It's all swole up, and her cheeks is hot, and she's moaning and groaning." "Julie is?" Evelyn asked sharply. The party suddenly receded. She turned quickly, sought with her eyes for Mrs. Ahern, slipped toward her. "If you'll excuse me, Mrs. She had momentarily forgotten the name, but she went right on. "My little girl's been taken sick. I'll be down when I can." She turned and ran quickly up the stairs, retaining a confused picture of rays of cigar smoke and a loud discussion in the center of the room that seemed to be developing into an argument. Switching on the light in the nursery, she found Julie tossing feverishly and giving out odd little cries. She put her hand against the cheeks. They were burning. With an exclamation, she followed the arm down under the cover until she found the hand. Hilda was right. The whole thumb was swollen to the wrist, and in the center was a little inflamed sore. Blood poisoning, her mind cried in terror. The bandage had come off the cut, and she'd gotten something in it. She'd cut it at 3 o'clock. It was now nearly 11. 8 hours. Blood poisoning couldn't possibly develop so soon. She rushed to the phone. Dr. Martin across the street was out. Dr. Falk, their family physician, didn't answer. She racked her brains and in desperation called her throat specialist and bit her lip furiously while he looked up the numbers of 2 physicians. During that interminable moment she thought she heard loud voices downstairs, but she seemed to be in another world now. After 15 minutes she located a physician who sounded angry and sulky at being called out of bed. She ran back to the nursery and, looking at the hand, found it was somewhat more swollen. "Oh, God!" she cried, and kneeling beside the bed began smoothing back Julie's hair over and over. With a vague idea of getting some hot water, she rose and stared toward the door, but the lace of her dress caught in the bed rail and she fell forward on her hands and knees. She struggled up and jerked frantically at the lace. The bed moved and Julie groaned. Then, More quietly, but with suddenly fumbling fingers, she found the pleat in front, tore the whole pannier completely off, and rushed from the room. Out in the hall she heard a single, loud, insistent voice, but as she reached the head of the stairs it ceased, and an outer door banged. The music room came into view. Only Harold and Milton were there, the former leaning against a chair, his face very pale, his collar open, and his mouth moving loosely. "What's the matter?" Milton looked at her anxiously. "There was a little trouble." Then Harold saw her, and, straightening up with an effort, began to speak. "Saw my own cousin in my own house. Goddamn common nouveau riche. Saw my own cousin." Tom had trouble with Ahern, and Harold interfered, said Milton. "My Lord, Milton," cried Evelyn, "couldn't you have done something?" "I tried. Julie's sick," she interrupted. "She's poisoned herself. Get him to bed if you can." Harold looked up. "Julie sick?" Paying no attention, Evelyn brushed by through the dining room, catching sight, with a burst of horror, of the big punch bowl still on the table, the liquid from melted ice in its bottom. She heard steps on the front stairs. It was Milton helping Harold up, and then a mumble. "Why, Julie's all right." "Don't let him go into the nursery," she shouted. The hours blurred into a nightmare. The doctor arrived just before midnight, and within half-hour had lanced the wound. He left at 2 after giving her the addresses of 2 nurses to call up, and promising to return at 6:30. It was blood poisoning. After 4, leaving Hilda by the bedside, she went to her room, and slipping with a shudder out of her evening dress, kicked it into a corner. She put on a house dress and returned to the nursery while Hilda went to make coffee. Not until noon could she bring herself to look into Harold's room, but when she did, it was to find him awake and staring very miserably at the ceiling. He turned bloodshot, hollow eyes upon her. For a minute she hated him, couldn't speak. A husky voice came from the bed. "What time is it?" "Noon." "I made a damn fool." "It doesn't matter," she said sharply. "Julie's got blood poisoning. They may—" she choked over the words. "They think she'll have to lose her hand." "What?" "She cut herself on that bowl." "Last night?" "Oh, what does it matter?" she cried. "She's got blood poisoning. Can't you hear?" He looked at her, bewildered, sat halfway up in bed. "I'll get dressed," he said. Her anger subsided, and a great wave of weariness and pity for him rolled over her. After all, it was his trouble too. "Yes," she answered listlessly. "I suppose you'd better." Part 4. If Evelyn's beauty had hesitated at her early 30s, it came to an abrupt decision just afterward and completely left her. A tentative outlay of wrinkles on her face suddenly deepened, and flesh collected rapidly on her legs and hips and arms. Her mannerism of drawing her brows together had become an expression. It was habitual when she was reading or speaking, and even while she slept. She was 46. As in most families whose fortunes have gone down rather than up, she and Harold had drifted into a colorless antagonism. In repose they looked at each other with the toleration they might have felt for broken old chairs. Evelyn worried a little when he was sick, and did her best to be cheerful under the wearying depression of living with a disappointed man. Family bridge was over for the evening, and she sighed with relief. She had made more mistakes than usual this evening, and she didn't care. Irene shouldn't have made that remark about the infantry being particularly dangerous. There had been no letter for 3 weeks now, and while this was nothing out of the ordinary, it never failed to make her nervous. Naturally, she hadn't known how many clubs were out. Harold had gone upstairs, so she stepped out on the porch for a breath of fresh air. There was a bright glamour of moonlight diffusing on the sidewalks and lawns, and with a little half yawn, half laugh, she remembered one long moonlight affair of her youth. It was astonishing to think that life had once been the sum of her current love affairs. It was now the sum of her current problems. There was the problem of Julie. Julie was 13, and lately she was growing more and more sensitive about her deformity and preferred to stay always in her room reading. A few years before, she had been frightened at the idea of going to school, and Evelyn could not bring herself to send her, so she grew up in her mother's shadow, a pitiful little figure with the artificial hand that she made no attempt to use, but kept forlornly in her pocket. Lately she had been taking lessons in using it, because Evelyn had feared she would cease to lift the arm altogether. But after the lessons, unless she made a move with it in listless obedience to her mother, the little hand would creep back to the pocket of her dress. For a while her dresses were made without pockets, but Julie had moped around the house so miserably at a loss all 1 month that Evelyn weakened and never tried the experiment again. The problem of Donald had been different from the start. She had attempted vainly to keep him near her, as she had tried to teach Julie to lean less on her. Lately the problem of Donald had been snatched out of her hands. His division had been abroad for 3 months. She yawned again. Life was a thing for youth. What a happy youth she must have had! She remembered her pony, Bijou, and the trip to Europe with her mother when she was 18. Very, very complicated, she said aloud and severely to the moon, and stepping inside, was about to close the door when she heard a noise in the library and started. It was Martha, the middle-aged servant. They kept only one now. "Why, Martha!" she said in surprise. Martha turned quickly. "Oh, I thought you was upstairs. I was just—" "Is anything the matter?" Martha hesitated. "No, She stood there fidgeting. "It was a letter, Mrs. Piper, that I put somewhere." "A letter? Your own letter?" asked Evelyn. "No, it was to you. 'Twas this afternoon, Mrs. Piper, in the last mail. The postman give it to me, and then the back door bell rang. I had it in my hand, so I must have stuck it somewhere. I thought I'd just slip in now and find it." "What sort of a letter? From Mr. Donald?" "No, it was an advertisement maybe, or a business letter. It was a long narrow one, I remember." They began a search through the music room, looking on trays and mantelpieces, and then through the library, feeling on the tops of rows of books. Martha paused in despair. "I can't think where. I went straight to the kitchen. The dining room maybe." She started hopefully for the dining room, but turned suddenly at the sound of a gasp behind her. Evelyn had sat down heavily in a Morris chair, her brows drawn very close together, eyes blinking furiously. "Are you sick?" For a minute there was no answer. Evelyn sat there very still, and Martha could see the very quick rise and fall of her bosom. "Are you sick?" she repeated. "No," said Evelyn slowly, "but I know where the letter is. Go away, Martha. I know." Wonderingly, Martha withdrew, and still Evelyn sat there, only the muscles around her eyes moving, contracting and relaxing and contracting again. She knew now where the letter was. She knew as well as if she had put it there herself, and she felt instinctively and unquestionably what the letter was. It was long and narrow like an advertisement, but up in the corner in large letters it said War Department, and in smaller letters below, Official Business. She knew it lay there in the big bowl with her name in ink on the outside and her soul's death within. Rising uncertainly, she walked toward the dining room, feeling her way along the bookcases and through the doorway. After a moment she found the light and switched it on. There was the book, reflecting the electric light in crimson squares edged with black and yellow squares edged with blue, ponderous and glittering, grotesquely and triumphantly ominous. She took a step forward and paused again. Another step, and she would see over the top and into the inside. Another step, and she would see an edge of white. Another step. Her hands fell on the rough, cold surface. In a moment she was tearing it open, fumbling with an obstinate fold, holding it before her while the typewritten page glared out and struck at her. Then it fluttered like a bird to the floor. The house that had seemed whirring, buzzing a moment since, was suddenly very quiet. A breath of air crept in through the open front door, carrying the noise of a passing motor. She heard faint sounds from upstairs, and then a grinding racket in the pipe behind the bookcases, her husband turning off a water tap. And in that instant it was as if this were not, after all, Donald's hour, except in so far as he was a marker in the insidious contest that had gone on in sudden surges and long listless interludes between Evelyn and this cold, malignant thing of beauty, a gift of enmity from a man whose face she had long since forgotten. With its massive, brooding passivity, it lay there in the center of her house as it had lain for years, throwing out the ice-like beams of 1,000 eyes, perverse glitterings, merging each into each, never aging, never changing. Evelyn sat down on the edge of the table and stared at it, fascinated. It seemed to be smiling now, a very cruel smile, as if to say, "You see, this time I didn't have to hurt you directly. I didn't bother. You know it was I who took your son away. You know how cold I am, and how hard, and how beautiful, because once you were just as cold and hard and beautiful." The bowl seemed suddenly to turn itself over, and then to distend and swell until it became a great canopy that glittered and trembled over the room, over the house, and as the walls melted slowly into mist, Evelyn saw that it was still moving out and farther away from her, shutting off far horizons and suns and moons and stars, except as inky blots seen faintly through it. And under it walked all the people, and the light that came through to them was refracted and twisted until shadow seemed light and light seemed shadow, until the whole panoply of the world became changed and distorted under the twinkling heaven of the bowl. Then there came a faraway, booming voice like a low, clear bell. It came from the center of the bowl, and down the great sides to the ground, and then bounced toward her eagerly. "You see, I am fate," it shouted, "and stronger than your puny plans, and I am how things turn out, and I am different from your little dreams, and I am the flight of time, and the end of beauty and unfilled desire. All the accidents and imperceptions, and the little minutes that shape the crucial hours are mine. I am the exception that proves no rules, the limits of your control, the condiment in the dish of life." The booming sounds stopped. The echoes rolled away over the wide land to the edge of the bowl that bounded the world, and up the great sides and back to the center, where they hummed for a moment and died. Then the great walls began slowly to bear down upon her, growing smaller and smaller, coming closer and closer, as if to crush her. And as she clenched her hands and waited for the swift bruise of the cold glass, the bowl gave a sudden wrench and turned over, and lay there on the sideboard, shining and inscrutable, reflecting in 100 prisms, myriad, many-colored glints and gleams and crossings and interlaces of light. The cold wind blew in again through to front door, and with a desperate, frantic energy, Evelyn stretched both her arms around the bowl. She must be quick. She must be strong. She tightened her arms until they ached, tauted the thin strips of muscle under her soft flesh, and with a mighty effort raised it and held it. She felt the wind blow cold on her back, where her dress had come apart from the strain of her effort, and as she felt it, she turned toward it and staggered under the great weight, out through the library and on toward the front door. She must be quick. She must be strong. The blood in her arms throbbed dully, and her knees kept giving way under her, but the feel of the cool glass was good. Out the front door she tottered, and over to the stone steps, and there, summoning every fiber of her soul and body for a last effort, swung herself half around. For a second, as she tried to loose her hold, her numb fingers clung to the rough surface, and in that second she slipped, and, losing balance, toppled forward with a despairing cry, her arms still around the bowl. Down. Over the way, lights went on. Far down the block the crash was heard, and pedestrians rushed up, wonderingly. Upstairs a tired man awoke from the edge of sleep, and a little girl whimpered in a haunted doze. And all over the moonlit sidewalk, around the still black form, hundreds of prisms and cubes and splinters of glass reflected the light in little gleams of blue, and black edged with yellow, and crimson edged with black. End of The Cut Glass Bowl by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
By John Hay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Blood Seedling by John Hay. In a bit of green pasture that rose, gradually narrowing to the tableland that ended in prairie, and widened out descending to the wet and willowy sands that border the great river, a broad-shouldered young man was planting an apple tree one sunny spring morning when Tyler was president. The little valley was shut in on the south and east by rocky hills, patched with the immortal green of cedars and gay with clambering columbines. In front was the Mississippi, reposing from its plunge over the rapids, and idling down among the golden sandbars in the low, moist islands, which were looking their loveliest in the new spring dresses of delicate green. The young man was digging with a certain vicious energy, forcing the spade into the black, crumbling loam with a movement full of vigor and malice. His straight, black brows were knitted till they formed one dark line over his deep-set eyes. His beard was not yet old enough to hide the massive outline of his firm, square jaw. In the set teeth, in the clouded face, in the half-articulate exclamations that shot from time to time from the compressed lips, it was easy to see that the thoughts of the young horticulturist were far from his work. A bright young girl came down the path through the hazel thicket that skirted the hillside, and putting a plump brown hand on the topmost rail of the fence, vaulted lightly over and lit on the soft springy turf with a thud that announced a wholesome and liberal architecture. It is usually expected of poets and lovers that they shall describe the ladies of their love as so airy and delicate in structure that the flowers they tread on are greatly improved in health and spirits by the visitation. But not being a poet or in love, we must admit that there was no resurrection for the larkspurs and pansies upon which the little boots of Miss Susie Barringer landed. Yet she was not the coarse peasant type, though her cheeks were so rosy as to cause her great heaviness of heart on Sunday mornings, and her blue lawn dress was as full as it could afford from shoulders to waist. She was a neat, hearty, and very pretty country girl, with a slightly freckled face and rippled brown hair and astonished blue eyes, but perfectly self-possessed and graceful as a young quail. A young man's ears are quick to catch the rustling of a woman's dress. The flight of this plump bird and its fluttering blue plumage over the rail fence caused our young man to look up from his spading. The scowl was rooted from his brow by a sudden incursion of blushes, and his mouth was attacked by an awkward smile. The young lady nodded and was hurrying past. The scowl came back in force, and the smile was repulsed from the bearded mouth with great loss. "Miss Tooty, are you in a hurry?" The lady thus addressed turned and said, in a voice that was half pert and half coaxing, "No particular hurry. Al, I've told you a dozen times not to call me that ridiculous name." "Miss Tooty, I hain't never called you nothing else since you was a little one so high. You ought to know your own name, and you give yourself that name when you was a yearling. Howsomever, if you don't like it now, since you've been into Jacksonville, I reckon I can call you Miss Susie when I don't disremember." The frank amends seemed to satisfy Miss Susie, for she at once interrupted in the kindest manner, "Never mind, Al Goyer, you can call me what you are a mind to." Then, as if conscious of the feminine inconsistency, she changed the subject by asking, "What are you going to do with that great hole big enough to bury a fellow?" "I'm going to plant this here seedling that growed up in Colonel Blood's pasture. Nobody knows how. Be like somebody was eating an apple and throwed the core down like. I'm going to plant a little orchard here next spring, but the Colonel and me, we reckon this one 'd be too old by that time for moving, so I thought I'd stick it in now and see what'd come out'n it. It's a powerful thrifty chunk of a sapling." "Yes, I speak for the first peck of apples off'n it. Don't forget. Good morning." "Hold on a minute, Miss Susan, till I get my coat. I'll walk down a piece with you. I've got something to say to you." Miss Susie turned a little red and a little pale. These occasions were not entirely unknown in her short experience of life. When young men in the country in that primitive period had something to say, it was something very serious and earnest. Allen Goyer was a good-looking, stalwart young farmer, well-to-do, honest, able to provide for a family. There was nothing presumptuous in his aspiring to the hand of the prettiest girl on Cheney Creek. In childhood he had trotted her to Banbury Cross and back 100 times, beguiling the tedium of the journey with kisses and the music of bells. When the little girl was old enough to go to school, the big boy carried her books and gave her the rosiest apples out of his dinner basket. He fought all her battles and wrote all her compositions, which latter, by the way, never gained her any great credit. When she was 15 and he 20, he had his great reward in taking her twice a week during one happy winter to singing school. This was the bloom of life. Nothing before or after could compare with it. The blacking of shoes and brushing of stiff electric bristling hair, all on end with frost and hope, the struggling into the plate armor of his starched shirt, the tying of his pretentious and uncontrollable cravat before the glass, which was hopelessly dimmed every moment by his eager breath. These trivial and vulgar details were made beautiful and unreal by the magic of youth and love. Then came the walk through the crisp, dry snow to the Widow Barringer's, the sheepish talk with the old lady while Susie got on her things, and the long enchanting tramp to the district schoolhouse. There's not a country-bred man or woman now living but will tell you that life can offer nothing comparable with the innocent zest of that old style of courting that was done at singing school in the starlight and candlelight of the first half of the century. There are few hearts so withered and old but they beat quicker sometimes when they hear in old-fashioned churches the wailing, sobbing, or exulting strains of Bradstreet or China or Coronation, and the mind floats down on the current of these old melodies to that fresh young day of hopes and illusions, of voices that were sweet, no matter how false they sang, of nights that were rosy with dreams, no matter what Fahrenheit said, of girls that blushed without cause, and of lovers who talked for hours about everything but love. I know I shall excite the scorn of all the ingenuous youth of my time when I say that there was nothing that our superior civilization would call love-making in those long walks through the winter nights. The heart of Allen Goyer swelled under his satin waistcoat with love and joy and devotion as he walked over the crunching roads with this pretty enslaver. But he talked of apples and pigs, and the heathen, and the teacher's wig, and sometimes ventured an allusion to the other people's flirtations in a jocose and distant way. But as to the state of his own heart, his lips were sealed. It would move a blasé smile on the downy lips of juvenile Lovelaces, who count their conquests by their cotillions and think nothing of making a declaration in an avant-deux, to be told of young people spending several evenings of each week in the year together, and speaking no word of love until they were ready to name their wedding day. Yet such was the sober habit of the place and time. So there was no troth plighted between Allen and Susie, though the youth loved the maiden with all the energy of his fresh, unused nature, and she knew it very well. He never dreamed of marrying any other woman than Susie Barringer, and she sometimes tried a new pen by writing and carefully erasing the initials S.M.G., which, as she was christened Susan Minerva, may be taken as showing the direction of her thoughts. If Allen Goyer had been less bashful or more enterprising, this history would never have been written, for Susie would probably have said yes for want of anything better to say, and when she went to visit her Aunt Abigail in Jacksonville, she would have gone engaged, her finger bound with gold and her maiden meditations fettered by promises. But she went as it was, fancy-free, and there is no tinder so inflammable as the imagination of a pretty country girl of 16. One day she went out with her easy-going Aunt Abigail to buy ribbons, Cheney Creek, invoices not supplying the requirements of Jacksonville society. As they traversed the courthouse square on their way to Deacon Pettibone's place, Miss Susan's vagrant glances rested on an iris of ribbon displayed in an opposition window. "Let's go in here," she said, with the impetuous decision of her age and sex. "We will go where you like, dear," said easy-going Aunt Abigail. "It makes no difference." Aunt Abigail was wrong. It made the greatest difference to several persons whether Susie Barringer bought her ribbons at Simmons or Pettibone's that day if she had but known. But all unconscious of the fate that beckoned invisibly on the threshold, Miss Susie tripped into Simmons' Emporium and asked for ribbons. Two young men stood at the long counter. One was Mr. Simmons, proprietor of the Emporium, who advanced with his most conscientious smile. "Ribbons, ma'am?" "Yes, ribbons, ma'am, all sorts, ma'am." "Cherry, ma'am?" "Certainly, ma'am. Just got a splendid lot from St. Louis this morning, ma'am. This way, ma'am." The ladies were soon lost in the delight of the eyes. The voice of Mr. Simmons accompanied the feast of color, insinuating but unheeded. The other young man approached. "Here's what you want, miss. Rich and elegant. Just suits your style. Sits off your hair and eyes beautiful." The ladies looked up. A more decided voice than Mr. Simmons, whiter hands than Mr. Simmons, handled the silken bands. Bolder eyes than the weak pink-bordered orbs of Mr. Simmons looked unabashed admiration into the pretty face of Susie Barringer. "Look here, Simmons, old boy, introduce a fellow." Mr. Simmons meekly obeyed. "Mrs. Barringer, let me introduce you to Mr. Leon of St. Louis, of the house of Draper and Mercer." "Bertie Leon, at your service," said the brisk young fellow, seizing Miss Susie's hand with energy. His hand was so much softer and whiter than hers that she felt quite hot and angry about it. When they had made their purchases, Mr. Leon insisted on walking home with them, and was very witty and agreeable all the way. He had all the wit of the newspapers, of the concert rooms, of the steamboat bars, at his fingers' ends. In his wandering life he had met all kinds of people. He had sold ribbons through a dozen states. He had never had a moment's doubt of himself. He never hesitated to allow himself any indulgence which would not interfere with business. He had one ambition in life, to marry Miss Mercer and get a share in the house. Miss Mercer was as ugly as a millionaire's tombstone. Mr. Bertie Leon, who, when his mustache was not dyed nor his hair greased, was really quite a handsome fellow, considered that the sacrifice he proposed to make in the interests of trade must be made good to him in some way. So, by way of getting even, he made violent love to all the pretty eyes he met in his commercial travels, to have something to think about after he should have found favor in the strabismic optics of Miss Mercer, he observed disrespectfully. Simple Susie, who had seen nothing of young men besides the awkward and blushing clodhoppers of Chaney Creek, was somewhat dazzled by the free and easy speech and manner of the hard-cheeked bagman. Yet there was something in his airy talk and point-blank compliments that aroused a faint feeling of resentment which she could scarcely account for. Aunt Abigail was delighted with him, and when he bowed his adieu at the gate in the most recent Planter's House style, she cordially invited him to call, "to drop in any time, he must be lonesome so far from home." He said he couldn't neglect such a chance with another Planter's House bow. "What a nice young man," said Aunt Abigail. "Awfully conceited and not overly polite," said Susie, as she took off her bonnet and went into a revel of bows and trimmings. The oftener Albert Leon came to Miss Barringer's bowery cottage, the more the old lady was pleased with him, and the more the young one criticized him, until it was plain to see that Aunt Abigail was growing tired of him, and pretty Susan dangerously interested. But just at this point his inexorable carpet-bag dragged him off to a neighboring town, and Susie soon afterward went back to Chaney Creek. Her Jacksonville hat and ribbons made her what her pretty eyes never could have done, the belle of the neighborhood. Non cuivis contingent adire ut etiam. But to a village where no one has been at Paris, the county town is a shrine of fashion. Allen Golyer felt a vague sense of distrust chilling his heart as he saw Mr. Simmons' ribbons decking the pretty head in the village choir the Sunday after her return, and spurred on by a nascent jealousy of the unknown, resolved to learn his fate without loss of time. But the little lady received him with such cool and unconcerned friendliness, talked so much and so fast about her visit, that the honest fellow was quite bewildered, and had to go home to think the matter over, and cudgel his dull wits to divine whether she was pleasanter than ever, or had drifted altogether out of his reach. Allen Golyer was, after all, a man of nerve and decision. He wasted only a day or two in doubts and fears, and one Sunday afternoon, with a beating but resolute heart, he left his Sunday school class to walk down to Crystal Glen and solve his questions and learn his doom. When he came in sight of the widow's modest house, he saw a buggy hitched by the gate. "Dow Padgett's chestnut sorrel, by jing! What is Dow after out here?" It is natural, if not logical, that young men should regard the visits of all other persons of their age and sex in certain quarters as a serious impropriety. But it was not his friend and crony, Dow Padgett, the liveryman, who came out of the widow's door, leading by the hand the blushing and bridling Susie. It was a startling apparition of the southwestern dandy of the period. Light hair drenched with bear's oil, blue eyes and jet-black mustache, an enormous paste brooch in his bosom, a waistcoat and trousers that shrieked in discordant tones, and very small and elegant varnished boots. The gamblers and bagmen of the Mississippi River are the best shod men in the world. Golyer's heart sank with him as the splendid being shone upon him. But with his rustic directness he walked to meet the laughing couple at the gate and said, "Tootie, I come to see you. Shall I go in and talk to your mother till you come back?" "No, that won't pay," promptly replied the brisk stranger. "We will be gone the heft of the afternoon, I reckon. This hoss is awful slow," he added with a wink of preternatural mystery to Miss Susie. "Mr. Golyer," said the young lady, "let me introduce you to my friend, Mr. Leon." Golyer put out his hand mechanically after the cordial fashion of the West, but Leon nodded and said, "I hope to see you again." He lifted Miss Susie into the buggy, sprang lightly in, and went off with laughter and the cracking of his whip after Dow Padgett's chestnut sorrel. The young farmer walked home desolate, comparing in his simple mind his own plain exterior with his rival's gorgeous toilette, his awkward address with the other's easy audacity, till his heart was full to the brim with that infernal compound of love and hate which is called jealousy, from which pray heaven to guard you. It was the next morning that Susie vaulted over the fence where Alice Golyer was digging the hole for Colonel Blood's apple tree. "Something middlin' particular," continued Golyer resolutely. "There's no use leaving your work," said Miss Barringer pluckily. "I will stay and listen." Poor Ellen began as badly as possible. "Who was that fellow with you yesterday?" "Thank you, Miss Golyer, my friends ain't fellers. What's that to you who he was?" "Susie Barringer, we have been keeping company now a matter of a year. I have loved you well and true. I would have give my life to save you any little care or trouble. I have never dreamed of nobody but you. Not that I was half good enough for you, but because I didn't know any better man around here. If it ain't too late, Susie, I ask you to be my wife. I will love you and care for you good and true." Before this solemn little speech was finished, Susie was crying and biting her bonnet strings in a most undignified manner. "Hush, Algolia!" she burst out. "You mustn't talk so. You are too good for me. I am kind of promised to that fellow. I most wished I had never seen him." Allen sprang to her and took her in his strong arms. She struggled free from him. In a moment the vibration which his passionate speech had produced in her passed away. She dried her eyes and said firmly enough, "It's no use, Al. We wouldn't be happy together. Good-bye. I shouldn't wonder if I went away from Cheney Creek before long." She walked rapidly down the river road. Allen stood fixed and motionless, gazing at the light, graceful form until the blue dress vanished behind the hill, and leaned long on his spade, unconscious of the lapse of time. When Susie reached her home, she found Leon at the gate. "Ah, my little rosebud, I came near missing you. I'm going to Keokuk this morning, to be gone a few days. I stopped here a minute to give you something to keep for me till I come back." "What is it?" He took her chubby cheeks between his hands and laid on her cherry-ripe lips a keepsake which he never reclaimed. She stood watching him from the gate until, as a clump of willows snatched him from her, she thought, "He will go right by where Al's at work. It would be just like him to jump over the fence and have a talk with him. I'd like to hear it." And an hour or so later, as she sat and sewed in the airy little entry, a shadow fell upon her work, and as she looked up, her startling eyes met the piercing glance of her discarded lover. A momentary ripple of remorse passed over her cheerful heart as she saw Allen's pale and agitated face. He was paler than she had ever seen him, with that ghastly pallor of weather-beaten faces. His black hair, wet with perspiration, clung clammily to his temples. He looked beaten, discouraged, utterly fatigued with the conflict of emotion, but one who closely looked in his eyes would have seen a curious, stealthy, half-shaded light in them, as of one who, though working against hope, was still not without resolute will. Dame Barringer, who had seen him coming up the walk, bustled in. "Good morning, Allen. How beat out you do look! Now, I like a steady young man, but don't you think you run this thing a working into the ground?" "Well, maybe so," said Golyer with a weary smile. "Leastways, I've been a-running this spade into the ground all morning, and—" "You want buttermilk? That's your idea, ain't it now?" "Well, Mrs. Barringer, I reckon you know my feelings." The good woman trotted off to the dairy, and Susie sewed demurely, waiting with some trepidation for what was to come next. "Susie Barringer," said a low, husky voice, which she could scarcely recognize as Golyer's, "I come back to ask pardon, not for nothing I've done, for I never did and never could do you wrong, but for what I thought for a while after you left me this morning. It's all over now, but I tell you, the bad man had his claws into my heart for a spell. Now it's all over, and I wish you well. I wish your husband well. If ever you get into any trouble where I can help, send for me. It's my right. It's the last favor I ask of you." Susceptible Susie cried a little again. Allen watched her with his ambushed eyes, said, "Don't take it to heart, Tootie. Perhaps there's better days in store for me yet." This did not appear to comfort Miss Barringer in the least. She was greatly grieved when she thought she had broken a young man's heart. She was still more dismal at the slightest intimation that she had not. If any explanation of this paradox is required, I would observe, quoting a phrase much in vogue among the witty writers of the present age, that Miss Susie Barringer was a very female woman. So pretty Susan's rising sobs subsided into a coquettish pout by the time her mother came in with the foaming pitcher of subacidulous nectar, and plied young Golyer with brimming beakers of it, with all the beneficent delight of the Lady Bountiful. "There, Mrs. Barringer, that's about as much as I can tote. Temperance in all things." "Very well, then, you work less and play more. We never get a sight of you lately. Come in neighborly and play checkers with Tootie." It was the darling wish of Mother Barringer's heart to see her daughter married and settled, with a steady young man that you knowed all about and his folks before him. She had observed with great disquietude the brilliant avatar of Mr. Bertie Leon, and the evident pride of her daughter in the bright plumaged captive she had brought to Cheney Creek, the spoil of her maiden snare. "I don't more'n half like that little feller." It is a Western habit to call a well-dressed man a little feller. The epithet would light on Hercules Farnese if he could go to Illinois dressed as a Cocotes. "No honest folks wears beard unto their upper lips. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a gambler." Day after day wore on, and to Dame Barringer's delight and Susie's dismay, Mr. Leon had not come. Allen Golyer, apparently unconscious in his fatigue of the cap which Dame Barringer was vicariously setting for him, walked away with his spade on his shoulder, and the good woman went systematically to work in making Susie miserable by sharp little country criticisms of her heart's idol. Day after day wore on, and to Dame Barringer's delight and Susie's dismay, Mr. Leon did not come. "He is such a business man," thought Susie, trusting. "He can't get away from Keokuk, but he'll be sure to write." So Susie put on her sunbonnet and hurried up to the post office. "Any letters for me, Mr. Whaler?" The artful and indefinite plural was not disguise enough for Miss Susie, so she added, "I was expecting a letter from my aunt." "No letters here from your aunt, nor your uncle, nor none of the tribe," said old Whaler, who had gone over with Tyler to keep his place, and so had no further use for good manners. "I think old Tommy Whaler is an imprudent old wretch," said Susie that evening, "and I won't go near his old post office again." But Susie forgot her threat of vengeance the next day, and she went again, lured by family affection. to inquire for that letter which Aunt Abby must have written. The third time she went, Rummy Old Whaler roared very improperly. "Bother your aunt! You got a beau somewheres, that's what's the matter." Poor Susan was so dazzled by this flash of clairvoyance that she hurried from that dreadful post office, scarcely hearing the terrible words that the old gin pig hurled after her. "He's forgot you, that's what's the matter." Susie Barringer walked home along the river road, revolving many things in her mind. She went to her room and locked her door by sticking a penknife over the latch, and sat down to have a good cry. Her faculties being thus cleared for action, she thought seriously for an hour. If you can remember when you were a schoolgirl, you know a great deal of solid thinking can be done in an hour. But we can tell you in a moment what it footed up. You can walk through the Louvre in a minute, but you can't see it in a week. Susan Barringer, soliloquitur. 3 weeks yesterday, yes, I suppose it's so. What a little fool I was. He goes everywheres. Says the same things to everybody, like he was selling ribbons. Mean little scamp. Mother seen through him in a minute. I'm mighty glad I didn't tell her nothing about it. Fie, Susie, your principles are worse than your grammar. He'll marry some rich girl. I don't envy her, but I hate her. And I'm as good as she is. Maybe he will come back. No, and I hope he won't. And I wish I was dead. Pocket handkerchief. Yet in the midst of her grief there was one comforting thought. Nobody knew of it. She had no confidant. She had not even opened her heart to her mother. These Western maidens have a fine gift of reticence. A few of her countryside friends and rivals had seen with envy and admiration the pretty couple on the day of Leon's arrival. But all their poisonous little compliments and questions had never elicited from the prudent Susie more than the safe statement that the handsome stranger was a friend of Aunt Abby's, whom she had met at Jacksonville. They could not laugh at her. They could not sneer at gay deceivers and lovelorn damsels when she went to the sewing circle. The bitterness of her tears were greatly sweetened by the consideration that in any case no one could pity her. She took consolation from this thought that she faced her mother unflinchingly at tea and baffled the maternal inquest of her redness of eyes by the schoolgirl's invaluable and ever-ready headache. It was positively not until a week later, when she met Allen Golyer at choir meeting, that she remembered that this man knew the secret of her baffled hopes. She blushed scarlet as he approached her. "Have you got company home, Miss Susie?" "Yes. That is, Sally Withers and me came together, and—" "No, that's hardly fair to Tom Fleming. 3 ain't the pleasantest company. I will go home with you." Susie took the strong arm that was held out to her, and leaned upon it with a mingled feeling of confidence and dread, as they walked home through the balmy night under the clear starry heaven of the early spring. The air was full of the quickening breath of May. Susie Barringer waited in vain for some signal of battle from Allen Golyer. He talked more than usual, but in a grave, quiet, protecting style, very different from his former manner of worshipping bashfulness. His tone had in it an air of fatherly caressing which was inexpressibly soothing to his pretty companion, tired and lonely with her silent struggle of the past month. When they came to her gate, and he said good night, she held his hand a moment with a tremulous grasp, and spoke impulsively. "Al, I once told you something I never told anybody else. I'll tell you something else now, because I believe I can trust you." "Be sure of that, Susie Barringer." "Well, Al, my engagement is broken off." "I am sorry for you, Susie, if you set much store by him." Miss Susie answered with great unnecessary impetuosity. "I don't care, and I'm glad of it," and then ran into the house and to bed, her cheeks all aflame at the thoughts of her indiscretion, and yet with a certain comfort in having a friend from whom she had no secrets. I protest there was no thought of coquetry in the declaration which Susan Barringer blurted out to her old lover under the sympathetic starlight of the May heaven. But Allen Golyer would have been a dull boy not to have taken heart and hope from it. He became, as of old, a frequent and welcome visitor at Crystal Glen. Before long the game of checkers with Susie became so enthralling a passion that it was only adjourned from one evening to another. Allen's white shirts grew fringy at the edges with fatigue duty, and his large hands were furry at the fingers with much soap. Susie's affectionate heart, which had been swayed a moment from its orbit by the irresistible attraction of Bertie Leon's diamond breastpin and city swagger, swung back to its ancient course under the mild influence of time and the weather and opportunity. So that Dame Barringer was not in the least surprised, on entering her little parlor one soft afternoon in the very May, to see the 2 young people economically occupying one chair, and Susie shouting the useless appeal, "Mother, make him behave." "I never interfere in young folks' matters, especially when they're going all right," said the motherly old soul, kissing her son Allen, and trotting away to dry her happy tears. I am almost ashamed to say how soon they were married, so soon that when Miss Susie went with her mother to Keokuk to buy a wedding garment, she half expected to find, in every shop she entered, the elegant figure of Mr. Leon leaning over the counter. The dress was bought and made and worn at wedding and in fair, and in a round of family visits among the Barringer and Golyer kin, and carefully laid away in lavender when the pair came back from their modest holiday and settled down to a real life on Allen's prosperous farm. And no word of Bertie Leon ever came to Mrs. Golyer to trouble her joy. In her calm and busy life the very name faded from her tranquil mind. These wholesome country hearts do not bleed long. In that wide-awake country, eyes are too useful to be wasting and weeping. My dear Lothario Urbanus, these peaches are very sound and delicious, but they will not keep forever. If you do not secure them today, they will go to someone else, and in no case, as the autocrat hath said with authority, can you stand there mellowing them with your thumb. There was no happier home in the country, and few finer farms. The good sense and industry of Gollier and the practical helpfulness of his wife found their full exercise in the care of his spreading fields and growing orchards. The Warsaw merchant bought for his wheat, and his apples were known in St. Louis. Mrs. Gollier, with that spice of romance which is hidden away in every woman's heart, had taken a special fancy to the seedling apple tree at whose planting she had so intimately assisted. Ellen shared in this as in all her whims, and tended and nursed it like a child. In time he gave up the care of his orchard to other hands, but he reserved this seedling for his own special coddling. He spaded and mulched it and pruned it, and guarded it in the winter from rodent rabbits, and in summer from terebrant grubs. It was not ungrateful. It grew a noble tree, producing a rich and luscious fruit, with a deep scarlet satin coat, and a flesh tinged as delicately as a pink seashell. The first peck of apples was given to Susie with great ceremony, and the next year the first bushel was carried to Colonel Blood, the congressman. He was loud in his admiration as the autumn elections were coming on. "Great Scott, Gollier, I'd rather give my name to a horticultural triumph like that there than be senator." "You got your wish, then, Colonel," said Gollier. "Me and my wife have called that tree the Blood seedling since the day it was transplanted from your pasture." It was the pride and envy of the neighborhood. Several neighbors asked for scions and grafts, but could do nothing with them. "Fact is," said old Silas Withers, "those folks that expects to raise good fruit by begging grafts and then laying abed and reading newspapers will have a good time waiting. Elbow grease is the secret of the Blood seedling, ain't it, Al?" "Well, I reckon, Squire Withers, a man never gets anything worth having without a tussle for it, and as to secrets, I don't believe in 'em nohow." A square-browed, resolute, silent, middle-aged man, who loved his home better than any amusement, regular at church, at the polls, something richer every Christmas than he had been on New Year's preceding, a man whom everybody liked and few loved much, such was Allen Gollier grown to be. If I have lingered too long over this colorless and commonplace picture of rural Western life, it is because I have felt an instinctive reluctance to recount the startling and most improbable incident which fell one night upon this quiet neighborhood like a thunderbolt out of the sky. The story I must tell will be flatly denied and easily refuted. It is absurd and fantastic, but unless human evidence is to go for nothing when it testifies of things unusual, the story is true. At the head of the rocky hollow through which Chaney Creek ran to the river lived the family who gave the brook its name. They were among the early pioneers of the country. In the squatty yellow stone house the present Chaney occupied, his grandfather had stood a siege from the Black Hawk all one summer and night, until relieved by the garrison of Fort Edward. The family had not grown with the growth of the land. Like many other of the pioneers, they had shown no talent of keeping abreast of civilization, whose guides and skirmishers they had been. In the progress of a half-century, they had sold bit by bit their section of land, which, kept intact, would have proved a fortune. They lived very quietly, working enough to secure their own pork and hominy, and regarding with a sort of impatient scorn every scheme of public or private enterprise that passed under their eyes. The elder Chaney had married, some years before, at the Mormon town of Nauvoo, the fair-haired daughter of a Swedish mystic, who had come across the sea, beguiled by dreams of a perfect theocracy, and who, on arriving at the city of Latter-day Saints, had died broken-hearted from his lost illusions. The only dowry that Seraphita Nielsen brought her husband, besides her delicate beauty and her wide blue eyes, was a full set of Swedenborg's later writings in English. These became the daily food of the solitary household. Saul Chaney would read the exalted rhapsodies of the northern seer for hours together, without the first glimmer of their meaning crossing his brain. But there was something in the majesty of their language and the solemn roll of their poetical development that irresistibly impressed and attracted him. Little Gershom, his only child, sitting at his feet, would listen in childish wonder to the strange things his silent, morose, and gloomy father found in the well-worn volumes, until his tired eyelids would fall at last over his pale, bulging eyes. As he grew up, his eyes bulged more and more, his head seemed too large for his rickety body. He pored over the marvelous volumes until he knew long passages by heart, and understood less of them than his father, which was unnecessary. He looked a little like his mother, but while she in her youth had something of the faint and flickering beauty of the boreal lights, poor Gershom never could have suggested anything more heavenly than a foggy moonlight. When he was 15, he went to the neighboring town of Warsaw to school. He had rather heavy weather among the well-knit, grubby-knuckled urchins of the town, and would have been thoroughly disheartened but for one happy chance. At the house where he boarded, an amusement called the Sperrit's Rappins was much in vogue. A group of young folks, surcharged with all sorts of animal magnetism, with some capacity for belief and much more for fun, used to gather about a light pine table every evening and put it through a complicated course of mystical gymnastics. It was a very good-tempered table. It would dance, hop, or slam at the word of command. or, if the exercises took a more intellectual turn, it would answer any question addressed to it in a manner not much below the average capacity of its tormentors. Gershom Chaney took all this in solemn earnest. He was from the first moment deeply impressed. He lay awake whole nights with his eyes fast closed in the wildest dreams. His school hours were passed in trance-like contemplation. He cared no more for punishment than the fakir for his self-inflicted tortures. He longed for the coming of the day when he could commune in solitude with the unfleshed and immortal. This was the full flowering of those seeds of fantasy that had fallen into his infant mind as he lay baking his brains by the wide fire in the old stone house at the head of the hollow, while his father read haltingly of the wonders of the invisible world. But to his great mortification he saw nothing, heard nothing, experienced nothing but in the company of others. He must brave the ridicule of the profane to taste the raptures which his soul loved. His simple, trusting faith made him inevitably the butt of the mischievous circle. They were not slow in discovering his extreme sensibility to the external influences. One muscular, black-haired, heavy-browed youth took especial delight in practicing upon him. The table, under Gershom's tremulous hands, would skip like a lamb at the command of this Thomas Fay. One evening Tom Fay had a great triumph. They had been trying to get the medium, for Gershom had reached that dignity, to answer sealed questions, and had met with indifferent success. Fay suddenly approached the table, scribbled a phrase, folded it, and tossed it, doubled up, before Gershom, then leaned over the table, staring at his pale, unwholesome face with all the might of his black eyes. Chaney seized the pencil convulsively and wrote, "Balaam." Fay burst into a loud laugh and said, "Read the question." It was, "Who rode on your grandfather's back?" This is a specimen of the cheap wit and harmless malice by which poor Gershom suffered as long as he stayed at school. He was never offended, but was often sorely perplexed at the apparent treachery of his unseen counselors. He was dismissed at last from the academy for utter and incorrigible indolence. He accepted his disgrace as a crown of martyrdom, and went proudly home to his sympathizing parents. Here, with less criticism and more perfect faith, he renewed the exercise of what he considered his mysterious powers. His fastings and vigils, and want of bodily movement and fresh air, had so injured his health as to make him tenfold more nervous and sensitive than ever. But his faintings and hysterics and epileptic paroxysms were taken more and more as evidences of his lofty mission. His father and mother regarded him as an oracle, for the simple reason that he always answered just as they expected. A curious or superstitious neighbor was added from time to time to the circle, and their reports heightened the half-uncanny interest which the Chaney household was regarded. It was on a moist and steamy evening of spring that Allen Golyer, standing by his gate, saw Saul Chaney slouching along in the twilight, and hailed him. "What news from the spirit, Saul?" "Nothing for you, Al Golyer," said Saul gloomily. "The God of this world takes care of the like of you." Golyer smiled as a prosperous man always does when his poorer neighbors abuse him for his luck, and rejoined, "I ain't so fortunate as you think for, Saul Chaney. I lost a boxer pig yesterday. I reckon I must come up and ask Gershom what's come of it." "Come along if you like. It's been a long while since you crossed my sill, but I'm getting to be quite the style. Young Lawyer Marshall is a-coming up this evening to see my Gershom." Before Mr. Golyer started, he filled a basket, to make himself welcome and pay for the show, with the reddest and finest fruit of his favorite apple tree. His wife followed him to the gate and kissed him, a rather unusual attention among Western farmer people. Her face, still rosy and comely, was flushed and smiling. "Al, do you know what day of the year it is?" 19th of April. "Yes, and 20 years ago today you planted the blood seedling, and I give you the mitten." She turned and went into the house, laughing comfortably. Allen walked slowly up the hollow to the Chaney house, and gave the apples to Seraphita, and told her their story. A little company was assembled, 2 or 3 Chaney Creek people, small market gardeners, with eyes the color of their gooseberries and hands the color of their currants. Mr. Marshall, a briefless young barrister from Warsaw, with a tawny friend who spoke like a Spaniard. "Take seats, friends, and form a circle of harmony," said Saul Chaney. "The medium is in fine condition. He had 2 fits this arternoon." Gershom looked shockingly ill and weak. He reclined in a great hickory armchair, with his eyes half open, his lips moving noiselessly. All the persons present formed a circle and joined hands. The moment the circle was completed by Saul and Seraphita, who were on either side of their son, touching his hands, an expression of pain and perplexity passed over his pale face, and he began to writhe and mutter. "He's seeing visions," said Saul. "Yes, too many of 'em," said Gershom querulously. "A boy in a boat, a man on a shelf, a man with a spade. All at once, too many. Get me a pencil. One at a time, I'll tell you. One at a time." The circle broke up, and a table was brought with writing materials. Gershom grasped a pencil and said, with imperious and feverish impatience, "Come on now, and don't waste the time of the shining ones." An old woman took his right hand. He wrote with his left very rapidly an instant, and threw her the paper, always with his eyes shut close. Old Mrs. Scritcher read with difficulty. "A boy in a boat, over he goes, and burst out in a piteous wail. Oh, my poor little Ephraim, I always knowed it." "Silence, woman," said the relentless medium. "Mr. Marshall," said Saul, "would you like a test?" "No, thank you," said the young gentleman. "I brought my friend, Mr. Baldassano, who as a traveler is interested in these things." Will you take the medium's hand, mister? What's your name?" The young foreigner took the lean and feverish hand of Gershom, and again the pencil flew rapidly over the paper. He pushed the manuscript from him and snatched his hand away from Baldassano. As the latter looked at what was written, the tawny cheek grew deadly pale. "Dios mio!" he exclaimed to Marshall. "This is written in Castilian!" The two young men retired to the other end of the room and read by the tallow candle the notes scrawled on the paper. Baldassano translated. A man on a shelf, table covered with bottles beside him, man's face yellow as gold, bottles tumble over without being touched. "What nonsense is that?" said Marshall. "My brother died of yellow fever at sea last year." Both the young men became suddenly very thoughtful, and observed with great interest the results of Golyer's test. He sat by Gershom, holding his hand tightly, but gazing absently into the dying blaze of the wide chimney. He seemed to have forgotten where he was. A train of serious thought appeared to hold him completely under its control. His brows were knit with an expression of severe, almost fierce determination. At one moment his breathing was hard and thick, a moment after hurried and broken. All this while the fingers of Gershom were flying rapidly over the paper, independently of his eyes, which were sometimes closed and sometimes rolling, as if in trouble. A wind which was gathering all the evening now came moaning up the hollow, rattling the window blinds, and twisting into dull complaint the boughs of the leafless trees. Its voice came chill and cheerless into the dusky room, where the fire was now glimmering near its death, and the only sounds were those of Gershom's rushing pencil, the whispering of Marshall and his friend, and old Mother Scritcher feebly whimpering in her corner. The scene was sinister. Suddenly a rushing gust blew the door wide open. Golyer started to his feet, trembling in every limb, and looking furtively over his shoulder out into the night. Quickly recovering himself, he tried to resume his place, but the moment he dropped Gershom's hand, the medium had dropped his pencil, and had sunk back in his chair in a deep and death-like slumber. Golyer seized the sheet of paper, and with the first line that he read, a strange and horrible transformation was wrought in the man. His eyes protruded, his teeth chattered, he passed his hand over his head mechanically, and his hair stood up like the bristles on the back of a swine in rage. His face was blotched white and purple. He looked piteously about him for a moment, then crumpling the paper in his hand, cried out in a hoarse, choking voice, "Yes, it's a fact, I done it. It's no use denying on it. Here it is in black and white. Everybody knows it. Ghosts come spooking about to tattle about it. What's the use of lying? I done it." He paused as if struck by a sudden recollection, then burst into tears and shook like a tree in a high wind. In a moment he dropped on his knees, and in that posture crawled over to Marshall. "Here, Mr. Marshall, here's the whole story. For God's sake, spare my wife and children all you can. Fix my property all right for 'em, and God bless you for it." Even while he was speaking, with a certain revulsion of feeling, he rose to his feet with a certain return of his natural dignity, and said, "But they shan't take me. None of my kin ever died that way. I got too much sand in my gizzard to be took that way. Goodbye, friends all." He walked deliberately out into the wild, windy night. Marshall glanced hurriedly at the fatal paper in his hand. It was full of the capricious detail with which in reverie we review the scenes that are past. But a line here and there clearly enough told the story: how he went out to plant the apple tree, how Susie came by and rejected him, how he passed into the power of the devil for the time, how Bertie Leon came by and spoke to him and patted him on the shoulder and talked about city life, how he hated him and his pretty face and his good clothes, how they came to words and blows, and he struck him with a spade, and he fell into the trench, and he buried them there at the roots of the tree. Marshall, following his first impulse, thrust the paper into the dull red coals. It flamed for an instant and flew with a sound like a sob up the chimney. They hunted for Golyer all night, but in the morning found him lying, as if asleep, with the peace of expiation on his pale face, his pruning knife in his heart, and the red current of his life tinging the turf with crimson around the roots of the blood seedling. End of The Blood Seedling by John Hay.
England Nun by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was late in the afternoon, and the light was waning. There was a difference in the look of the tree shadows out in the yard. Somewhere in the distance cows were lowing and a little bell was tinkling. Now and then a farm wagon tilted by, and the dust flew. Some blue-shirted labourers with shovels over their shoulders plodded past. Little swarms of flies were dancing up and down before the people's faces in the soft air. There seemed to be a gentle stir arising over everything, for the mere sake of subsidence, a very premonition of rest and hush and night. This soft diurnal commotion was over Louisa Ellis also. She had been peacefully sewing at her sitting-room window all the afternoon. Now she quilted her needle carefully into her work, which she folded precisely, and laid in a basket with her thimble and thread and scissors. Louisa Ellis could not remember that ever in her life she had mislaid one of these little feminine appurtenances, which had become, from long use and constant association, a very part of her personality. Louisa tied a green apron round her waist, and got out a flat straw hat with a green ribbon. Then she went into the garden with a little blue crockery bowl to pick some currants for her tea. After the currants were picked, she sat on the back doorstep and stemmed them, collecting the stems carefully in her apron, and afterwards throwing them into the hen-coop. She looked sharply at the grass beside the step to see if any had fallen there. Louisa was slow and still in her movements. It took her a long time to prepare her tea, but when ready it was set forth with as much grace as if she had been a veritable guest to her own self. The little square table stood exactly in the centre of the kitchen, and was covered with a starched linen cloth, whose border pattern of flowers glistened. Louisa had a damask napkin on her tea-tray, where were arranged a cut-glass tumbler full of teaspoons, a silver cream pitcher, a china sugar bowl, and one pink china cup and saucer. Louisa used china every day, something which none of her neighbours did. They whispered about it among themselves. Their daily tables were laid with common crockery, their sets of best china stayed in the parlour closet, and Louisa Ellis was no richer nor better bred than they. Still, she would use the china. She had for her supper a glass dish full of sugared currants, a plate of little cakes, and one of light white biscuits. Also a leaf or two of lettuce, which she cut up daintily. Louisa was very fond of lettuce, which she raised to perfection in her little garden. She ate quite heartily, though in a delicate, pecking way. It seemed almost surprising that any considerable bulk of the food should vanish. After tea she filled a plate with nicely baked thin corn cakes, and carried them out into the backyard. "Caesar!" she called. "Caesar! Caesar!" There was a little rush, and the clank of a chain, and a large yellow and white dog appeared at the door of his tiny hut, which was half hidden among the tall grasses and flowers. Louisa patted him, and gave him the corn cakes. Then she returned to the house, and washed the tea things, polishing the china carefully. The twilight had deepened. The chorus of the frogs floated in at the open window wonderfully loud and shrill, and once in a while a long sharp drone from a tree-toad pierced it. Louisa took off her green gingham apron, disclosing a shorter one of pink and white print. She lighted her lamp, and sat down again with her sewing. In about half an hour Joe Daggett came. She heard his heavy step on the walk, and rose and took off her pink and white apron. Under that was still another, white linen with a little cambric edging on the bottom. That was Louisa's company apron. She never wore it without her calico sewing apron over it, unless she had a guest. She had barely folded the pink and white one with methodical haste, and laid it in a table drawer, when the door opened, and Joe Daggett entered. He seemed to fill up the whole room. A little yellow canary that had been asleep in his green cage at the south window woke up and fluttered wildly, beating his little yellow wings against the wires. He always did so when Joe Daggett came into the room. "Good evening," said Louisa. She extended her hand with a kind of solemn cordiality. "Good evening, Louisa," returned the man in a loud voice. She placed a chair for him, and they sat facing each other, with the table between them. He sat bolt upright, toeing out his heavy feet squarely, glancing with a good-humoured uneasiness around the room. She sat gently erect, folding her slender hands in her white linen lap. "Been a pleasant day," remarked Daggett. "Real pleasant," Louisa assented softly. "Have you been haying?" she asked, after a little while. "Yes, I've been haying all day, down in the 10-acre lot. Pretty hot work." "It must be." "Yes, it's pretty hot work in the sun." "Is your mother well today?" "Yes, mother's pretty well." "I suppose Lily Dyer's with her now?" Daggett coloured. "Yes, she's with her," he answered slowly. He was not very young, but there was a boyish look about his large face. Louisa was not quite as old as he. Her face was fairer and smoother, but she gave people the impression of being older. "I suppose she's a good deal of help to your mother," she said, further. "I guess she is. I don't know how Mother'd get along without her," said Daggett, with a sort of embarrassed warmth. "She looks like a real capable girl. She's pretty looking, too," remarked Louisa. "Yes, she is pretty fair-looking." Presently Daggett began fingering the books on the table. There was a square red autograph album and a young lady's gift book which had belonged to Louisa's mother. He took them up, one after the other, and opened them, then laid them down again, the album on the gift book. Louisa kept eyeing them with mild uneasiness. Finally she rose and changed the position of the books, putting the album underneath. That was the way they had been arranged in the first place. Daggett gave an awkward little laugh. "Now what difference did it make which book was on top?" said he. Louisa looked at him with a deprecating smile. "I always keep them that way," murmured she. "You do beat everything," said Daggett, trying to laugh again. His large face was flushed. He remained about an hour longer, then rose to take leave. Going out, he stumbled over a rug, and trying to recover himself, hit Louisa's work-basket on the table and knocked it on the floor. He looked at Louisa, then at the rolling spools. He ducked himself awkwardly toward them, but she stopped him. "Never mind," said she. "I'll pick them up after you're gone." She spoke with a mild stiffness. Either she was a little disturbed, or his nervousness affected her, and made her seem constrained in her effort to reassure him. When Joe Daggett was outside, he drew in the sweet evening air with a sigh, and felt much as an innocent and perfectly well-intentioned bear might after his exit from a china shop. Louisa, on her part, felt much as the kind-hearted, long-suffering owner of the china shop might have done after the exit of the bear. She tied on the pink, then the green apron, picked up all the scattered treasures, and replaced them in her work-basket, and straightened the rug. Then she set the lamp on the floor, and began sharply examining the carpet. She even rubbed her fingers over it, and looked at them. "He's tracked in a good deal of dust," she murmured. "I thought he must have." Louisa got a dustpan and brush, and swept Joe Daggett's track carefully. If he could have known it, it would have increased his perplexity and uneasiness, although it would not have disturbed his loyalty in the least. He came twice a week to see Louisa Ellis, and every time, sitting there in her delicately sweet room, he felt as if surrounded by a hedge of lace. He was afraid to stir, lest he should put a clumsy foot or hand through the fairy web, and he had always the consciousness that Louisa was watching fearfully lest he should. Still the lace and Louisa commanded perforce his perfect respect, and patience, and loyalty. They were to be married in a month, after a singular courtship which had lasted a matter of 15 years. For 14 out of the 15 years the two had not once seen each other, and they had seldom exchanged letters. Joe had been all those years in Australia, where he had gone to make his fortune, and where he had stayed until he made it. He would have stayed 50 years if it had taken so long, and come home feeble and tottering, or never come home at all, to marry Louisa. But the fortune had been made in the 14 years, and he had come home now to marry the woman who had been patiently and unquestioningly waiting for him all that time. Shortly after they were engaged, he had announced to Louisa his determination to strike out into new fields and secure a competency before they should be married. She had listened and assented with the sweet serenity which never failed her, not even when her lover set forth on that long and uncertain journey. Joe, buoyed up as he was by his sturdy determination, broke down a little at the last, but Louisa kissed him with a mild blush and said good-bye. "It won't be for long," poor Joe had said huskily, but it was for 14 years. In that length of time much had happened. Louisa's mother and brother had died, and she was all alone in the world. But greatest happening of all, a subtle happening which both were too simple to understand, Louisa's feet had turned into a path, smooth, maybe, under a calm, serene sky, but so straight and unswerving that it could only meet a check at her grave, and so narrow that there was no room for anyone at her side. Louisa's first emotion when Joe Daggett came home — he had not apprised her of his coming — was consternation, although she would not admit it to herself, and he never dreamed of it. 15 years ago she had been in love with him. At least she considered herself to be. Just at that time, gently acquiescing with and falling into the natural drift of girlhood, she had seen marriage ahead as a reasonable feature and a probable desirability of life. She had listened with calm docility to her mother's views upon the subject. Her mother was remarkable for her cool sense and sweet, even temperament. She talked wisely to her daughter when Joe Daggett presented himself, and Louisa accepted him with no hesitation. He was the first lover she had ever had. She had been faithful to him all these years. She had never dreamed of the possibility of marrying anyone else. Her life, especially for the last 7 years, had been full of a pleasant peace. She had never felt discontented, nor impatient over her lover's absence. Still she had always looked forward to his return and their marriage as the inevitable conclusion of things. However, she had fallen into a way of placing it so far in the future that it was almost equal to placing it over the boundaries of another life. When Joe came she had been expecting him, and expecting to be married for 14 years, but she was much surprised and taken aback, as if she had never thought of it. Joe's consternation came later. He eyed Louisa with an instant confirmation of his old admiration. She had changed but little. She still kept her pretty manner and soft grace, and was, he considered, every whit as attractive as ever. As for himself, his stent was done. He had turned his face away from fortune-seeking, and the old winds of romance whistled as loud and sweet as ever through his ears. All the song which he had been wont to hear in them was Louisa. He had for a long time a loyal belief that he heard it still, but finally it seemed to him that although the wind sang always that one song, it had another name. But for Louisa the wind had never more than murmured. Now it had gone down, and everything was still. She listened for a little while with half-wistful attention, then she turned quietly away and went to work on her wedding clothes. Joe had made some extensive and quite magnificent alterations in his house. It was the old homestead. The newly married couple would live there, for Joe could not desert his mother, who refused to leave her old home. So Louisa must leave hers. Every morning, rising and going about among her neat maidenly possessions, she felt as one looking her last upon the faces of dear friends. It was true that in a measure she could take them with her, but, robbed of their old environments, they would appear in such new guises that they would almost cease to be themselves. Then there were some peculiar features of her happy solitary life which she would probably be obliged to relinquish altogether. Sterner tasks than these graceful but half-needless ones would probably devolve upon her. There would be a large house to care for. There would be company to entertain. There would be Joe's rigorous and feeble old mother to wait upon, and it would be contrary to all thrifty village traditions for her to keep more than one servant. Louisa had a little still, and she used to occupy herself pleasantly in summer weather with distilling the sweet and aromatic essences from roses and peppermint and spearmint. By and by her still must be laid away. Her store of essences was already considerable, and there would be no time for her to distill for the mere pleasure of it. Then Joe's mother would think it foolishness. She had already hinted her opinion in the matter. Louisa dearly loved to sew a linen seam, not always for use, but for the simple mild pleasure which she took in it. She would have been loath to confess how more than once she had ripped a seam for the mere delight of sewing it together again. Sitting at her window during long, sweet afternoons, drawing her needle gently through the dainty fabric, she was peace itself. But there was a small chance of such foolish comfort in the future. Joe's mother, domineering, shrewd old matron that she was even in her old age, and very likely even Joe himself, with his honest masculine rudeness, would laugh and frown down all these pretty but senseless old maiden ways. Louisa had almost the enthusiasm of an artist over the mere order and cleanliness of her solitary home. She had throbs of genuine triumph at the sight of the window-panes which she had polished until they shone like jewels. She gloated gently over her orderly bureau drawers with their exquisitely folded contents, redolent with lavender and sweet clover and very purity. Could she be sure of the endurance of even this? She had visions so startling that she half repudiated them as indelicate, of coarse masculine belongings strewn about in endless litter, of dust and disorder arising from a coarse masculine presence in the midst of all this delicate harmony. Among her forebodings of disturbance, not the least was with regard to Caesar. Caesar was a veritable hermit of a dog. For the greater part of his life he had dwelt in his secluded hut, shut out from the society of his kind and all innocent canine joys. Never had Caesar since his early youth watched at a woodchuck's hole, never had he known the delights of a stray bone at a neighbour's kitchen door, and it was all on account of a sin committed when hardly out of his puppyhood. No one knew the possible depth of remorse of which this mild-visaged, altogether innocent-looking old dog might be capable, but whether or not he had encountered remorse, he had encountered a full measure of righteous retribution. Old Caesar seldom lifted up his voice in a growl or a bark. He was fat and sleepy. There were yellow rings which looked like spectacles around his dim old eyes, but there was a neighbour who bore on his hand the imprint of several of Caesar's sharp, white, youthful teeth, and for that he had lived at the end of a chain, all alone in a little hut, for 14 years. The neighbour, who was choleric and smarting with the pain of his wound, had demanded either Caesar's death or complete ostracism. So Louisa's brother, to whom the dog had belonged, had built him his little kennel and tied him up. It was now 14 years since, in a flood of youthful spirit, he had inflicted that memorable bite, and with the exception of short excursions, always at the end of the chain, under the strict guardianship of his master or Louisa, the old dog had remained a close prisoner. It is doubtful if, with his limited ambition, he took much pride in the fact, but it was certain that he was possessed of considerable cheap fame. He was regarded by all the children in the village, and by many adults, as a very monster of ferocity. St. George's dragon could hardly have surpassed in evil repute Louisa Ellis's old yellow dog. Mothers charged their children with solemn emphasis not to go too near him, and the children listened and believed greedily, with a fascinated appetite for terror, and ran by Louisa's house stealthily, with many sidelong and backward glances at the terrible dog. If perchance he sounded a hoarse bark, there was a panic. Wayfarers chancing into Louisa's yard eyed him with respect, and inquired if the chain were stout. Caesar at large might have seemed a very ordinary dog, and excited no comment whatever. Chained, his reputation overshadowed him, so that he lost his own proper outlines and looked darkly vague and enormous. Joe Daggett, however, with his good-humoured sense and shrewdness, saw him as he was. He strode valiantly up to him and patted him on the head, in spite of Louisa's soft clamour of warning, and even attempted to set him loose. Louisa grew so alarmed that he desisted, but kept announcing his opinion in the matter quite forcibly at intervals. "There ain't a better-natured dog in town," he would say, "and it's downright cruel to keep him tied up there. Some day I'm going to take him out." Louisa had very little hope he would not, one of these days, when their interests and possessions should be more completely fused in one. She pictured to herself Caesar on the rampage through the quiet and unguarded village. She saw innocent children bleeding in his path. She was herself very fond of the old dog, because he had belonged to her dead brother, and he was always very gentle with her. Still she had great faith in his ferocity. She always warned people not to go too near him, She fed him on ascetic fare of corn mush and cakes, and never fired his dangerous temper with heating and sanguinary diet of flesh and bones. Louisa looked at the old dog, munching his simple fare, and thought of her approaching marriage, and trembled. Still no anticipation of disorder and confusion in lieu of sweet peace and harmony, no forebodings of Caesar on the rampage, no wild fluttering of her little yellow canary, were sufficient to turn her a hair's breadth. Joe Daggett had been fond of her and working for her all these years. It was not for her, whatever came to pass, to prove untrue and break his heart. She put the exquisite little stitches into her wedding garments, and the time went on until it was only a week before her wedding day. It was a Tuesday evening, and the wedding was to be a week from Wednesday. There was a full moon that night. About 9 o'clock Louisa strolled down the road a little way. There were harvest fields on either hand, bordered by low stone walls. Luxuriant clumps of bushes grew beside the wall, and trees, wild cherry and old apple trees, at intervals. Presently Louisa sat down on the wall and looked about her with mildly sorrowful reflectiveness. Tall shrubs of blueberry and meadow sweet, all woven together and tangled with blackberry vines and horsebriars, shut her in on either side. She had a little clear space between them. Opposite her, on the other side of the road, was a spreading tree. The moon shone between its boughs, and the leaves twinkled like silver. The road was bespread with a beautiful shifting dapple of silver and shadow. The air was full of a mysterious sweetness. "I wonder if it's wild grapes," murmured Louisa. She sat there some time. She was just thinking of rising when she heard footsteps and low voices, and remained quiet. It was a lonely place, and she felt a little timid. She thought she would keep still in the shadow and let the persons, whoever they might be, pass her. But just before they reached her the voices ceased, and the footsteps. She understood that their owners had also found seats upon the stone wall. She was wondering if she could not steal away unobserved, when the voice broke the stillness. It was Joe Daggett's. She sat still and listened. The voice was announced by a loud sigh, which was familiar as itself. "Well," said Daggett, "you've made up your mind then, I suppose?" "Yes," returned another voice. "I'm going day after tomorrow." "That's Lily Dyer," thought Louisa to herself. The voice embodied itself in her mind. She saw a girl tall and full-figured, with a firm, fair face, looking fairer and firmer in the moonlight, her strong yellow hair braided in a close knot. A girl full of calm, rustic strength and bloom, with a masterful way which might have beseemed a princess. Lily Dyer was a favourite with the village folk. She had just the qualities to arouse the admiration. She was good and handsome and smart. Louisa had often heard her praises sounded. "Well," said Joe Daggett, "I ain't got a word to say." "I don't know what you could say," returned Lily Dyer. "Not a word to say," repeated Joe, drawing out the words heavily. Then there was silence. "I ain't sorry," he began at last, that happened yesterday, that we kind of let on how we felt to each other. I guess it's just as well we knew. Of course I can't do anything different. I'm going right on and getting married next week. I ain't going back on a woman that's waited me 14 years and break her heart." "If you should jilt her tomorrow, I wouldn't have you," spoke up the girl, with sudden vehemence. "Well, I ain't going to give you the chance," said he, "but I don't believe you would either." "You'd see I wouldn't. Honour's honour, and right's right, and I'd never think anything of any man that went against 'em for me or any other girl. You'd find that out, Joe Daggett." "Well, you'll find out fast enough that I ain't going against 'em for you or any other girl," returned he. Their voices sounded almost as if they were angry with each other. Louisa was listening eagerly. "I'm sorry you feel as if you must go away," said Joe, "but I don't know but it's best." "Of course it's best. I hope you and I have got common sense." "Well, I suppose you're right." Suddenly Joe's voice got an undertone of tenderness. "Say, Lily," said he, "I'll get along well enough myself, but I can't bear to think—" You don't suppose you're going to fret much over it? I guess you'll find out I shan't fret much over a married man. Well, I hope you won't. I hope you won't, Lily. God knows I do. And I hope, one of these days, you'll come across somebody else. I don't see any reason why I shouldn't. Suddenly her tone changed. She spoke in a sweet, clear voice, so loud that she could have been heard across the street. "No, Joe Daggett," said she, "I'll never marry another man as long as I live. I've got good sense, and I ain't going to break my heart nor make a fool of myself, but I'm never going to be married, you can be sure of that. I ain't that sort of a girl to feel this way twice." Louisa heard an exclamation and a soft commotion behind the bushes. Then Lily spoke again. The voice sounded as if she had risen. "This must be put a stop to," said she. "We've stayed here long enough. I'm going home." Louisa sat there in a daze, listening to their retreating steps. After a while she got up and slunk softly home herself. The next day she did her housework methodically. That was as much a matter of course as breathing, but she did not sew on her wedding clothes. She sat at her window and meditated. In the evening Joe came. Louisa Ellis had never known that she had any diplomacy in her, but when she came to look for it that night, she found it, although meek of its kind, among her little feminine weapons. Even now she could hardly believe that she had heard aright, and that she would not do Joe a terrible injury should she break her troth plight. She wanted to sound him without betraying too soon her own inclinations in the matter. She did it successfully, and they finally came to an understanding. But it was a difficult thing, for he was as afraid of betraying himself as she. She never mentioned Lily Dyer. She simply said that while she had no cause of complaint against him, she had lived so long in one way that she shrank from making a change. "Well, I never shrank, Louisa," said Daggett. "I'm going to be honest enough to say that I think maybe it's better this way. But if you'd wanted to keep on, I'd have stuck to you till my dying day. I hope you know that." "Yes, I do," said she. That night she and Joe parted more tenderly than they had done for a long time. Standing in the door, holding each other's hands, a last great wave of regretful memory swept over them. "Well, this ain't the way we've thought it was all going to end, is it, Louisa?" said Joe. She shook her head. There was a little quiver on her pallid face. "You let me know if there's ever anything I can do for you," said he. "I ain't ever going to forget you, Louisa." Then he kissed her and went down the path. Louisa, all alone by herself that night, wept a little. She hardly knew why. But the next morning, on waking, she felt like a queen who, after fearing lest her domain be wrested away from her, sees it firmly insured in her possession. Now the tall weeds and grasses might cluster around Caesar's little hermit hut, the snow might fall on its roof year in and year out, but he never would go on a rampage through the unguarded village. Now the little canary might turn itself into a peaceful yellow ball night after night, and have no need to wake and flutter with wild terror against its bars. Louisa could sew linen seams, and distill roses, and dust and polish and fold away in lavender as long as she listed. That afternoon she sat with her needlework at the window, and felt fairly steeped in peace. Lily Dyer, tall and erect and blooming, went past, but she felt no qualm. If Louisa Ellis had sold her birthright she did not know it. The taste of the pottage was so delicious, and had been her sole satisfaction for so long. Serenity and placid narrowness had become to her as the birthright itself. She gazed ahead through a long reach of future days strung together like pearls in a rosary, every one like the others, and all smooth and flawless and innocent, and her heart went up in thankfulness. Outside was the fervid summer afternoon. The air was filled with the sounds of the busy harvest of men and birds and bees. There were halloos, metallic clatterings, sweet calls, and long hummings. Louisa sat, prayerfully numbering her days, like an uncloistered nun. End of A New England Nun by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. Read by Nick Strudwick.
The Young Ravens That Call Upon Him by Charles G.D. Roberts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Kaplan. It was just before dawn, and a grayness was beginning to trouble the dark about the top of the mountain. Even at that cold height there was no wind. The veil of cloud that hid the stars hung but a handbreadth above the naked summit. To eastward the peak broke away sheer, beetling in a perpetual menace to the valleys and the lower hills. Just under the brow, on a splintered and creviced ledge, was the nest of eagles. As the thick dark shrank down the steep like a receding tide and the grayness reached the ragged heap of branches forming the nest, the young eagles stirred uneasily under the loose droop of their mother's wings. She raised her head and peered about her, slightly lifting her wings as she did so, and the nestlings, complaining at the chill air that came in upon their unfledged bodies, thrust themselves up amid the warm feathers of her thighs. The male bird, perched on a jutting fragment beside the nest, did not move, but he was awake. His white, narrow, flat-crowned head was turned to one side, and his yellow eye, under its straight, fierce lid, watched the pale streak that was growing along the distant eastern sea-line. The great birds were racked with hunger. Even the nestlings, to meet the petitions of whose gaping beaks they stinted themselves without mercy, felt meagre and uncomforted. Day after day the parent birds had fished almost in vain. Day after day their wide and tireless hunting had brought them scant reward. The schools of alewives, mackerel, and herring seemed to shun their shores that spring. The rabbits seemed to have fled from all the coverts about the mountain. The mother eagle, larger and of mightier wing than her mate, looked as if she had met with misadventure. Her plumage was disordered. Her eyes, fiercely and restlessly anxious, at moments grew dull as if with exhaustion. On the day before, while circling at her viewless height above a lake far inland, she had marked a huge lake trout basking near the surface of the water. Dropping upon it, with half-closed, hissing wings, she had fixed her talons in its back. But the fish had proved too powerful for her. Again and again it had dragged her under water, and she had been almost drowned before she could unloose the terrible grip of her claws. Hardly and late had she beaten her way back to the mountain top. And now the pale streak in the east grew ruddy. Rust-red stains and purple, crawling fissures began to show on the rocky face of the peak. A piece of scarlet cloth, woven among the faggots of the nest, glowed like new blood in the increasing light. And presently a wave of rose appeared to break and wash down over the summit, as the rim of the sun came above the horizon. The male eagle stretched his head far out over the depth, lifted his wings, and screamed harshly, as if in greeting of the day. He paused a moment in that position, rolling his eye upon the nest. Then his head went lower, his wings spread wider, and he launched himself smoothly and swiftly into the abyss of air, as a swimmer glides into the sea. The female watched him, a faint wraith of a bird darting through the gloom, till presently, completing his mighty arc, he rose again into the full light of the morning. Then on level, all but moveless wing, he sailed away toward the horizon. As the sun rose higher and higher, the darkness began to melt on tops of the lower hills, and to diminish on the slopes of the upland pastures, lingering in the valleys as the snow delays there in the spring. As point by point the landscape uncovered itself to his view, the eagle shaped his flight into a vast circle, or rather into a series of stupendous loops. His neck was stretched toward the earth, in the intensity of his search for something to ease the bitter hunger of his nestlings and of his mate. Not far from the sea, and still in darkness, stood a low round hill or swelling upland. Bleak and shelterless, whipped by every wind that heavens could let loose, it bore no bush but an occasional juniper scrub. It was covered with mossy hillocks and with short grass, meagre but sweet. There, in the chilly gloom, straining her ears to catch the lightest footfall of approaching peril, but hearing only the hushed thunder of the surf, stood a lonely ewe over the lamb to which she had given birth in the night. Having lost the flock when the pangs of travail came upon her, the unwonted solitude filled her with apprehension. But as soon as the first feeble bleating of the lamb fell upon her ear, everything was changed. Her terrors all at once increased tenfold, but they were for her young, not for herself, and with them came a strange boldness such as her heart had never known before. As the little weakling shivered against her side, she uttered low, short bleats and murmurs of tenderness. When an owl hooted in the woods across the valley, she raised her head angrily and faced the sound, suspecting a menace to her young. When a mouse scurried past her with a small rustling noise amid the withered mosses of the hillock, she stamped fiercely and would have charged had the intruder been a lion. When the first gray of dawn descended over the pasture, the ewe feasted her eyes with the sight of the trembling little creature as it lay on the wet grass. With gentle nose she coaxed it and caressed it till presently it struggled to its feet, and with its pathetically awkward legs spread wide apart to preserve its balance, it began to nurse. Turning her head as far around as she could, the ewe watched its every motion with soft murmurings of delight. And now that wave of rose, which had long ago washed the mountain and waked the eagles, spread tenderly across the open pasture. The lamb stopped nursing, and the ewe, moving forward 2 or 3 steps, tried to persuade it to follow her. She was anxious that it should join as soon as possible, learn to walk freely so that they may together rejoin the flock. She felt that the open pasture was full of dangers. The lamb seemed afraid to take so many steps. It shook its ears and bleated piteously. The mother returned to its side, caressed it anew, pushed it with her nose, and again moved away a few feet, urging it to go with her. Again the feeble little creature refused, bleating loudly. At this moment there came a terrible hissing rush out of the sky, and a great form fell upon the lamb. The ewe wheeled and charged madly, but the same instant the eagle, with 2 mighty buffetings of its wings, rose beyond her reach and soared away toward the mountain. The lamb hung limp from his talons, and with piteous cries the ewe ran beneath, gazing upward and stumbling over the hillocks and juniper bushes. In the nest of the eagles there was content. The pain of their hunger appeased, the nestlings lay dozing in the sun, the neck of one resting across the back of the other. The triumphant male sat erect upon his perch, staring out over the splendid world that displayed itself beneath him. Now and again he half lifted his wings and screamed joyously at the sun. The mother bird, perched upon a limb on the edge of the nest, busily rearranged her plumage. At times she stooped her head into the nest to utter over her sleeping eaglets a soft chuckling noise, which seemed to come from the bottom of her throat. But hither and thither over the round bleak hill wandered the ewe, calling for her lamb, unmindful of the flock which had been moved to other pastures. End of The Young Ravens That Call Upon Him, by Charles G.D. Roberts.
Homeliness, by Annie F. Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Borst. Elida's Homeliness, by Annie F. Johnston. With a sigh of relief, Elida Gooding saw the dentist put away his instruments. Her nerves seemed all a-quiver as she slowly rose and went into the little dressing-room to put on her hat and coat, and to wait for the family carriage, which was to call for her at this hour. She was a plain-looking girl of 18, with homely, irregular features, a sallow complexion, and a reserved, haughty manner that tended to repel all friendly advances. All that clothes could do to improve a girl's appearance had certainly been done for her. Every part of her costume, from her fashionable gown to her stylish hat, indicated wealth and good taste, but the face that looked wistfully back at her from the little dressing-room mirror was not pretty. The door into the adjoining parlor was slightly ajar, and she could hear some one pacing restlessly about, awaiting his turn. "I'll be ready for you in about 3 minutes, Charlie," called the dentist from the inner room, and Alida heard the reply, "No hurry. I want to speak to one of the boys I see coming down the street." The voice was a familiar one. She recognized it as belonging to Charlie Jarvis, a friend of her sister. The next instant she heard a window thrown up, and a shrill whistle sounded out on the snowy air. Peering cautiously out of the window, where she stood watching for the carriage, she saw another acquaintance, Phil Bentley, look up and wave his hand in response to the whistle. A moment later he came bounding up the stairs, 3 steps at a time, and into the adjoining parlor. "What's up, old fellow?" he asked. "What's wanted now?" "I've been trying to see you for 3 days," answered Charlie, "but they told me that you were out of town when I inquired at the office. Mrs. Lancaster has a pretty little girl visiting her from Alabama, and she intends to give an old-fashioned valentine party for her entertainment next week. I am helping with the invitations. Here's the list of the boys she wants, and each one is to bring one of the girls of our set as his valentine, in fancy costume, you know. I've seen all the boys but you and Ben Fuller, and they've chosen the girls they want to invite." "Who's left for us?" queried Phil. "Let me see the list a minute. Nanny Mason," he read slowly. "No wonder she was left to the last. She's such a silly little thing, and does nothing but giggle. Alida Gooding. Jarvis, you haven't left me much choice. Alida's the homeliest girl in town. It is a pity that she is so ugly, when her sister May is such a beauty. Now, if it were only May who was one of the leftovers, I'd jump at the chance. Any fellow would be proud to take her." "But you see," interrupted Charlie, with a tantalizing drawl, "May is my valentine. Come on, now, which do you choose, Nanny or Alida? Ben is good-natured. He'll take whoever is left." "Well, then, Nanny," said Phil, in a martyr-like tone. "Ben can escort the comic valentine." "Oh, I say, Bentley," exclaimed his friend, "you needn't talk about the girl that way. She can't help being so plain." "That's so. It's brutal of me, and I'm sorry I said that. But she might at least be jolly," answered Phil. "You wouldn't want to take a girl that wasn't even—" Alida did not hear the rest of the sentence. The moment that she realized they were talking about her, she had begun to struggle with her coat in order to leave. Without looking into the mirror, her eyes were too full of tears to see, even if she had done so, she pinned on her hat and hurried out into the hall. The coupé had just drawn up at the curbstone, and with a curt order to the coachman to drive home as rapidly as possible, she sank down on the cushions, shrinking back from the carriage windows. Mortified by the cruelly careless speech that she had overheard, she gave herself up to an uncontrollable fit of crying. "I know that I've always been ugly," she sobbed, "but I never knew before that people felt and talked that way about me. I'll never show my face outside of the house again, and Ben Fuller shall certainly be spared the mortification of escorting a comic valentine to Mrs. Lancaster's party. Oh, I would rather be dead than so homely and unattractive." She was still sobbing when she reached the house, and stood shivering on the steps in the chill February wind while she waited for the front door to open. A cheerful wood fire blazed in the fireplace in the wide reception hall. A bowl of hothouse violets greeted her with their fragrant, spring-like odor. But heedless of the luxurious warmth and cheer that pervaded the house, she hurried upstairs, with the gloom of the cloudy winter day in her tear-stained face. "Lunch is served, Miss Alida," said the maid, meeting her in the upper hall. "Tell mamma that I don't want any," she answered, passing into her own room. I'm going to lie down. My head aches, and I do not wish to be disturbed by any one." A slight expression of annoyance crossed Mrs. Gooding's handsome face. She and May were alone at lunch, and when the servant had left the room she said impatiently to May, "I particularly wanted Alida to go out with us this afternoon to call on Mrs. Lancaster's guest. She takes so little interest in people outside the family, and it really mortifies me to see how silent and stiff she is in company. She always has some excuse to stay at home. She can never overcome her reticence unless she goes out more. Oh, May, I wish she were more like you." As Alida lay upstairs, battling with her tears and a throbbing headache, a note was brought to her. It was from Ben Fuller, asking her to be his valentine at Mrs. Lancaster's party. By this time she had worked herself up to such a state of morbid sensitiveness that she could not even write a gracious refusal. It was so curt and cool that Ben gave a low whistle of surprise when he received it. "I shall never ask her to go anywhere again," was his mental comment, as he tossed the note into the fire. All the rest of the week Alida stayed in her room, as much as possible. Phil Bentley's speech so rankled in her mind that she could take no pleasure in anything, not even in the making of May's costume, in which all the family were interested. It was an odd affair, a white silk gown dotted with red hearts and bordered with dozens of old-fashioned lace-paper valentines, with their bright array of cupids and doves and flowers, and to May it was most becoming. "Where did you ever get all the things to put on it?" asked her father, as she slowly revolved before him the night of the party. "Oh, I saved them as an Indian brave does his scalp locks," she answered. "They were sent to me ages ago, before I left the nursery. I had them all packed away, and had forgotten them until I began planning this costume. I wonder if Charlie Jarvis will recognize that row, or Phil Bentley remember when he sent this. They were barely out of the kindergarten then." The judge looked at the trophies with an amused smile. "I remember sending valentines to your mother once upon a time. It is too bad the custom is dying out. Young people seem to be discarding their patron saint." "Oh, no, indeed, father," answered May. "We have got beyond hearts and darts and lace-paper affairs. But cast your judicial eye over that table at all I have received to-day. Books, and music, and boxes of candy, and no end of flowers." "Where is your share, Alida?" asked the judge, kindly, peering over his eye-glasses at his youngest daughter. "What did St. Valentine bring you?" "Nothing," answered Alida, rising suddenly to leave the room, lest he should notice the tears she could not force back. "He's like everybody else," she added, bitterly, as she reached the door. "He doesn't care for homely people." The judge looked annoyed. "I wish she were not so self-conscious and sensitive," he exclaimed. "She hasn't seemed well for some time," said her mother, apologetically. "It might be a wise thing to have the doctor see her soon. The next time Agnes drops in I shall speak to her." "If the child is ailing, have her come at once," said the judge, decidedly, and a few minutes later he was at the telephone, sending a message for Dr. Agnes Mayne to call that evening, if possible. Instead of going to her own room, Alida opened the door of the old nursery, turned on the gas, and began searching through closets and drawers. At last she found the object of her search, a little portfolio in which she had laid away some of her childish treasures, as her older sister had done. Kneeling on the floor beside it, she took out the valentines it contained and counted them. There were only 6, all that she had ever received, and now she noticed that each little lace envelope was addressed in her father's familiar handwriting. She had failed to see that in those earlier years. "So really St. Valentine has never brought me anything," she thought bitterly, "and he never will. I wonder how it feels to be loved and admired by everybody, as May is." Going into her own room, she sat down before her little mahogany dressing-table, and tilting back the oval mirror, studied the reflection in it. As she looked, the tears began to roll down her cheeks, and finally she crossed her arms on the table and laid her head on them with a choking sob. There was a knock at the door presently, but she paid no attention. It was repeated, and then some one came in, softly, pausing as she saw the girl's dejected attitude. Alida looked up. "Oh, Dr. Agnes!" she exclaimed. Then, despite a strong effort to control her nervous tears, down went her head on the table, and she sobbed harder than before. Dr. Agnes Mayne was the warm friend of all the family, and on the most familiar footing with them. As she was a woman of strong personal magnetism, and knew just how to win Alida's confidence, it was not long before her judicious questions had drawn out the reason of the girl's grief. After Alida had finished her recital of the conversation at the dentist's, there was a long silence. "Well, Alida," said Dr. Agnes at last, "what you need is a dose of definitions, and I am going to give them to you at once. I wish you would go to your dictionary and look for the word homely. That seems to be such a bugbear to you." Much surprised, Alida crossed the room and opened the ponderous volume on her writing-table. While she ran her fingers slowly down the page, the doctor continued. "It has several definitions, but the original meaning was home-like, and it is only in that archaic sense that I want you to take it. Now, what is given as the definition of homelike?" "Comfortable, cheerful, cozy, friendly," read Alida. "Now look for comfortable," directed the doctor. "Not any modern meaning. I want the good old ones that have become obsolete." "Strong, vigorous, serviceable, helpful," read Alida again. "Now just one word more," said the doctor. "Find cozy, the meaning that the English give it." Alida searched the columns a moment, and then read, "Chatty, talkative, sociable." "There!" exclaimed the doctor, taking the girl's feverish wrist in her firm, cool hand. "That is my prescription for you. Take those definitions faithfully to heart for a year, and you will become so homely, in the good old sense of the word, that by another St. Valentine's Day you will find yourself admired by everybody." Alida shrugged her shoulders so incredulously that the doctor took out her watch and showed her a picture inside the case. "There is my proof," she said. It was the picture of a sweet, kindly old face, plain in features, but with a beauty of expression that made Alida's eyes soften as she looked at it. "My mother," said Dr. Agnes gently. She might be called a homely woman in both senses of the word. Every one feels the cheer of her presence as of a warm, comfortable fireside. Nobody can come into contact with her without being helped by her sunny, friendly interest. People feel at home, at their easiest and best, with her, and she is the cozy corner they naturally turn to, old and young alike. "Then she must have been born with such a nature," interrupted Alida. "No, she was as reserved and timid as you are, always worrying about her appearance, and thinking that people were criticizing her, until she went to visit an eccentric old aunt, who spent her time in finding employment for friendless young girls. Aunt Winifred soon found that mother was in as great need of employment as the poorest little seamstress on her list. So she interested her in her charities, drawing her by degrees into the active work of them until her unhappy little niece had learned the beautiful gospel of self-forgetfulness. Afterward, when mother was married and had the happiness of her 5 daughters at heart, she induced each one of us to take up something of absorbing interest, in order that there might be no empty, idle days when discontent could creep in. That is how I came to study medicine, and that is how I learned to love the word homely in its first and best sense. She taught me the definitions which I have just given you. Half an hour later, Judge Gooding was surprised to see Alida and Agnes Mayne coming gaily into the room with their arms around each other. There was more animation in Alida's face than it had shown for days. "Papa, I am going to study medicine," she announced. "Dr. Agnes has told me so many interesting things about her profession, and the cases she has in the Children's Hospital, that I can hardly wait to begin. She has promised to take me around with her and lend me all her books. I think I shall begin tomorrow morning." The judge smiled indulgently. "I have no fears of your going into the practice of medicine seriously," he said. "I should not like a daughter of mine to do that. But if you think you would enjoy the study as a pastime, and Dr. Mayne recommends it, I shall not object if your mother is willing." The family thought that Alida's "fad," as they called it, would not last long, but under Agnes Mayne's wise supervision it became an unfailing source of pleasure to the girl. Winter slipped into spring, and the crocuses gave way to the summer roses, and still her interest grew daily. She even begged not to be taken to the seashore, where the family always spent their summers. "Mrs. Mayne has asked me to stay with her," she said, "and she has such a dear little house, and I am sure that the children at the hospital would miss me now if I were to go away. There is so much that I can do to make the poor little things happier." Alida had her own way finally. She studied on through the summer, learning much about anatomy and physiology from the doctor's big books in the office, but unconsciously learning the higher wisdom of a spiritual hygiene from her sweet-souled old hostess, the doctor's mother. It cleared her mental vision. It made her quick to understand other people, warm in her sympathies, and forgetful of self in her intercourse with them. "She do be such a comfortable sort of body, that young doctor," said a poor washerwoman, suffering from a scalded arm, as Dr. Mayne made her rounds alone one morning. "She is that chatty and sociable that I forget the pain while she is about. And it would do your heart good to see how she do cozy up the place before she leaves it." Dr. Mayne repeated this to Alida. "You are getting on bravely with your definitions," she said, with an approving pat on her shoulder. "What do you think of Alida's fad now?" she asked Mrs. Gooding several months later. It was a dull December day, and she had called for a hasty visit. "My dear Agnes," said Mrs. Gooding, "we are simply delighted. It has waked her up and made a different creature of her. She is almost as easy and sociable with May's friends now as May is herself. Yesterday afternoon half a dozen of them came in with May to get warm after a long sleigh ride. Alida prepared a delicious little chafing-dish lunch for them, and made herself so agreeable and entertaining that I was really surprised. I thought that she looked almost pretty, too. Her complexion is so clear now, since she has put to such good use what she has learned about hygiene. She looked so bright and animated, laughing and talking there in the firelight, that it did not seem possible she had ever been a cold, reticent girl who always repelled people. One morning, not long after this conversation, the family were surprised by Ben Fuller's driving up in his sleigh soon after breakfast, and asking for Alida. They were all in the library, and he announced his errand without taking a seat. "My sister Ada, Mrs. Cranford, you know, is very anxious for you to come over for a little while. She was so prostrated yesterday by the shock of what happened in her absence that she couldn't talk coherently to you then, but she feels that she must see you for a few moments, if possible, and she is unable to come out this morning. May I take you over in my sleigh?" Alida, showing no trace of surprise at the message, rose at once to go upstairs for her hat, but Mrs. Gooding plied him with astonished questions. "Is it possible that she has not told you?" he exclaimed. "My sister is spending the winter here with her little daughter Doris. We all idolize the child, and she is never left alone a moment. But yesterday we were all out of town at a wedding, and Doris had to be left with only the nurse. Nobody will ever know how it happened, but she slipped away and got into the little cottage around the corner. There was a child there that she had taken a fancy to from seeing it at the window whenever she passed. Nobody can find out how long she was there, or what the two children did. She says that they played party and had good things to eat that they finded by themselves. Miss Alida met her coming home about 4 o'clock, and turned to walk with her and see her safely into the house, for she suspected that Doris had run away. Doris was eating some of the pink candy that she had brought home from the cottage, although we did not know where it came from until this morning. She offered Miss Alida a taste out of the little pasteboard box she carried. To Miss Alida's horror, she found it was a package of roach paste, warranted to be a deadly poison to insects. Miss Alida hurried the child into the house and set to work so skillfully that by the time the doctor reached there, nothing was left for him to do. He said that Doris would have died but for Miss Alida's medical knowledge and immediate attention. If nothing had been done until he arrived, it would have been too late to save the child. Ada got home about the time he pronounced Doris entirely out of danger, and was so frightened when she heard what had happened that she went from one fainting spell into another. This morning we found where Doris got the poison, and learned that the little child at the cottage died in the night. Ada is so unnerved that she is nearly frantic, thinking how near she came to losing Doris. She is so grateful to Miss Alida that she would go through fire and water to serve her in any way. Well, we all would, in fact, added the young man with a suspicion of huskiness in his voice. You see, Doris is the only grandchild in the family, and we are almost foolishly fond of her. Detaching a locket from his watch-chain, he handed it to the judge. "Here is a miniature of her," he said. The judge looked at the beautiful baby face framed in its golden curls, and then glanced up at Alida, who had returned, dressed for her drive. "Thank God for such a sensible little daughter!" he said with fervor, as he rose and kissed her. This was not the last time that Ben Fuller was sent to escort Alida to his sister. Mrs. Cranford's gratitude grew into an intense affection for the girl. All winter she sent for her on every possible occasion, to drive with her, to dine, to go to the opera, or attend some entertainment. She was constantly planning some new way to give Alida pleasure. Finding her deeply interested in the children at the hospital, she sent a beautiful tree out to them on Christmas Day, in Alida's name. When February 14th came again, a great package of valentines found its way to Alida for the children, enough for every child in every ward, and the finest that could be bought in the city. Dr. Agnes came up to Alida's room to help her sort and address them. "You certainly have your share this year," she said, laughing. "Do you remember what a slough of despond you were in a year ago?" Alida smiled happily, and then hid her face in a great bunch of roses on her dressing-table. The little note that had come with the flowers was still in her hand, and she had just reread it. "Saint Valentine has brought me something else," she said hesitatingly. "Dr. Agnes, I'm to be Ben's valentine at the party tonight, and he thinks that I am really homely in the archaic sense." End of Alida's Homeliness. Recording by Bill Borst. By Marjorie Verner Reed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Borst. Candles by Marjorie Verner Reed. Before a statue of Joan of Arc, in a little country church, a child knelt in prayer. "Oh, protect my papa," the little one prayed. She lighted a candle, offered it to the Maid of France. A young girl prayed at the feet of the saint. she burned a candle for André, for his safety. The invaders entered the village, heeding neither church nor ground of the dead. They ripped open shallow graves to show the living they had power, even over those who had gone. They killed the priest, and the nuns even, from the school. They damaged, destroyed. The church caught fire. The candles, burning before the Saint of Domremy, blazed into one huge flame. It shot up to the roof, and seemed to cry, "O Joan of Arc, come back! France needs you." The child, an angel of heaven. The young girl who had prayed for André, 2 officers had taken her. She struggled. A sword. The flames of the burning village had revealed it. Monsieur l'Abbé had said suicide was sin, but surely God would forgive. She pierced the sword into her white flesh. Blood flowed to the ground. "Little fool!" muttered the maddened officer. He went back to the village, for more destroying. A stone from a burning house. He died with an oath. But André, weeks before, had died with prayer upon his lips, a thought for his sweet betrothed. End of Candles. Recording by Bill Borst.
Fire from Cactus City by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Buyer from Cactus City by O. Henry. It is well that hay fever and colds do not obtain in the healthful vicinity of Cactus City, Texas, for the dry goods emporium of Navarro, Platte, situated there, is not to be sneezed at. 20,000 people in Cactus City scatter their silver coin with liberal hands for the things that their hearts desire. The bulk of this semi-precious metal goes to Navarro Platte. Their huge brick building covers enough ground to graze a dozen head of sheep. You can buy of them a rattlesnake skin necktie, an automobile, or an $85 latest style ladies' tan coat in 20 different shades. Navarro Platte first introduced pennies west of the Colorado River. They had been ranchmen with business heads who saw that the world did not necessarily have to cease its revolutions after free grass went out. Every spring, Navarro, senior partner, 55, half Spanish, cosmopolitan, able, polished, had gone on to New York to buy goods. This year he shied at taking up the long trail. He was undoubtedly growing older, and he looked at his watch several times a day before the hour came for his siesta. "John," he said to his junior partner, "you shall go on this year to buy the goods." Platt looked tired. "I'm told," said he, "that New York is a plumb dead town, but I'll go. I can take a whirl in San Antone for a few days on my way and have some fun." 2 weeks later, a man in a Texas full-dress suit, black frock coat, broad-brimmed soft white hat, and lay-down collar 3 to 4 inches high, with black wrought-iron necktie, entered the wholesale cloak and suit establishment of Zizbaum, Son, on Lower Broadway. Old Zizbaum had the eye of an osprey, the memory of an elephant, and a mind that unfolded from him in 3 movements, like the puzzle of the carpenter's rule. He rolled to the front like a brunette polar bear and shook Platt's hand. "And how is the good Mr. Navarro in Texas?" he said. "The trip was too long for him this year, so we welcome Mr. Platt instead." "A bull's-eye," said Platt, "and I'd give 40 acres of unirrigated Pecos County land to know how you did it." "I knew," grinned Zizbom. "Just as I know that the rainfall in El Paso for the year was 28.5 inches, or an increase of 15 inches, and that therefore Navarro Platt will buy a $15,000 stock of suits this spring instead of $10,000 as in a dry year. But that will be tomorrow. There is first a cigar in my private office that will remove from your mouth the taste of the ones you smuggle across the Rio Grande and like, because they are smuggled." It was late in the afternoon, and business for the day had ended. Zizbom left Platt with a half-smoked cigar, and came out of the private office to Son, who was arranging his diamond scarf-pin before a mirror, ready to leave. "Abby," he said, "you will have to take Mr. Platt around tonight and show him things. They are customers for 10 years. Mr. Navarro and we played chess every moment of spare time when he came. That is good, but Mr. Platt is a young man, and this is his first visit to New York. He should amuse easily." "All right," said A.B., screwing the guard tightly on his pen. "I'll take him. After you've seen the Flatiron and the head waiter at the Hotel Asta and heard the phonograph play under the old apple tree, it'll be 10:30, and Mr. Texas will be ready to roll up in his blanket. I've got a supper engagement at 11:30, but he'll be all to the Mrs. Winslow before then." The next morning at 10, Platt walked into the store ready to do business. He had a bunch of hyacinths pinned on his lapel. Zizbom himself waited on him. Navarro Platt were good customers, and never failed to take their discount for cash. "And what did you think of our little town?" asked Zizbom, with the fatuous smile of the Manhattanite. "I shouldn't care to live in it," said the Texan. "Your son and I knocked around quite a little last night. You've got good water, but Cactus City is better lit up." "We've got a few lights on Broadway, don't you think, Mr. Platt?" "And a good many shadows," said Platt. "I think I like your horses best. I haven't seen a crowbait since I've been in town." Zizbom led him upstairs to show the samples of suits. "Ask Miss Asher to come," he said to a clerk. Miss Asher came, and Platt of Navarro Platt felt for the first time the wonderful bright light of romance and glory descend upon him. He stood still as a granite cliff above the cañon of the Colorado, with his wide-open eyes fixed upon her. She noticed his look and flushed a little, which was contrary to her custom. Miss Asher was the crack model of Zizbom, son. She was of the blonde type known as medium, and her measurements even went the required 38, 25, 42 standard a little better. She had been at Zizbom's 2 years, and knew her business. Her eye was bright, but cool, and had she chosen to match her gaze against the optic of the famed basilisk, that fabulous monster's gaze would have wavered and softened first. Incidentally, she knew buyers. "Now, Mr. Platt," said Zizbom, "I want you to see these princess gowns in the light shades. They will be the thing in your climate. This first, if you please, Miss Asher." Swiftly in and out of the dressing-room the prize model flew, each time wearing a new costume and looking more stunning with every change. She posed with absolute self-possession before the stricken buyer, who stood, tongue-tied and motionless, while Zizbom orated oilily of the styles. On the model's face was her faint, impersonal, professional smile that seemed to cover something like weariness or contempt. When the display was over, Platt seemed to hesitate. Zizbom was a little anxious, thinking that his customer might be inclined to try elsewhere. But Platt was only looking over in his mind the best building sites in Cactus City, trying to select one on which to build a house for his wife-to-be, who was just then in the dressing-room, taking off an evening gown of lavender and tulle. "Take your time, Mr. Platt," said Zizbom. "Think it over tonight. You won't find anybody else meet our prices on goods like these. I'm afraid you're having a dull time in New York, Mr. Platt. A young man like you. Of course, you miss the society of the ladies. Wouldn't you like a nice young lady to take out to dinner this evening? Miss Asher, now, is a very nice young lady. She will make it agreeable for you." "Why, she doesn't know me," said Platt, wonderingly. "She doesn't know anything about me. Would she go? I'm not acquainted with her." "Would she go?" repeated Zizzbaum, with uplifted eyebrows. "Sure she would go. I will introduce you. Sure she would go." He called Miss Asher loudly. She came, calm and slightly contemptuous, in her white shirtwaist and plain black skirt. "Mr. Platt would like the pleasure of your company to dinner this evening," said Zizzbaum, walking away. "Sure," said Miss Asher, looking at the ceiling. "I'd be much pleased. 911 West 20th Street. What time?" "Say 7 o'clock." "All right, but please don't come ahead of time. I room with the school teacher, and she doesn't allow any gentlemen to call in the room. There isn't any parlor, so you'll have to wait in the hall. I'll be ready." At 7:30, Platt and Miss Asher sat at a table in a Broadway restaurant. She was dressed in a plain, filmy black. Platt didn't know that it was all a part of her day's work. With the unobtrusive aid of a good waiter, he managed to order a respectable dinner, minus the usual Broadway preliminaries. Miss Asher flashed upon him a dazzling smile. "Mayn't I have something to drink?" she asked. "Why, certainly," said Platt. "Anything you want." "A dry martini," she said to the waiter. When it was brought and set before her, Platt reached over and took it away. "What is this?" he asked. "A cocktail, of course." "I thought it was some kind of tea you ordered. This is liquor. You can't drink this. What is your first name?" "To my intimate friends," said Miss Asher, freezingly, "it is Helen." "Listen, Helen," said Platt, leaning over the table. "For many years, every time the spring flowers blossomed out on the prairies, I got to thinking of somebody that I'd never seen or heard of. I knew it was you the minute I saw you yesterday. I'm going back home tomorrow, and you're going with me. I know it, for I saw it in your eyes when you first looked at me. You needn't kick, for you've got to fall into line. Here's a little trick I picked out for you on my way over." He flicked a 2-carat diamond solitaire ring across the table. Miss Asher flipped it back to him with her fork. "Don't get fresh," she said, severely. "I'm worth $100,000, said Platt. "I'll build you the finest house in West Texas." "You can't buy me, Mr. Buyer," said Miss Asher. "If you had 100 million, I didn't think I'd have to call you down. You didn't look like the others to me at first, but I see you're all alike." "All who?" asked Platt. "All you buyers. You think because we girls have to go out to dinner with you, or lose our jobs, that you're privileged to say what you please. Well, forget it. I thought you were different from the others, but I see I was mistaken." Platt struck his fingers on the table with a gesture of sudden, illuminating satisfaction. "I've got it!" he exclaimed, almost hilariously. "The Nicholson place, over on the north side. There's a big grove of live oaks and a natural lake. The old house can be pulled down and the new one set further back." "Pull out your pipe," said Miss Asher. "I'm sorry to wake you up, but you fellows might as well get wise, once for all, to where you stand. I'm supposed to go to dinner with you and help jolly you along so you'll trade with old Zizzy, but don't expect me to find me in any of the suits you buy." "Do you mean to tell me," said Platt, "that you go out this way with customers, and they all talk to you like I have?" "They all make plays," said Miss Asher. "But I must say that you've got 'em beat in one respect. They generally talk diamonds, while you've actually dug one up." "How long have you been working, Helen?" Got my name pat, haven't you? I've been supporting myself for 8 years. I was a cash girl, and a wrapper, and then a shop girl until I was grown, and then I got to be a suit model. Mr. Texas Man, don't you think a little wine would make this dinner a little less dry? You're not going to drink wine any more, dear. It's awful to think how. I'll come to the store tomorrow and get you. I want you to pick out an automobile before we leave. That's all we need to buy here. Oh, cut that out. If you knew how sick I am of hearing such talk. After the dinner, they walked down Broadway and came upon Diana's little wooded park. The trees caught Platt's eye at once, and he must turn along under the winding walk beneath them. The lights shone upon 2 bright tears in the model's eyes. "I don't like that," said Platt. "What's the matter?" "Don't you mind?" said Miss Asher. "Well, it's because—well, I didn't think you were that kind when I first saw you, but you are all like. And now, will you take me home, or will I have to call a cop?" Platt took her to the door of her boarding house. They stood for a minute in the vestibule. She looked at him with such scorn in her eyes that even his heart of oak began to waver. His arm was halfway around her waist when she struck him a stinging blow on the face with her open hand. As he stepped back, a ring fell from somewhere and bounded on the tiled floor. Platt groped for it and found it. "Now take your useless diamond and go, Mr. Buyer," she said. "This was the other one, the wedding ring," said the Texan, holding the smooth gold band on the palm of his hand. Miss Asher's eyes blazed upon him in the half-darkness. "Was that what you meant? Did you—" Somebody opened the door from inside the house. "Good night," said Platt. "I'll see you at the store tomorrow." Miss Asher ran up to her room and shook the school teacher until she sat up in bed, ready to scream. "Fire! Where is it?" she cried. "That's what I want to know," said the model. "You've studied geography, Emma, and you ought to know. Where is a town called Caracas City, I think they called it." "How dare you wake me up for that?" said the school teacher. "Caracas is in Venezuela, of course." "What's it like?" "Why, it's principally earthquakes and Negroes and monkeys and malarial fever and volcanoes." "I don't care," said Miss Asher, blithely. "I'm going there tomorrow." End of The Buyer from Cactus City by O. Henry